вечернюю каточку. С вами Дмитрий Кухтенков, 3 февраля. Посмотрим, как нам удалось немножко пополнить свои запасы банкрола. Напоминаю, что у нас такой челлендж. Стартуем с NL5, и наша конечная цель будет NL100. Так, 20-очку нам прислали. Это вот у них проходит каждую неделю на Титан Покере Beginners Race. Гонка игроков. Вот мы заняли 4-е место за неделю. Но почему-то нам 20-ку дали, странно, да, должны были 24 дать. Ну, не суть, пустячок, как говорится, приятно. Вот, поэтому начинаем каточку. Сегодня, наверное, попробуем, поэкспериментируем без музыки. Обычно я с музыкой стримил. Вот, так, начал я стримить, сейчас какого числа, сейчас скажу. Получается, с пятницы, по-моему, или с четверга. Короче, поставим фильтр. Так. Что-то я не помню. Это у нас было, вот, допустим, с 30-го. Сейчас проверим. Сейчас мы по-другому сделаем. Так, вот у нас была хреновая сессия, да, как раз с 30-го. Так, авто 30-е. Декабря 19-го. Нет, это не то. Января. 30 января. Вот, идем в небольшом минусе, но за счет рейка, как бы, в принципе, мы в небольшом плюсе. Вот, напоминаю, что стартовал я с $5. Вот, сейчас уже на счету 58. Так, ну что, займем столики. Вот, и чтобы вам не было скучно, потому что я особо не могу разговаривать. Дети спят в соседней комнате, поэтому я вам для фона включу большая игра. Это из старого телевизионного шоу. Ну, мне нравится, вот, никак пока до конца я тоже не могу досмотреть, поэтому, чтобы не было скучно, периодически смотрю, играю и смотрю. Вот, это будет у нас эпизод 13, второй сезон.
Previously on the big game, Antonio Esfandiari took advantage of his position and raised his way to a profit.
Many times while he raised him up.
You're an evil man, sir. You're an evil man.
Prahlad Friedman made speech after speech.
Rep the five? I can rep that three, I think.
Ну, продолжим играть тайтово. В слабых составах будем выискивать, конечно, слабые столы, слабые составы, слабых игроков, для того, чтобы минимизировать, так скажем, риски, потери, потому что банкролл как бы нам не позволяет пока делать каких-то серьезных там мувов, блефов и так далее. Поэтому будем играть как бы, ну, в основном по карте и немножко где-то блефить небольшими ставками, так скажем, в полублеф. Ну и там продолженную ставку, то есть такие как бы минимальные блефы. Вот, потому что банкролл пока нам не позволяет каких-то... Ну и вообще, в принципе, на микролимитах, я вам так скажу, что особо блефовать и не стоит на самом деле. Потому что здесь люди и по третьей паре вскрывают, и по второй паре, вообще с таким дерьмецом. Поэтому нет смысла в них блефовать. Вот. В принципе, вот этот столик можно попробовать взять. Сейчас посмотрим, если там хороший состав, то можно будет попробовать NL10 поиграть. Вот. Так, ну, маленькую ставку ставит. Я думаю, вряд ли у него там туз. Сыграем через кол. Вот. Мне вообще ничего не оказалось. Так, здесь будем 3 бетить. 4 раза. Так, где у нас вот этот столик? Вот этот. Так, сейчас надо еще для новичков попробовать столы. Ага, вот он. Так, ну, о, как раз нормально.
Movie man Nick Cassavetes was the first to add on as the table started to tip.
It's this side against that side, the haves and the have-nots.
And the bros tried to wake the sleeping stack with a loose cannon.
I didn't know that they're getting ready to shove it in there.
Eventually.
Tonight, find out if the loose cannon finally lives up to his name, or if the bros continue to chip away at his chances on the big game.
Jared, oh Jared, I'm coming for you, brother.
И оставляйте свои комментарии, пожелания под видео, пишите вопросы, может какие-то замечания, советы, ну и вообще добавляйтесь в друзья, кто как бы тоже увлекается покером, будем вместе работать над игрой, будем объединяться. Вот, что еще хотел добавить. Еще хотел добавить. В общем, пишите вопросы. Буду постепенно отвечать. Ну, какие-то, может, пожелания, там, советы. В общем, все что угодно. Ну и не забывайте подписываться на мои каналы, на мои соцсети. И ставьте лайки. Ну все, погнали. Хорошей игры.
Welcome to the big game from Las Vegas, Nevada, alongside Joe Stapleton. I'm Scott Huff, and tonight one lucky internet qualifier's quest continues to turn a profit in the toughest game in town. The stakes are huge with nearly $750,000 in play. Amateur rapper Prahlad Friedman, aka Spirit Rock, has been laying down plenty of speeches and beats this week, up over 40K. Antonio Esfandiari has finally found the magic spell for the big game. Raise, he's up over 40K. Vanessa Self is a full-time law student who has beyond a reasonable doubt proven her skill in the tournament scene. Powerful opening argument here, up 66.5. Poker legend Barry Greenstein is still trying to shake off an early bluff that cost him nearly half his stack. He's down almost 50K. Nick Cassavetes has written and directed a few Hollywood hits, but his box office has been less than lawful here, stuck several residual checks. And the loose cannon is 29-year-old Jared Huggins. With the help of the poker community, Jared recently overcame being homeless and now says he'll pay it forward by sharing any profits with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So far, he's 28K in the hole, and he's with Amanda.
Jared, less than 2 years ago, you were living out of your car, so I know that you know what real pressure is. Does this feel like pressure?
I wouldn't call this pressure. I think it's a really good experience so far. We're like about 60 hands in. I feel like we're doing pretty well.
Кстати, кто не смотрел ни разу это шоу, ну так скажу, что тут ну, простые как бы, да, американцы, непрофессионалы отбираются в эту передачу, там, видимо, через какие-то сателлиты, ну, отбирались раньше, сейчас шоу уже это не идет. Вот. И То есть у них есть возможность сразиться с профессионалами. Вот, называют такого игрока типа всадник без головы, loose cannon. Вот, и вот он играет среди 5 профессионалов, борется за ATP паспорт, а ему дают там, по-моему, $50 000 на игру. Вот. Ну, если он среди всех всадников без головы там займет первое место. То есть ему надо больше всего денег выиграть за неделю. Вот он играет неделю с этими профессионалами, должен больше всех денег, короче, выиграть. Либо он может вообще все проиграть, ему $100 000 дают на игру, он может либо все проиграть, либо выиграть сверх этих $100 000 еще денег. Ну и как бы может либо их себе оставить, либо сразиться за вот этот ATP паспорт. Вот. Ну, в принципе, такая довольно-таки интересная получается там игра с профессионалами, тем более. Ну, в общем, сейчас все сами увидите, там параллельно что-то будет интересно, тоже буду комментировать.
Thanks.
Here are the rules for the loose cannon. Each cannon is staked $100,000, keeps all profit above the initial $100K, and at season's end, the loose cannon who won the most money earns an NAPT passport valued at $50,000. Jared's got his work cut out for him to book a year on the North American Poker Tour. He trails leader Gonzalez Cannon, who stunned the pros and took them for over $155K in profit. But Jared's still got time in this game and has seen crazier comebacks. Gonzalez Cannon actually begins with a hand of 62. Very green time. Use 4 suited.
Агрессия, маленький класс, пока пас.
Pocket queens for Vanessa Selbst. Vanessa's been super aggressive all week, hasn't had a lot of showdowns.
Так, попробуем добрать. Тут опять же стрит лежит
Antonio's out. Doesn't want to play with his mouth full.
на втором столе.
A lot of treatment, ace 9 offsuit. Tough to pull an ace in position to an aggro player like Selbst, even a really bad one like ace 9. Live calls on the button. Over the loose cannon, ace 9 suited. This could be a spot for a re-raise, certainly not a call out of position, though probably best just to bucket. And he does. With less than 90 hands left, Jared will have to make a stand eventually. Film director Nick Cassavetes, 5 deuce. Let's go.
Всадники без головы здесь обычно, ну, я имею в виду в этом телешоу, они играют очень
And we'll heads
тайно.
up to the flop. 5-8-8, 2 hearts, Selbst queen's way good now. Ballot's got the only heart, Vanessa should be pretty confident in that flop. Checks it. It's a little bizarre since she was the pre-flop aggressor and so aggressive in general, she's likely trying to disguise her hand. You know, like putting a funny little fake mustache on it. Ballot, that's 2,000. Vanessa quickly calls. And it's working. Vanessa's got Ballot to try to take a stab at his pot. Turn, 10 of spades. Pretty unlikely that card hurt her. She checks. Vanessa's checking twice in a row might look suspicious. And Friedman checks to the river. Deuces of spades. Vanessa has to think she has the best hand. She should probably bet. Checks again, and Ballot checks it down. Vanessa must have thought it would be more likely that Ballot would bet, and he calls.
Шаблон прибетить на втором столе.
Might have a raise coming.
Might have had some.
I know.
No speed, no clue, man.
Yeah.
Так, низкий флоп, лежит флеш-дро. У нас бэкдор на флеш-дро. Одну ставочку, я думаю, будем делать на втором столе опять. Так, ну здесь будем бландить, красть на третьем столе. Так, здесь на втором столе на серый один пас.
Start on Vanessa.
Occasionally.
Yes, occasionally we'll start on you. 2 straight, once every 6 hands. Folds. Sfondiari with big slick suited. Pumps it to 11.
Да, кстати, чат не открыли. Сейчас чат откроем.
Antonio does raise quite a bit, but he raised from early position. Prolog may get into some trouble here if he gets cute. And let's face it, he's adorable. Prolog with 10-7 suited and re-raises to 4,100. The cannon, ace-9 of clubs again. There is a position now with a suited ace, but ace-9 is such a trouble hand. He should know to get to a 3-bet, especially knowing he's not closing the action. And he does. Action on Nick. As a director, I appreciate the way Cassavetes frames his whole card shots. You can tell he's heavily influenced by Kubrick. Action back on Antonio. Antonio's been opening a lot of pots, but this is only the second time he's been 3-bet. He's out of position, so we could very well see a fourth bet with ace-king suited. And we do. We have 4 bets. It's been raised to 13,000.
На втором столе надо защищаться, потому что там на флеш идет. Поэтому будем побольше ставить. Против 2 фишей тем более. Так, ну здесь уже все. Играем на стек. Что и требовалось доказать. Неплохое начало.
I'm pretty sure you raise close to every hand. Staves? What do we got?
Alright, well, it's not quite every hand, but the Magician is definitely leading in PFR, opening nearly a third of the pots with a raise, and his aggressive style is working, as you can see by the 3-bet percentage. The 3 players to his left have the lowest 3-bet percentage at the table. Through 63 hands, Antonio's opened 17 pots with a raise, and he's only been 3-bet twice. He just took down one of those pots with a 4-bet. So far, the Magician has been using position, kind of like how David Blaine fakes that levitation thing. All position.
You know I would never re-raise you right below it. You know that, right? Like ever. As long as you know that, we're good.
Так, четвертый стол, интересная ситуация. Стрит, флеш-дро, короче.
Raises. Look at this, ace queen for Prolad. It's not suited, but it's still ironic.
Still 3-bet.
Re-raises to 4,100. I'm sure Prolad won't mind the action if people think he's tilting. Cannon down. Cassavetes, King Jake. Out. And Greenstein out. Self will fold. Back on his Fondiari. If Antonio calls this raise, he'll basically be set mining. Makes the call.
Wondering what that happened.
5-9 ace rainbow, Prolad with top pair. This should come as no shock to Antonio, but 3 overs just hit, and he checked it. Even though Antonio checked, probably not liking that ace, Prolad should bet to try to get action from a smaller ace. He bet 6,000. Tough to believe the guy always has it, but unfortunately he doesn't even have it to be beating Antonio. Uh-oh. Antonio going for chips? Fold.
Oh. Please.
Pump fake.
Please my ass. Nice answer.
Shows the queen.
Is that a good one or a bad one?
I don't know.
No speech always means nothing.
Yeah, that answers that question.
Prolad like a true politician giving a completely meaningless speech. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Your ass chips. And your queen jack.
The mind games are underway. The Magician versus Spirit Rock. Loser has to get a real nickname like Texas Shooter. Back after this, more from Las Vegas. Don't go anywhere.
Третий стол будем менять, наверное, здесь что-то нет особых слабых игроков. И позиции у меня нет. Один из них есть, вроде как слабый, но позиции нет.
I didn't like a lot on my left as well, but he really isn't going out of his way to pick on me, which is nice. And then Barry's on the message right, which I also like a lot too. So I liked it.
The only thing bolder than Antonio's pinstripes has been his play. 64 hands, he's up almost 42K.
I think he's just getting more suited cards than there, honestly.
I don't doubt that he's getting more suited cards than
Because I think that's a big part of it. Who gets more suited cards?
Oh man, the stats department's out today at a team building seminar. Jack 5 suited for Friedman, bumps it. Cannon, folds. Cassavetes out. Barry Greenstein with ace queen. Bumps it to 1,500. Self is out. Antonio. Also with ace queen. Do not adjust your sets. They have different cards. I know. I had to double check too. That would have been something. 3 bets to 4,400. Esfandiari can't give a ton of credit to Barry raising an unopened pot on the button. Since Antonio's out of position, he wants that betting lead. Barry knows all this too, and Antonio just got done telling us how much he likes having Barry on his right.
На этом столе я на втором много поставил, я его закодировал. В принципе, мы неплохо попали, зацепились. Но плохо, что без позиции. Валетик, так, стрит закрылся. Фулл-хаус тут вряд ли, я думаю, есть. Будем маленько стараться добирать.
Barry's all in, Antonio calls, and as Joe mentioned, we're cruising for a chop.
You got anything?
Yeah, something, but I don't love it that much.
Is it dropping? No flop?
And, one chop?
Antonio.
You got ace of spades, queen of clubs, you can chop.
Chop that. How about this? I never have to show you my cards, I'll give you 10,000 on a roll if I don't have ace of spades, queen of clubs. Fair enough?
Wait, do you chop it
I'll give you
now?
100,000 on a roll. If I don't have ace of spades, queen of clubs, but I never show you my hands, then just chop it. I give you my word.
Did you show the camera? Did you show the
Show the
camera?
camera. If I don't have ace of spades, queen of clubs, I give you 100,000.
Okay. Good. Turn it over.
Wait, what? I don't
If I don't have ace of spades, queen of clubs, I owe $100,000. It's on camera. Let's go. Just make sure you're...
It's obviously yeah.
Well, 100,000, we never ever do that.
Yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
it's up like 30,000, and there's some question. Keep it interesting.
Scott, I'll give you a $100,000 free roll if I didn't just say $100,000 free roll. Book it.
Ace queen high, you ship 50K.
Pretty good.
What's that?
Nothing.
Is that a good hand?
Criticize your ace queen.
I hope I had ace queen. I hope so.
Блин, странная ситуация, но обычно Донком на ривере играют
You want to test his character.
To be weird.
чем-то хорошим, но он, блин, вообще не выигрывает на вскрытие, блин. Ставка большая.
Raises
Ну, то
1,500.
есть там либо туз-3, либо туз-9.
As is Antonio. Prod, ace, 7 suited. Suited ace, but he is out of
Дальше делать.
position.
Короче,
Man, in the
выйдет
old days,
ладно.
they pulled two jacks and 23. Now they just can't wait to ship 50,000 of ace queen on.
I think the old Antonio is a lot looser than the new one.
The old Antonio was looser than the new one.
The old Antonio was crazy.
Prod called, heads up to
Запомнил,
the
что он на
flop.
ривере
Jack,
играл
Jack, Barry flops
пол
one
банка,
drop,
поставил
three checks.
Since 2005, everybody folded.
донбет.
Everybody folded.
Barry bets.
Yeah.
But the good players have. If you're a good player, you probably tighten up a little bit. If you used to be crazy.
Barry wins it.
He used to be totally.
I'm definitely tighter than I used to be.
Totally crazy.
Definitely looser than I used to be.
What?
Are you talking tournaments or cash tournaments?
Tournaments.
Cash games.
Or cash, whatever. Either way.
Tournaments, and I'm looser or tighter?
Tighter.
You're tighter than you were the first couple.
That's for sure.
That's, yeah, I was tighter
I was a
myself.
maniac.
Yeah, so that's what
You
I'm
used to
saying.
love like 5 betting, 10 8 suited.
I was a maniac. They just folded ace queen, no problem, you know?
Ace queen, we fold ace kings.
Yeah, more right to be a maniac. So I'm saying you did anything wrong.
King 9 of spades for selves. Raises 1,300. Antonio, out. Queen 10 for Prolad. Should be an easy call on the button.
Yeah, we'll keep that BPI deal. Support.
Calls. Speaking of BPIP, we got halftime coming up in a bit for all you stat junkies. Next fold to Cassavetes with Jack Trey. Folds it. That's what we call a tease.
Two of the greatest poker minds.
BPI is suffering right now. Antonio, what's the design on the watch? I can't see from here. Is that like a Christmas tree or something?
Christmas tree? It's the king of hearts.
Oh, wow.
Flop 496.
That's pretty
You
cool.
want to swap?
Let's go get it. Oh, this is nice.
It's a little blingy.
Yeah, this is cool.
It's the same guy that makes the bracelets for the World Series.
Subs leads out 2,100. Top pair should be good. And it is.
Made the nuts.
You see these all the time. That's a problem.
Did you get that after like a big winning session of your tournament score?
No. Found it in the box of Cracker Jacks.
I just want to bling out a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Nice.
Barry, how much would you have to be paid to wear that for 5 years?
It's not gonna happen.
For $1 billion, you do it. Obviously.
I understand, but it's not gonna happen.
Right. There's a number.
I didn't say there wasn't a number. It's not gonna happen.
I'd love to see Barry with it for a year.
Antonio should know that Barry's always right, even if you ask him a hypothetical question. Coming back to Vegas, more big game right after this. Welcome back to the big game from Las Vegas. We'll continue hand 71 of 150.
Like when I set the record for the Nash thing, my buddy was hitting me perfect every time. A lot of that record is fast.
Yeah.
The rebounding is fast.
Prahlad broke Steve Nash's free throw record by making 23 in a minute, and I was there. Ace 10 for the cannon. You saw it? Saw it live.
And then when the time was running out, he knew to pass it up here because I had like, half a second, so I just catch and shoot.
Right.
He was good.
Yeah.
I think I could really get a higher record if I had like a 7-footer, rebounding, bringing it right out of the net with Timmy.
Huggins raised, Cassavetes in, acting on Antonio.
Jared, you raised it?
Jared, I'm coming for you, brother.
Antonio calls.
This is what it is.
I feel like check raising in the future. Jared, how do you feel about that?
I don't like it. 3 players of the flop. 7-5-5.
We can play the watches if you want.
Antonio has best hand. And what is so funny, Nick?
How are you gonna check raise him?
Can't check raise them. I just want to lead out. Maybe he missed.
Good call, Garrett. Did. Now Huggins folds. Pretty good flop for Nick. He's got a flush draw.
Next hand.
Alright, call him with king high. Just call him with king high.
Next hand.
Jack, call him with the jack.
Do you let it take it back?
I can do whatever I want.
Don't tease me. I can do whatever I want. You wrote blow. You can do whatever you want.
I only did that right. Man.
I wouldn't set it up.
Hands over, he's all in.
Tight, lay down. And Antonio scoops it.
Thank you, Jared.
Lather.
You got
I mean, I was at a poker table when the camera went by me for a second. We were actually playing cards on set. It was fun. Cassavetes is my Hollywood man. He's my Hollywood connect.
Director Nick Cassavetes may have all the connections, but it might surprise you that beneath his bad boy appearance lies a softer side.
Hello, I'm Nick Cassavetes, and I'm on the big game. I call myself a filmmaker because I've been lucky enough to make a few films, directed a couple of movies. Most people know me from The Notebook.
You just wouldn't take him as a director of these big hit Chick-fil-A's. He's got tattoos everywhere, and he's just really like hip and cool and whatever.
But I'm also proud of the films like Alpha Dog.
And the guy that wrote Blow, I was pretty starstruck because those are two of my absolute favorite movies.
I have a great gambling movie. I got a great gambling movie. I hope to make it someday. There's a lot of acting over it. Sometimes it's you're able to pick up on that, sometimes not.
You know, a lot of people think he's this director guy that can't play well. That's actually not true. He understands the game, he plays position well, and he's not afraid to put in money when he thinks he's ahead.
Strength of my game is, I mean this in all seriousness, is I'm really lucky. I'm super lucky. Let's be clear. I'm an amateur player. I'm probably the worst player at the table. That being said and done, guard your chips. I'm coming after him.
Guard your chips, I'm coming after him. I hope that line's not the gambling movie. Just kidding, Mr. Cassavetes. Can we cut that out? I'm really not comfortable saying that. The guy's got 2 movies in development, and he's terrifying. Just look at him. Cut this too, please. Right now, the director wants to rewrite his big game script. He's down nearly 75 large. Antonio? Folds. You guys are going to cut that, right? They'll cut it. Trade use. Folds. 6-4 for the cannon. Jared appears very pensive over the 6-4 suited. Maybe he'll start opening things up a bit. Nope, just calls. All right. King suited for Cassavetes. And he has the button. Guard your chips, everyone. Just kidding, Nick. raises it up to 1700. Barry with ace jack. Calls. Selfs 5 prey. Tempting. Suited. Folds. Now Huggins is out.
Good news is one of us is going to win. I don't know, we got time last time.
Pretty tough to tie this time. Flop 5, queen jack, rainbow, green nine, middle pair, and checks it. Nick missed, but he had the pre-flop lead. Looks like he's going to try to keep it.
25.
Makes 2500. Well, Barry ain't folded. Nope.
Keep doing that.
Barry's raised to 6500. Not sure why Barry's doing this. It's a tough spot to get called by worse. Barry may think Nick's frustration may make him call with draws and worse jacks. That's Betty's folds. Greenstein's going to win a pot worth almost 14,000.
Want this too? Add up these
Черный каток скидывает
The
90%.
big game beatdown continues for Nick Cassavetes. Find out if his tail has a Hollywood dig when we come back.
Грех бы голову не затребастить. На этом столе
Welcome back. Here's where we are at 76 hands. Vanessa Self, Dan Prolad, Friedman got up early and stayed there. Antonio Esfandiari is taking down most pots and is up as well. Nick Cassavetes and Barry Greenstein haven't recovered from early hits, and the loose cannon ship continues to take on water. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Scott Huff. Now we've seen roughly half the hands this week. It's time to check in on the stats and get an idea of how everyone's playing.
Well, Scott, let's kick it off with a round of VPIPs for everyone. Esfandiari is mixing it up the most in contention for pots 40% of the time. Cassavetes and Friedman have been almost as active at 36%. Trailing pack is our loose cannon at just 21%. Huggins has been just a little too nervous to ask anyone to the dance. And why should he be? Like the girls in my high school, they're all very aggressive and very intimidating.
Well, to be fair, these are the highest stage Jared has ever played. How can you get over that fear?
Jared needs to start playing it cool and just loosen up a bit. He's yet to 3-bet anyone at the table. He's only raising 8% of the time, and he's folded every dang time he's been re-raised before the flop. And that's the good news. After the flop, Jared is folding his C-bets 80% of the time. Jared's pedaling the nuts, which means he's folding anything but. Doesn't work against these guys. It's hard to make the nuts.
Well, so far we've played 76 hands. The cannon has won 2 of them. How can he turn it around?
He has to step up the aggression level and take advantage of his tight image. There is still time. Looking at the aggro factor, we see Jared is second from the bottom, just ahead of Nick Cassavetes. Yikes, Nick. Both are in stark contrast to Antonio's aggro factor of 19, which is one of the highest we've ever seen.
Well, Antonio is playing incredibly tough poker so far, and not just post-flop.
Well, you look at the numbers, and the Magician has really earned the title of table captain. Pre-flop is 32% PFR, is nearly double the next player, and he also leads in 3-betting at 12.5%, allowing him to take down pre-flop 17% of the time. He's also saw 1.5 more times than anyone else at the table.
Well, despite Antonio's antics, Vanessa seems somewhat unaffected by his aggression.
I've seen Pitbulls back down more than Vanessa. She's active and she's a top profit leaderboard. Vanessa's up 72K, but check it out. She's won 171K without showdown. That's a lot of moolah without having to show the goods. She's putting her opponents to tough decisions, and it's working.
Well, you think someone's eventually going to look her up?
It's only a matter of time before forces collide.
All right, everyone, back to your seats. Second half underway. Action is on Nick Cassavetes with 6-8 offsuit. Let's go.
Do you think I can represent?
Barry means that in hip-hop sense. Represent. Vanessa with queen 9 offsuit. This is well within Vanessa's unopened cutoff raising range. She does raise it to 1,300, 9-6 of hearts for Antonio.
Poker's kind of cool that way. You can tell someone your entire thing and then go ahead and raise the flop. It's still hard for them to call.
Jamie Gold started that.
Yeah. It worked for him for 5 days.
I don't think it worked after that.
No.
Antonio calls.
If he could just flip the script sometimes and go off, you know, it might work for him.
He can't do it.
Jack Trey Friedman. Claude must be a little distracted by this conversation if he's thinking of playing this hand, and he folds. Huggins out.
If it was no limit pre-flop, I might just put in some big re-raises. pot limit holds you back.
Yeah, that's the point. Heads up to the flop, 6-10, 4-2 diamonds, Antonio with middle pair. Middle pair and the best hand. Vanessa with the lead. Bets 2,300. Antonio probably can't hold the pair, just one bet. Makes the call. Vanessa also could have been semi-bluffing some backdoor draws. Turn. 3 of diamonds, self picks up flush outs. Vanessa just picked up a lot more outs, though 9 high flush draw isn't so hot. She checks it. Vanessa may be giving up with that check. Antonio can't be in love with the diamond. Bets up 5,200. Antonio's looking to protect. There aren't a lot of good cards that can hit for him. Looks like I may have prematurely called for self-surrender. Perhaps she has sensed that Antonio is weak and can maybe blow him off his hand. Here come the 5K chips. It appears that Vanessa left her white flag backstage, Joe. She has raised to 21,400. This is a pretty insane bluff with only queen high, but if you look at Antonio's hand, this could work. Betting the flop and then check raising the turn with error is affectionately known sometimes as the stack-a-donk play. It's actually a little outdated, but it looks very strong. Antonio's probably wondering to himself how often Vanessa would do this with an actual hand, though. Antonio does not believe he makes the call. A tough call, but a good one. Gulp. The river. Deuce of spades. Now that might look like a brick, but Vanessa could have been semi-bluffing a 5 on the turn just as easily as she semi-bluffed her diamonds. She's met adequate resistance from Antonio the whole way, so I'm fairly certain she knows she can't win this pot by checking. So the question is surrender or fire one last bullet. She's loading up. And Vanessa fires 59,700 on a stone bluff. There it is, the overbet. We've been here before. This bet is supposed to polarize Vanessa's hand, nuts or air, and Antonio can pretty much only beat air. This would be an absolutely sick call. Vanessa could very easily have played a huge hand the same way.
59.7.
59.7.
By overbetting, she's given him really tough odds to make the call, not even getting 2 to 1. Is a pair of 6s going to win enough to justify those odds? Not likely. Antonio with 119,000 behind. He's probably still thinking about that check raise on the turn. If she had a big hand, would she really have given him the chance to check behind? Finally, and people discount this more than they should, Vanessa has the stupidity factor in her favor. If Antonio calls and he's wrong, he feels stupid.
I think Antonio turned her straight with like a 5-7 suited.
Yeah.
And,
What is she?
and then I think she has a flush. I think she has it.
Worst read ever. Well, that's what Prahlad the Couch Cannon thinks, but it's Antonio's read that counts here.
Этот тип сказал Ванессе, ну, ведущий, что типа из Фандиари стрит, а у Ванессы селфст флэш. На самом деле это вообще далеко не так.
And Antonio fold. What is going on? Antonio folds. A little bit dirty on the pump fake by Antonio, but Vanessa, wow, what a sick bluff.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
I wanted to board a pair on the river.
Antonio saying he would have tried to rep a boat. Vanessa drags a pot worth over 110,000.
Wanted to board the pair, so it came straight and flush was already there.
No, so I could rep a full house. You know?
Stick it in there.
Just ship it. How can you go?
It took Vanessa 3 barrels, but Antonio Esfandiari, you just got bluffed, sir. See if Vanessa continues to push the table around after this. Welcome back to the big game from Las Vegas, Nevada. Scott Huff alongside Joe Stapleton from our state-of-the-art poker room. And don't forget to log on to the website to check out exclusive behind-the-scenes footage, bonus hands and stats, as well as clips we've deemed too hot for TV. Well, we just saw Vanessa Selbst extend her table-leading profit to 97 dimes by firing a courageous 3-barrel bluff into Antonio Esfandiari. The magician appeared to be contemplating a call before ultimately giving the hand up. Both players took us through the action in this edition of Behind the Poker Face.
Hand 79, Vanessa opened for 1300. I was on the button, and on this particular hand, I have 6-9 suited. I had position and decided just to call it.
And I know that he can call me with a really wide range of hands. Queen 9 offsuit on the cutoff. You know, a lot of players would fold that, but I've been folding so much that I think it's an easy open for me.
The flop came out 10-6-4 with 2 diamonds. She led for 2300. I think she's leading there with all sorts of hands, just at the chance that I missed, and she's taking a stab at the pot.
For this board texture, normally with all of my value hands and also my bluffs, I'm going to be betting about 3/4 of the pot.
I have a pair of 6s, and so of course I call in position. I don't want to raise here and get re-raised and, you know, not know what to do.
At this point, I think that he could still have a very, very wide range of hands.
The turn came out at 3 of diamonds, which is not exactly the best card for me. She checked, and I regret betting, but I thought perhaps my 6 was the best hand. I didn't want to let her have a free card at a diamond or whatnot.
When I check and he bets 5,200, the thing is that Antonio really likes to bet after you check to him on the turn. I also know that he knows that I can play pretty tricky, so I think that he thinks that I'm less likely to make a really big bluff.
I was prepared to fold if I got check raised, and that's exactly what happened. She check raised me to 21,400, at which point I decided when I bet that I was probably going to fold if I got check raised. And for some reason, I got a little stubborn, and I wanted to take one off here and see perhaps if she really had it or if she was bluffing, and so I called.
And I know that when he calls me, that he now has a real hand, but I think that he could call me and just hope that I shut down on the river.
If the board paired or maybe another diamond came off, I was going to try and rep those hands as well. The river came at 2 spades, and she let out for 59-7.
When I bet really big, I just thought that he would think that I wasn't likely to pull a big bluff like that on him.
I wasn't too happy about my hand. I only had a pair of 6s, but she either had a flush or she didn't have a flush.
I give him a lot of reasons to think that I might play a flush in this fashion.
She made a pretty decent-sized bet, and I didn't want to call him and be wrong. And so after some deliberation, I just decided that she had it.
And he folded, and that was it.
If she bluffed me, great job.
Vanessa said Antonio knows she can play tricky. Doesn't she know when you're talking to a magician, the word is illusion-y?
Let's do a round of straddles, boys and girls. Anybody in? I'm in.
Did you just lose a pot?
Yeah. I lost the pot. I'm ready to gamble.
Gamble up, the straddle is on. Let's get some straddle lighting in there. Boom.
Straddle 800.
So the action will start on Prahlad Friedman's Spirit Rock, since Antonio's in the straddle, with 10-9.
This would be pretty loose under the gun.
There we go.
Spirit Rock.
Immediately. First option after.
Friedman makes it 3,000, Huggins out, as is Cassavetes.
First of all, you have to call him by his name on PokerStars.net.
Prefontaine, is that right?
Prefontaine.
Yeah.
Is it Prefontaine? Can't look like him.
Prahlad wins it.
Prefontaine was an amazing dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Almost as amazing as Spirit.
Can we get a stat check on Antonio's PCC, his patronizing comment count? Oh, the meter's broken? Story checks out.
So the action will start on Prahlad.
No straddle for the Spirit. Boo.
Ace tray of spades makes it 1,200. Ace tray of diamonds for the cannon. Calls. Cassavetes pitches it. Jack 10 suited for Greenstein, and he's in. And Jack 10 for Vanessa.
A lot of shared cards here.
Antonio's out.
50% wrappers.
Jared also claims to be a rapper.
Jack deuce 4 on the flop, 2 diamonds.
Huge flop for Jared, flush draw and a gut shot. Both Barry and Vanessa flopped the best hand, however.
Vanessa checks.
Vanessa's also holding one of Jared's diamonds. Prahlad was the pre-flop aggressor, and he's got a gut shot.
Keeps the lead with a $4,200 bet.
Jared absolutely cannot fold. A raise would be fine. You can win the pot without needing to hit another diamond. But his stack is dwindling. He's 46% to win this four ways. It's a great spot to get some money in. And lest ye forget, he's got a sick reputation right now.
Looks like he might go for the raise, and does. Makes it 16,000.
Barry folds top pair with the quickness. Vanessa's a little more stubborn.
But folds.
Beast.
Prahlad folds, and Jared will win the pot.
Flush draw.
Nice hand, Jared.
Thanks. Long time no eat. Nice hand.
So Barry and Vanessa easily lay down top pair to the loose cannon as Jared cuts his deficit to 26,000.
Have to say that last hand was pretty well played by Jared. Next time
makes it 16,000.
Barry folds top pair with the quickness. Vanessa's a little more stubborn.
But folds.
You're a beast.
Prahlad folds, and Jared will win the pot.
Flush draw.
Nice hand, Jared.
Thanks. Long time no eat. Nice hand.
So Barry and Vanessa easily lay down top pair to the loose cannon as Jared cuts his deficit to 26,000.
Have to say that last hand was pretty well played by Jared. Next time, hopefully he has it, and hopefully for him, he gets looked up.
Action on Huggins. Ace 5 suited this time.
This would be an okay hand to raise with under the gun. Jared maybe playing the rush a little bit.
Playing the rush. So playing the rush.
One hand, he's thinking about playing another. That's a rush.
Playing the this rush?
We've never had a limp pot today. Not
That's
one.
not true, blinds.
Besides the blind, not one person is limped.
It almost feels like it's not allowed.
After all that, looks like Jared chickened out.
Well, Jared's limp. That's not true. We had a limp pot. Barry won with 7-9 offsuit.
Speaking of,
Get it going.
7-9 offsuit for Selbst.
This is getting glitchy.
Hey, there we go.
Limps to Prahlad. Jacks.
Ah, pot it up. Come on, we gotta stick to the rules. How much?
18 more.
Now that I have jacks, let's stick to the rules, right, guys?
Prahlad wins it.
Cost me $400.
Easy money.
You got a jack?
You had the jack.
I had it.
Had it.
Jack was good, right?
It was good last hand.
Beat me.
Yeah, you think?
No limp for you. There will be no limping tonight on the big game, and if Jared's going to make a profit, he'll have to keep firing. Back with more big game right after this.
Fire, Jared, fire!
Welcome back to the PokerStars.com big game from Las Vegas.
All right, I'm buying in more chips. I'm sick of it.
Attaboy, Antonio's in for 300 now, still up a little over 20.
Now I'll definitely want a straddle.
Sfondiari with his new chips.
Oh, no straddle.
Folds. Friedman.
Rebuy, no straddle.
Deuce 5. Lets it go.
Let's do a round of straddles, guys.
I'm game.
Come on, you nitballs.
Huggins calls with Jack 9.
Jared's limping an unopened pot in the cutoff with Jack 9. That is amazingly bad.
Queen Jack for Cassavetes. Raises to 1,800. Barry's calling with 2 3s. Vanessa, Queen 10.
Even now?
I'm still up a little. Just giving up.
Up and steaming.
Up and steaming. I am up and steaming.
Vanessa's out.
And that was the sound of Jared burning $400.
Jared's out. Heads up to the flop. 3 5 9 2 hearts. Oh boy, Barry with the set and Nick with a flush draw. Barry checks. Cassavetes checks.
Nick somehow doesn't semi-bluff 2 overs and a flush draw.
4 diamonds on the turn, quickly checks around, and a 7 of spades on the river. Greenstein bets 3K.
I play so bad. I'm the worst.
No, you play that hand amazingly good.
So once again, Barry doesn't get paid off with a premium hand. He'll add $3,200 to his stack. Meanwhile, Antonio Sfondiari pulls a few orange bombers from his pocket and puts a couple more bullets in the chamber.
You're targeting me again, huh, Antonio? You knew I was going to double up twice and have some chips, and you
Honestly, I
wanted to
want
be prepared
Vanessa.
for it.
I really do. We have history.
You beat me every time.
No, it's not true.
Except for when she bluffed you on that one hand.
Yeah, that hurt.
Burn.
I'm tired of getting check raised by you.
Stop betting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's easy.
It's not the check raise from Vanessa Antonio should be worried about, though it was pretty awesome. As we take a look at the check raise percentage for the table, we see Vanessa is second, employing the strategy 14% of the time. One player to her right, Barry, has been the most prolific check raiser at 33% through 88 hands. The other 4 players at the table have yet to use this play. Maybe they don't know the check raise is allowed. I don't see the sign here.
Yeah, there it is. It's right next to the sign that says no pepper.
Ah.
Prahlad Friedman, king 6 offsuit, folds. The loose cannon, ace queen.
Jared, you gonna start gambling?
There's your answer.
There's your answer.
Race to 1200.
Jared, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Maybe I have some. I have the Vanessa special.
9-3?
No, 8-3. That's a fold, right?
All in with that one.
Give that one beat?
Think so.
That's only the 4th pot Jared's dragged all week, and a tiny one at that. At this point, Jared's rep is so tight, it might be hurting him a bit. If he's going to turn a profit, he's going to have to find some action.
Please don't let me double you up. That would hurt.
You might.
Pocket 8s for Huggins.
Raising 2 hands in a row.
Does raise to 1200. Cassavetes and Greenstein quickly out. Jack 3 for Selbst. Folds. King 9 for Antonio.
Not a great hand out of position.
And folds.
Years. Call.
King 9 for Prahlad. Same hand as Antonio.
Prahlad's also out of position, but he does already have money in the pot.
Get him, Spirit.
Yeah.
Not this time.
2 in a row.
Make it 5 hands.
I like how you guys are so analytical.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
Don't give him any information.
It's too late. I have all emotions on my face.
So the loose cannon rattles off back-to-back wins to end the night on an uptick. Jared's still got a long way to go to show a profit and only 60 hands left to make his move.
Vanessa Selbst bluffed the rabbit out of Antonio's hat, adding to her table-leading ledger, and ends the night up $93,600, while Nick Cassavetes puts an $83,000 dent in his notebook residuals.
Jared.
Yeah.
You have a lot of work to do to get back in the black.
I do, but I'm ready to put some work in for real.
I'm ready for it. Vanessa, are you gonna let any of these boys win pots?
I'm letting Antonio steal every hand. I'm done with this.
All right, guys, that's it for tonight. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now. And remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. Good night, everybody.
Tomorrow night, see if Vanessa Selbst can reach the century mark, and see if our loose cannon Jared Huggins can finally get some action. For Stapes, this is Huff. See you tomorrow night.
Buy the big rebuy.
You know, I played this pot with Vanessa, and I steamed up a little bit because I played that hand pretty bad. And now I'm looking for a situation to just get it all in. Either bluff her all in on TV or bust her. And so, you know, I think I just want to punish her.
The preceding program was sponsored by PokerStars.com. The following program is sponsored by PokerStars.com. So far on the big game. After playing tight all week, the loose cannon started to put his chips in play.
Jared, you gonna start gambling?
There's your answer.
There's your answer.
Okay.
And ended last night's session on a hot streak.
2 in a row.
2 for 2.
Beast.
Filmmaker Nick Cassavetes' Hollywood success hasn't translated to the table.
Easy money. One of those days.
And Vanessa Selbst pulled off a massive and concealed river bluff that frustrated the magician into adding on 2 more bullets.
All right, I'm buying in more chip.
Buy the big rebuy.
You know, I played this pot with Vanessa, and now I just want to punish her.
I can't think of a worse way to light money on fire.
Tonight, find out if Antonio gets his wish or if Vanessa can use his aggression against him on the big game.
Let's make this a crazy fun episode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back inside our state-of-the-art poker room here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Scott Huff, and tonight the action continues as some of poker's best and brightest battle it out for the nearly $1 million stacked on the felt.
In the sixth hole is Prahlad Friedman, a.k.a. Spirit Rock. He's a vegan rapper repping the Boo. That's Malibu. So far, he's been all Hollywood, up almost 40K.
Antonio Esfandiari lost a big pot to Vanessa Selps last night, but added on $200K at the end of the session. He has over $322,000.
Turn that frown upside down, Vanessa. You're on the big game, and you're poning souls. She's up just over 93K.
Hollywood director Nick Cassavetes has been directing his chips to go into other people's stacks. He's stuck almost $84,000.
This week's loose cannon is 29-year-old Jared Huggins. The Manhattan Beach native recently overcame being homeless with the help of the poker community. Now Jared says he wants to pay it forward by donating a portion of any winnings to charity. They're getting a portion of a bagel at the moment. Jared's stuck over 25 dimes.
And our final player is poker pro Barry Greenstein. After losing an early bluff to Vanessa, Barry's been trying to gain traction all week. He's with Amanda Leatherman.
Barry, pretty tough table out there, huh?
Yeah, very tough. And I've got the three toughest players to my left. So it's really tough because it means I'm often going to be playing against them out of position. I tried it one time against Vanessa, badly timed out of position bluff, and it cost me $60,000. I haven't recovered from it. So it looks like I'm going to need to pick up a hand to get back in it.
What do you think of the loose cannons play so far?
Well, it's been typical loose cannon play. He's played pretty tight. He's waiting towards the end. He probably should have mixed it up early. I'm sure he hasn't had good hands, but he has credibility. Nobody's going to call his raise, or at least they wouldn't have earlier. But if he waits the last 30 hands to make a move, then he loses that credibility because we know he has to gamble.
So if you were him, you would make a move now?
Got to do it now. Better sooner than later.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Here are the rules for the loose cannon. Each cannon is staked $100,000. He keeps all profits above the initial $100,000. And at season's end, the loose cannon who's won the most money earns a North American Poker Tour passport valued at $50,000.
Jared's got a long way to get to that passport. He trails the aptly named Gonzalez cannon by over $180,000. With just over 50 hands left to play, I'm sure Jared's first priority will be turning a profit.
We'll begin the night with hand 93. Action on Vanessa Selbst.
Yeah, at this point.
Ace Queen. Raises to 1300. Ace 7 suited for Antonio.
Antonio reloaded specifically so he could have Vanessa covered. I expect him to be gunning for her.
And he calls. Prahlad Friedman, 5 tray. Folds. King deuce for Huggins.
All right.
And he folds. Cassavetes out, Greenstein down.
Thought you were going to 3-bet me.
Not gonna lie, I kind of thought so too. Vanessa would be the one pro at the table to 3-bet the most. Antonio's dominated.
Flop is 8, ace 6, 2 clubs. Selps pairs or aces, but Antonio has flopped a monster draw.
And just like that, Antonio goes from dominated to almost a coin flip. There's no way he can get away from this, and at the moment, he's crushed.
Selps fires out 2300.
Antonio's got a lot of experience with clubs. Right now, he's calculating the cost of bottle service. No, this is a great spot for a raise, though. You're building a pot.
And raise he does to 6200.
And you could have the best hand already, though it is tough to get called by worse. There's almost no chance Vanessa folds. She knows Antonio isn't likely to give her credit for a hand this good.
She makes the call.
Antonio's got solid equity, but he's gonna need some help.
Turn. Jack of hearts. Vanessa's still good.
Now Antonio is the last aggressor, so playing in flow would be for her to check.
She may not be interested in playing in flow. Bets out 8200.
This is a very good bet by Vanessa, actually. She knows she's likely to have the best hand, so she's naming her own value, and she's making Antonio pay to draw. I don't see how Antonio can fold, given that there's still a chance he has the best hand already.
He does call.
Antonio said he's done with the club scene, but I bet he'd really like to see one now.
10 of clubs on the river. Antonio makes his flush.
And boom goes the dynamite. Now, it seemed from her lead out on the last street that Vanessa had a pretty good idea Antonio was semi-bluffing the flop, so she's probably puking her guts out right now.
She checks it.
No question Antonio will bet. It's just a matter of how much he thinks Vanessa will call.
And he thinks she'll call $26,200.
It's a big bet, almost an over bet. Vanessa has to try to figure out if Antonio has the clubs or if he's just trying to rep the clubs. This is a nuts or air situation, and I think the flop raise and turn call by Antonio should be pretty big indications that he was on a draw. Still, I could maybe see her making a frustration call. She bluffed Antonio something awful last night. She knows he's a little salty over it.
Man, plays good, lays it down, and Antonio's going to drag the first pot of the night.
You can tell she wanted to say nice hand.
Nice hand.
Thank you, sir.
Come on, Vanessa, you can do it.
Nice hand.
There it is. Now, don't you feel better?
Antonio will stack his chips as we take a look at the rules of the big game. Each table lasts exactly 150 hands. The action pre-flop is pot limit, then no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 400 with a $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least $100,000 but can rebuy for up to $500K.
And one change from last year, this season the loose cannon doesn't have the option to return and boost his bottom line. Sorry, Jared, just 1 week in the baller suite. Also, quick word to the wise, they definitely checked the mini bar.
Ace-king for Antonio, raises to 1100. Queen-3 for Pilad, out. Cannon, down. Cassavetes and Greenstein quickly fold. Vanessa, 10-7 suited.
Antonio raised, Vanessa's in the big blind. These two have been going at it all week.
She calls.
Vanessa and Antonio sitting in a tree. B-L-U-F-I-N-G.
What's bluffing? 5 ace-jack on the flop.
Vanessa's missed pretty hard.
Vanessa checks, Antonio with top.
He's likely to know he has the best hand.
Bets out 2100.
She doesn't want to let it go.
But that's enough for Vanessa. And Esfandiari's going to win a pot worth 5,100 bucks.
This round goes to Antonio.
Tell me that one after.
I'll trade you that one for the other one.
The one where she bluffed you 49-7 on the river?
59-7.
59-7, yeah.
Now I know why Cassavetes asked for that salt. It was to rub in Antonio's wounds. By the way, Nick's the biggest loser so far. Burn.
Pilad Friedman with King-5 offsuit.
Yeah.
Folds. Ace-Queen for Huggins.
Jared's using the classic 2-chip pile approach. And when I say classic, I mean no one does it.
Ever raises to 1,200. Cassavetes out. Queen-8 suited for Greenstein.
We're able to get there.
Re-raises to 4,000. Selps quickly folds.
Barry's nonchalantly attacking the loose cannon's raise.
Antonio in the big blind with 10-7 suited.
Antonio knows Barry loves messing with the loose cannon, which is probably why he might be thinking about this.
But he lets it go.
Disgustedly.
That hurt. That one hurt.
With just over 50 hands to go and knowing that Barry likes to mess with loose cannons, Jared's best move here is to make a 4-bet, but I just don't think he's got it in him.
Wow.
Oh, but he does, Joe. Raises to 13-2.
Definitely the right play.
Cannon wins.
All it takes.
Nice hand.
Here we go.
Nice little pot for the cannon, but he's still stuck over 20,000 bucks.
King's in the muck.
Good lay down.
Thank you.
He knows where he is.
So the loose cannon pulls off his first 4-bet of the session. You're the man now, dog. Find out if Jared can keep it up and finally beat the big game. Don't go anywhere. The action's just getting started. Welcome back to Las Vegas, home of the big game. Let's check in on our loose cannon, Jared Huggins. Even though Jared's down 21,200, it looks like he may have finally changed gears.
I guess more like he shifted out of park. Through the first 75 hands, Jared had table lows in VPIP, PFR, and pots won, which added up to a 33K loss. But since the halfway point, Jared is putting more chips in play. He's boosted his VPIP by 50% and almost doubled the number of hands he's raising pre-flop. So far it's working. Jared has taken down 4 of the last 20 hands and appears to be loosening up.
What did you eat, man? I'm just kind of getting comfortable.
All right,
Really
all right.
nice the first 60 hands. Some spinach though. Went back to had some spinach. Ready to go.
Well, it only took till Thursday.
Ace-10 for Popeye Huggins.
This is a clear-cut raise.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jared.
Nice introduction from the Hollywood guy.
4 trade for Vanessa, facing a raise from Huggins. Calls.
Now, as they know Jared's getting loose, they're all going to get looser as well.
Swandiari calling with ace-deuce. Friedman calling with queen-9.
Do it.
Jared has the best hand, but he's in rough waters with these three waiting to run him down. It's almost kind of unfair.
Four-way action to the flop. 9-8 deuce rainbow, top pair for Friedman, bottom for Antonio, who checks.
Prahlad was not the pre-flop aggressor,
But he bets 3,000.
he's leading out, trying to scare off some, if not all of this field. Jared's got 2 overs, hasn't been the type to float with nothing.
And he folds. Self's gone.
Tough to fold a pair on the flop, but Prahlad's not likely leading into 4 players with nothing.
Antonio lets it go. And Prahlad Friedman will drag a pot worth 8,400 bucks.
The donk bet takes it down.
Top the pair.
Top pair.
Top pair is good.
Well, earlier this week, we debuted an original rap from Prahlad, who goes by Progress in the rap world. The track is so hot, he's created a remix. Enjoy.
Jared, nobody's story can compare to this kid. One time he even was homeless. Now we got a shot at a whole lot of money. I'm at the same table, but it's tough to not root for the homie. Mary Greenstein, been around a long time. Author, Robin Hood of poker, mad generous. I love his style, minus too many C-bets. Vanessa Selfs, law school and a poker black belt. See her on a feld, out swimming sharks like Phelps. She doesn't need the cards at Adele. Nick Cassavetes, ill director, actor, even writing movies. Ever heard of Blow? Out the dog in a notebook. I got mad respect. Maybe for his next film, he'll give me a look. Antonio Esfandiari plays sickly. He got tricks up his sleeve, literally. Hopefully today I got the magic though. Make his chips vanish quickly. You feel me, yo? Then it's me, aka Progress. The big game show, I always do my best. Round up, come test. Peace to the crew too. We couldn't do it without you.
All right, that was the Progress Friedman with Big Game Rap coming in at number 1 of the Big Game Rap countdown. It's 45 minutes to the top of the hour. Coming up next, it's Scott Huff with the traffic and weather. How's it looking out there, Huff?
Thanks, Joe. Action's on Cassavetes. With 7-5. Folds. Greenstein's out. Vanessa's gone. Antonio with King 9 offsuit and the button.
Pretty odd phrase.
Just calls.
I like that.
I like you.
I like turtles.
10-9 offsuit. Friedman just calls.
Good start at the limping. Limping going.
Limping's one way to price in a loose cannon.
Check.
Huggins checks his 4 tray.
Jared plays so tight, these guys have resorted to limping to get him involved in pots. They also know as the hands wane, he'll have to gamble more with marginal hands.
10-10 jack, 2 clubs, just trips for Friedman.
Pretty much a dream flop for him.
He checks it.
Now he doesn't want to scare off the competition.
Check.
And Huggins checks.
Jared in his 1% equity check. Looks like Antonio's going to semi-bluff the gut shot.
Bets 1,200.
I love it when the pros are trying to rope in the cannon and they end up getting caught in each other's nets. Sorry, Prahlad, that wasn't a fishing reference. No matter what Prahlad does, he's going to look strong.
He raises to 4,000.
Raising might actually look weaker since a lot of folks would just call in that spot.
Just making sure I didn't have a piece of that somehow.
Huggins is out.
Now Antonio knows, Prahlad knows Antonio could have been betting any 2 and how strong a check raise looks in this spot.
And Antonio repops it to 12-5.
Alright, so obviously Prahlad isn't folding, which means his 2 options are call or 4-bet, and it all depends on how narrow Prahlad thinks Antonio's range is. If Prahlad thinks Antonio's range is wide, he'll want to get more money in now, but if it's narrow, like a hand that has a lot of equity against him, he'll just call and play it safer.
Looks like Progress not interested in the safe route. Raises to 25,000.
We're looking at a post-flop 4-bet, not all that common. In this case, a raise definitely looks more fishy than a smooth call. I'm not sure Antonio can really call, though, since he's not even beating Prahlad's ace-high bluffs. This has to be sending a pretty clear message to Antonio. I'd be very surprised to see him continue with this hand.
Doesn't look to be going away.
It's a nice reverse tell from Prahlad. He's probably overjoyed to be seeing Antonio reaching for chips.
Antonio calls with just a gut shot.
2 rounds of betting, and this pot is already at 50K.
To the turn, 7 of clubs.
Neither one of these guys can like that card. No one's got a club.
Prahlad checks.
Could be a good card for Antonio to bluff at. But Antonio will check it to the river. 7 of spades and Pilot is filled up. Well, someone's not afraid of clubs anymore. How big will the value bet be? We know Antonio can't call much. Pilot wants at least 50,000 more out of Antonio. This is almost an overbet, but Pilot's made it pretty clear that he's pot committed. There's not a whole lot of bluffing that can be done, and no more cards to come. Esfandiari lays it down. And Pilot takes down a nice sized pot from his buddy. This round goes to the doctor.
Bluff show, good for the game.
We keep getting worse and worse for you, huh?
Cassavetes gets in one last needle, which we're going to put on wax. Verlad Friedman, Spirit Rock, take us out.
Antonio Esfandiari plays sickly. He got tricks up his sleeve, literally. Hopefully today I got the magic though. Make his chips vanish quickly, you feel me though? Then it's me, aka Progress. The big game show, I always do my best.
Welcome back to the big game. Here's where we are after 100 hands. Verlad Friedman just took 26 dimes from Antonio Esfandiari. He's now just 6,000 off the lead.
Loose cannon is 23,000 from even, and director Nick Cassavetes continues to move in the wrong direction. He's down over 85K. He's stuck in a little steaming, but he's been taking it pretty well.
I'm gonna straddle from this position.
Straddle one time.
I might actually. Next orbit, I might actually.
It's 8 on a straddle.
I might straddle one time.
All right, Huggins might straddle, but Cassavetes has put out a sleeper straddle, which means it'll be live if no one raises before it gets to him.
You start first?
No.
If he folds on it's regular, it's not the Mississippi. I don't like that Mississippi.
Not sure liberal vegan rapper poker player is all that well liked in Mississippi either.
8-5 for Friedman folds. Huggins, King 8.
So now it's
folds.
So it's live 800?
Live 800.
Cassavetes straddles now live. He'll be last to act.
Speaking of acting, Cassavetes plays a total BA in the movie Face Off.
Ace-4 for Greenstein. Raises to 3,000. King 5 for Selfs, lets it go.
Leave it to Barry to attack the dead money.
Queen 7 of diamonds for the Magician.
Antonio picked up on Barry's dead money attack last time, and last time he was out of position as well.
Check out this neat little trick. He 3-bets with Queen 7 to 8,400.
Presto changeo.
Cassavetes now last to act with Ace 9 suited.
Look what I did.
Cassavetes has a decent hand, and it's the best one, but it's the kind you have no idea what to do with on the flop most of the time. In general, calling 3-bets with Ace 9, not a great idea.
And Nick and Greenstein both fold.
4-betting might have been okay, but folding's just fine too.
The Magician not forced to reveal his tricks. Antonio will drag the pot and pick up 4,600 bucks in dead money.
Barry was using his image.
Yep, look at that intimidating hunk of poker player.
Well, Antonio has certainly created an image for himself this week. So far, he's been bowling over the table with outright aggression.
That's right, he leads the group in VPIP, PFR, and 3-bet percentage. His aggression hasn't translated into huge profit, though. Through 101 hands, he's only up 20K.
And now it's time to play the game that's sweeping the nation, Couch Cannon. It's where you at home get to play along by only seeing the loose cannon's cards. Jared Huggins from Cali is our loose cannon. He'll start with Ace-5 of clubs.
All right, with Jared's rep, he should be able to just raise and take it right here. Should be a pretty easy couch cannon hand.
You're right so far. Joey's raised to 1,200 and Cassavetes and Greenstein quickly out. Action on Selfs, who folds.
I mean, look at that rep. Vanessa Selfs just folded her button.
Esfandiari calls out of the small blind. And Friedman in the big blind. Lets it go.
You and me, Jared? You got anything? I got something.
Okay, I sort of believe him.
So it's Couch Cannons versus Street Magicians. 2 players to the flop. 10-6 deuce rainbow.
Check.
Antonio checks.
Even though it's scary since he missed completely, a C-bet is definitely the way to go for Jared. It will win so often, especially with Jared's rep.
C-bets it.
Fire.
2,400.
Well, Antonio's not folding.
And he calls.
Gulp, I was really hoping Jared would win this with his rep. I got nothing now. Help? JK.
Turn 4 of hearts.
Now with Jared's rep, I'm going to assume Antonio does got something.
Antonio checks again.
Jared just picked up outs to a gut shot, and Antonio's checked to him twice. Even though I do think Antonio has something, he should bet again.
Check.
But he checks. 8 of diamonds on the river.
Well, it doesn't improve Jared's hand. I don't like where this is heading.
Antonio fires out 10,200 on the end.
This is an overbet, which means it's a huge hand or it's nothing. We know Antonio's capable of firing the river with total air. Let's see if Jared looks him up.
He doesn't. Lays it down.
I like the lay down. What's Antonio got?
Pocket 8s. He river to set.
I think Jared could have won if he bet the turn.
Nice hand.
Thank you, sir.
What'd I tell you? Bet the turn. His rep's tighter than David Banner's jeans. The Incredible Hulk? No one?
You wouldn't like him when he's angry, so the loose cannon makes the right fold, but ends up $3,600 closer to permanently being the couch cannon. Jared's quest for cash continues when the big game returns. And don't forget, all season long, you can check out exclusive behind-the-scenes footage, bonus hands and stats, and clips our censors have deemed too hot for TV on the website. Action continues with hand 103, and it'll be on Hollywood director Nick Cassavetes with 5 deuce. Folds. Greenstein, ace-5 of diamonds.
Here comes that old bear.
Raises to 1,500. Selfs is out. Sfondiari, king 4 offsuit.
On the button. Seems like he's really got it in for Barry this week.
Yeah, shocker, he re-raises to 4,400. Ace. King suited for Prahlad.
This is typically an automatic 4-bet when out of position.
But he just calls 4,200.
I would read a loose cannon the riot act for that, but for Prahlad, I'll just say he's mixing up his play.
Huggins folds a suited ace. Back on Barry, who calls.
Barry may have folded had Prahlad 4-bet. And I don't want to say he's omniscient or anything, but now he's got 2 guys on the hook, and he's got them both dominated.
3 of the best ever to the flop. 6, 4, 10, 2 spades. Esfandiari with a pair, but Prahlad with a huge draw.
Looks like Prahlad's going to lead out at this.
Fires out 12,000 bucks.
Typically, a donk bet means you want everyone to fold or you want someone to raise.
Greenstein's out of the way, and it's on Esfandiari.
Antonio's got a pair, but even if he thinks his hand is good, he's going to hate just about every turn card.
And he gives up. So Prahlad takes it down with a big bet after the flop, winning a pot worth 26-2, utilizing a play we don't see that often, the donk bet.
That's right, Huff, and Prahlad has made a habit of it this week. So far, he's led into the pre-flop raiser 29% of the time. The only other player employing this strategy is the Magician, who leads the table in donk bets. He's led in the pre-flop raiser 33% of the time. It's not a typical play, but so far these two have been using it to their advantage. The term donk bet is a little misleading because it's not always bad, except for when the loose cannons or Phil Hellmuth do it. Then, yeah, terrible.
Ace-9 suited for the cannon.
Same hand twice in a row, gotta play it the second time.
Bumps it to 1,200. Cassavetes folds, and Greenstein's out. 5 tray for Selfs.
We've got less than 45 hands to go, so get ready for Jared's rep to be worth about as much as a gift certificate to Circuit City.
There you go, Joe. A 3-bet from Selfs to 4,000. Pocket 10s for Prahlad.
This is a spot for a 4-bet generally.
But he just calls.
Early game. He might be trying to price in Jared.
Well, it's back on Huggins. And he folds.
Typically that's a good fold, but with time running out, Jared's eventually going to have to make a stand. Vanessa's attempt at isolating Jared has failed.
6, deuce, 8, rainbow, gut shot for Selfs. Prahlad still best and checks it.
Pretty good flop for 2 10s. I'm sure Prahlad would want Vanessa to continue.
Check the nuts. Be a good play.
Prahlad's been all speeches earlier in the week. Lately he's been giving it a rest, but we definitely need some more for the home stretch.
Selfs bets out 6,500 with her gut shot.
Uh-oh, now you've done it. You made her bet it.
Call. I like these battles.
Friedman just calls.
Vanessa versus Spirit.
Vanessa does not seem amused.
To the turn, 9 of diamonds. Friedman checks again.
The 9's no help to Vanessa, and while it does complete some draws, it's a pretty safe card for 10s. Vanessa's now double gutted, but I don't think betting here will do much good unless she's gonna triple barrel.
Checks to the river. Here it comes. 8 of diamonds. Friedman still best.
May look like a nothing card, but top pair on the flop is now beating Prahlad.
And he checks. Back on Vanessa.
Well, Vanessa's got 5 high. Oh man, Vanessa's so sick.
And she bets 16,600 with the 5 high.
Now, I'm not the guy in the hand right now, but to me this should be a pretty easy call, even though top pair on the flop did end up becoming trips. Maybe Prahlad's hesitating because of the play on the turn. He could think if Vanessa were bluffing, she would have triple barreled and not checked the turn. Still, it's Vanessa Selbst. You have an overpair to the board, and you're getting better than 2 to 1. All comes down to how often Prahlad thinks he's good here. Against Vanessa on the button, I think he's good awfully often.
Should raise huge. I don't think you have any of that.
Just play it cool, Vanessa. He doesn't have anything on you. He's reaching. Don't give him anything.
You bring joy to my
It'd be
life.
hard to call with like kings if I raise bigger.
Not as hard as it would be with Vanessa's hand.
You raised me under the gun razor. I can't help myself.
Not what Vanessa wanted to hear. It looks like Prahlad's counting out a call.
Nice rack focus. Did Cassavetes direct this?
Prahlad folds. Wow, the bluff works.
Overpair. You mucked an overpair?
No.
You're a sicko. I think she would have value bet 2 7s there.
She might have.
She might have value bet 2 7. She also might have been bluffing with 5 high.
It's a big laydown.
That is a monster laydown. That's why you're Spirit, you know?
Spirit got bluffed.
I'd have paid her off with an ace. You know?
I think I speak for Vanessa when I say...
So Vanessa Selbst pulls off yet another river bluff and continues to baffle the boys club and take their money. Coming back to Las Vegas with more big game right after this. Welcome back to Las Vegas and the big game, where we just saw Prahlad Friedman lay down the winning hand in a big pot to Vanessa Selbst. Vanessa had the right read on the river, and she explains her thinking as we take you behind the poker face.
So in this hand, this is what you call a leveling war. I only make this play because I know Prahlad's a very good player. Basically, the loose cannon open, and I had been super tight, especially on my buttons. I was just getting literally no cards at all. So I just decided that I was going to re-raise this no matter what came, and I was going to bet the flop and probably take it down because the loose cannon has either been folding to re-raises or he would call and then check fold a lot of flops. So it's a very profitable spot. So I re-raise. Prahlad flat calls, and I think when he flat calls, he's either got a hand like ace queen or ace king, or a hand like pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket nines, something like this. He could also have a hand like king queen suited if he's really trying to mix it up, but I thought more likely he would muck that hand. And the loose cannon folds. 8-6-2 rainbow comes in the flop, and I have a gut shot, and that's it. He checks to me, and of course his range is very strong here, but I have 2 options. Either give up and pray for a 4, or try to take him off of what's probably a middle strength hand. And I think I'm only trying to do this because I've actually been playing pretty tight and have a pretty tight image. And while I did re-raise the loose cannon, he still raised under the gun, so my range for re-raising him is a little bit stronger than normal. So I make a continuation bet, and he calls. The turn is a 9, and he checks. At this point, I could keep betting, but I think it's pretty hard because if I bet here, first of all, he could very easily have a set, like a set of 9, set of 8, set of 6, something like this. Also, I thought if he has 7s or 10s, there's a chance he might even turn it into a bluff because we're deep stacked to try to take me off a hand like kings or aces or queens. So I didn't want to risk that, especially since I have 5 high. So I thought it was mostly prudent to check. I have a double gut shot. If a 7 comes or a 4 comes, I have a straight. And I thought I could represent something on the river, and the river is a board pairing 8. At this point, he checks again. His hand is pretty much face up as either pocket 10s, pocket 7s, or ace high. He could have a boat, but it's unlikely, especially when the 8 comes to the river, because now there's only one combination of 8s, and that's quads. So I think most likely he's got a hand like 10s. This is where the leveling war comes in. It looks like he has 10s. He knows that I know that, and I know that he knows that. So it really just comes down to, does he think that I think he's gonna fold? And I just thought, you know, if I bet something like 11-5, 12-5, that he would definitely just, you know, make a crying call. But I just thought by making a $16,000 bet, it was, you know, close to the size of the pot, and it really looks like I was pot controlling on the turn, meaning I was checking with a hand like kings or queens to try to get value from the river. So I thought that that's what he would put me on, and he folded, and that was it.
Typically, I like to make jokes out of these, but all I can say is Vanessa Selbst knows a lot about poker. That move was the poker equivalent of bending it like Beckham.
Maybe I should have bet it. That was like a nitty play by me there.
The needle meter was pretty high there.
Yeah.
I heard that about you, that you're a nit.
Sometimes. On that hand.
Trying to out-knit each other today.
Oh, all right. I like that statement.
You know, nit's a word that nits use amongst themselves to empower each other, and for non-nits like Vanessa, Prahlad, and Antonio to joke around about it, that's just really uncool.
In fact, we'll start on the magician with bullets. Not impressed. Penn and Teller can catch them in their teeth.
Let's see how the nitty nit plays these aces.
Raises to 1100. 8 tray for Friedman, folds. Huggins. The cannon, ace 6.
Jared's reaching for chips. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
And that is a 3-bet from Huggins to 3,600.
Yikes.
Snowman for Cassavetes. Calls. And 2 9s for Greenstein.
What is going on here?
And he calls.
Like
Queen deuce for Selbst, that's not a pair.
That was a straight
She'll
hustle
fold.
fight.
What a dream spot for Antonio. Jared's 3-bet is terabad. Ace 6 is not a re-raising hand, and he cold 3-bet an under-the-gun razor.
And it's just become a 4-alarm dumpster fire for Jared Huggins. Esfandiari re-raising to 18,000.
How much is the pot?
Oh, no.
62.
Why is he asking that? He should not be asking that. Jared has one of the worst hands in the entire deck to beat aces. Antonio must be using magic. It's the only explanation.
And Huggins folds.
Nick's now in last place and getting bad odds to call.
I fold.
He's done with it.
Barry, smell you later.
What else is new?
So Barry wisely gets out of the way, and Antonio will pick up almost 12K in dead money with his aces pre-flop.
Antonio. Animal.
Jared, why you tease me like that, huh?
I thought about it. Did you want to go in with that one?
If he re-raises, I don't know what I do.
Yeah, right.
You have like what, 60, 70K?
68.
I'd probably call you.
Staves, can we get a statistic on the number of pots that Antonio has won?
Of course, Vanessa, anything for you. As we take a look at the pot's 1% pie chart, we see Antonio Esfandiari has the biggest slice, taking down a whopping 39%. That's 44 of the 112 hands we've played so far. But winning pots doesn't always equal profit. Vanessa, you are still on top of the profit leaderboard, even though you've won just 12% of the pots.
He should be up a lot more, I think, given
I should be up a lot more.
given the percentage of pots
I
that
donk
he's
it off
won.
to you guys. That's what I do.
First, Vanessa bluffs the chest hair off of him, then she rubs it in his face. My kind of woman.
Antonio hasn't donked it all off yet. He's up 47,500. And the action will start here on the director of Joe's favorite movie, The Notebook.
I've actually never seen it, but you're married, so guaranteed you have.
Nick Cassavetes with Jack 10 of spades.
Easy raise.
Raises to 1100. Greenstein out. Selbst 8-7. Lets it go.
Against you, you never have anything.
It's true. It's really hard to make a hand.
5-4 for Antonio.
Made a hand against you, and then you just bluffed me out of the pot.
Re-raises.
10 of clubs river, bam. Easy bluff card, you know it.
Friedman folds over to the cannon with Queen 3 suited. Folds. Cassavetes calls 1900.
Cassavetes has been taking a bath this week, stuck and very likely steaming.
To the flop. 5-8-10, 2 spades. Cassavetes with top pair and a flush draw. Antonio with just bottom pair.
Things are looking up for Nick.
And he checks.
You know
That's right, keep looking like you're steaming. Antonio with bottom pair would be the best hand fairly often.
Bets 5,100.
Nick might be thinking about a raise.
No raise.
He was. Antonio wondering, just like me, how much is it going to be, Nick?
Raises to 21,100.
It's a pretty big check raise. Could be meant to look like he doesn't want to get called, and it's probably in line with something someone who's steaming might do. Nick trying not to give off any tells, maybe giving off a huge tell. Angle shoot.
16,000, huh, Cassavetti?
That was pretty dirty.
I really think I have the best hand.
You don't.
But I want to be invited to your game.
Antonio folds.
You can wait outside with Corey Feldman.
I give it up.
Not easy.
Nick Cassavetes takes down a pot of over 33,000, while Antonio's piece of the pie gets a little smaller. Jared Huggins' piece still looks delicious to the pros. We're coming back with more poker action right after this. Welcome back to the big game. Scott Huff alongside Joe Stapleton. As we continue the action with hand number 116, poker legend Barry Greenstein looks down at King 10. Raises to 1,500. Queen 10 for Selbst.
She's dominated.
And senses it. She folds.
What a bizarre fold for Vanessa. Nice job.
Sfandiari calls. 6 trays suited for Prahlad.
Prahlad's on the button. Checking out Barry's stack.
And folding. Loose cannon. 8-7. Lets it go. And Cassavetes will not play.
Antonio's drawing live, but we know at least one queen's been folded.
Me and the doctor? Do I get a book if I bust you, Barry?
You already did.
Oh, yeah.
4-5 king rainbow. Barry with top pair and quickly fires out 2,200.
It's a C-bet.
One thing about Barry, he's so popular. The only time I ever got a book, someone stole it right at break, just like that. Just took it off the table.
It's just a hot item.
Wonder if Barry's book said Antonio should float with queen high.
Turn jack of clubs is Sfandiari with a pair now, and Barry checks again.
Huff, is that why the copy of the book you gave me said to Vanessa?
River, king of hearts, trips for Barry.
Great card for Barry, both for the obvious reason and how it didn't change the board much for Antonio.
Bets out 7,000.
Man. You really check a king on the turn, huh?
He sure did. That's why he's a poker legend.
Barry, I hate to pay you off. If you check the king on the turn, I guess you deserve it, but what can I do?
Antonio makes good. Calls 7,000, and Barry shows him the bad news.
Felt like
Yay.
What a pot. Nice
Huge,
shot.
huge pass.
There you go.
Barry's so excited to win a pot, he can't even form a sentence.
Why do I call when I know I'm beat?
So with that pot, Barry adds almost 12,000 to his stack, but he's still down over 52 dimes.
Oh, you want to do one round of straddles, Jared? No pressure, but it's good for you.
Yeah, let's do a round of straddles.
All right, let's go. Start it. One round of straddles.
Round of straddles.
Round of straddles, everyone's doing it?
Everybody's doing it.
I'm just lighting money on fire, but whatever.
Come on, it's good for the game.
Self starts in the straddle for 800, so action's on Antonio with pocket sixes. Just calls.
Every time Antonio loses a pot, a round of straddles gets suggested, doesn't it?
Friedman folds.
It's like there's a correlation.
Action on the cannon with just 34 hands left to play. King 10 offsuit.
Like to see Jared raise it up here.
He does have the button. And he raises to 2,500.
I like it.
Cassavetes mucks. Greenstein out. And Selbst in the straddle.
Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen.
Folds.
That's lame. You got to defend that straddle with 6 tray.
Sfandiari's made the call, and it's Huggins and Sfandiari to the flop.
These two are a coin flip if we see all 5 cards.
Deuce, king 7, 2 clubs, cannon, pair of kings.
And he's in position, so that should help. Antonio is supposed to check to the razor.
Would rather try to intimidate the cannon, bets 3,300.
He donks it again, just trying to take it down without a fight. Don't think it'll be so easy this time.
Huggins makes the call.
Got everybody rooting for you, Antonio.
I can see that.
And we're on your side, buddy.
Jared, does anybody have a sign that says Jared, Jared?
We're on your side, buddy.
Get some cheerleaders out here or something?
Between Jared's call and the needling, Antonio may just shut it down from here.
Turn deuce of hearts.
Got all those millions of people at home.
Go,
rooting
Jared.
for him.
He's our man.
Who are you rooting for, Amanda?
Jared.
Okay.
Wow, just that quickly.
Check.
Checks around.
Marcus, who are you rooting for?
Next card, please.
Just rooting for the next card to come out.
Wow, Antonio's all business.
River, 7 of diamonds. Sfondiari checks.
This spot's a little thin, but you're going to have the best hand so often that betting is still the optimal play.
Check.
Buddy checks. And the cannon shows the best hand.
And Antonio wants the dealer to deal the next card, please.
Popped it up with the king 10.
So calm.
For sure. I know.
Nice answer.
Nice hand.
So the loose cannon may have missed a bet on the river, but still ends the night by scooping a pot of over 13,000. He finishes the session down 26,600 and will have just 33 hands left to try and turn a profit.
But speaking of profit, Vanessa Selps continues her reign atop the leaderboard. She finishes the night up over $80,000.
4 shows down, 1 to go. Our loose cannon, Jared Huggins, still has a lot of work left to do to turn a profit. Plus, 5 ultra-aggressive players continue their fight for nearly $1 million in cash. Join us tomorrow night to find out how it all shakes down. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now, and remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. Good night, everybody.
The way things are looking, we could be gearing up for a very bluffy finale. Or will we? Am I bluffing? And tomorrow night on the big game, after waiting all week for a hand, the loose cannon finally gets his wish.
All in.
That's my man. That's my man, Jared.
Good luck. Good luck to you, sir. Seriously, good luck.
Will he double up or get sent packing? And Vanessa Selps attempts one of the riskiest bluffs in big game history.
4,000. 16. Race. 35. 1016.
Will her streak of successful bluffs continue, or will she finally get caught? That's tomorrow night on the big game. The following program is sponsored by PokerStars.com. This week on the big game, aggressive pro Vanessa Selps has carefully crafted a tight table image.
These sickos behind me, how can I?
The needle meter was pretty high there.
Yeah.
I'm just lighting money on fire, but whatever.
And used it to pull off a number of high-stakes bluffs.
59.7.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
And with the clock ticking down, the loose cannon shook off his nerves and began to fight for his dream.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jared.
What did you eat, man?
Went back to tap the spinach. Ready to go.
Now, the sharks are starting to circle as Jared has just one more night to book a profit.
Jared, oh Jared, I'm coming for you, brother.
Will Jared be able to fend off the pros and claim a last-minute win?
Play money. This is fake money.
It is until you get above 100.
Then it becomes really.
Find out tonight on the big game.
Let the games begin.
This is PokerStars.com big game.
Welcome back to the big game from Las Vegas, Nevada. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Scott Huff, and tonight, one lucky internet qualifier has his last chance to turn a profit against some of poker's best. The stakes are huge with almost $1 million on the table.
Spirit Rock, he's been running hot, firing barrels, taking shots, because it's Prof Friedman, a rapper who is vegan, up over 60K, making hands, giving speeches.
Antonio Esfandiari is the table magician and captain. He's been driving the action all week, and it's been working. He's up 22K.
There's your boy Barry Greenstein. He lost nearly half his stack early on and has yet to recover. I think he's waiting for the bubble, stuck over 50 dimes.
Nick Cassavetes just pulled out of directing the John Gotti biopic, but most of his bankroll is sleeping with the fishes. He's down 91,000.
And Jared Huggins is this week's week's loose cannon, the 29-year-old from Manhattan Beach recently overcame being homeless with the help of the poker community. Now Jared says he wants to help others by donating part of any winnings. Currently he's down 26K with just 33 hands left to turn a profit.
And rounding out the table is tournament pro Vanessa Selbst. She pulled off a couple big bluffs to lead the table in profit, and now she's with Amanda Leatherman.
All right, Vanessa, it seems like you, Antonio, and Prahlad just can't stay out of each other's way. What is going on?
Yeah, well, you know, Antonio is just like playing every hand and just trying to win every pot. So when I get a hand, I'm not going to shy away. You know, I've been a little bit card dead, so I haven't played as many hands as I might otherwise have. But yeah, you know, I'm not afraid of him. You know, bring it on.
Right? Well, the loose cannon has one more show left. What does he need to do?
Well, I mean, it's clear he just needs to gamble it up now. You know, raise, raise, raise. If he can't find himself in some bigger pots, there's no way he's going to win a lot of money. So he's got to make these pots big and then try his best to take them down.
All right, good luck, Vanessa. Thanks.
Here are the rules for the loose cannon. Each cannon is staked $100,000. He keeps all profits above the initial $100K. And at season's end, the loose cannon who's won the most money earns a North American Poker Tour passport worth $50,000.
And Jared will be chasing the $155K profit of Gonzalez cannon for that NAPT passport. I know it sounds crazy, but Jared's only 2 double ups away from beating that.
Yo, we're still on the straddles, right?
Yeah. Shiv it. That's the way to start things off.
Action on Prahlad.
I've had another energy shot. I am ready to go.
That stuff's good for you, know, it's organic.
It's very good for you.
By the way, Antonio, thanks for the energy shot. I owe you one, buddy. All right, what's going on here?
Pocket fours for Jared Huggins.
Jared, it's time to turn it on, buddy. Let's get it in there. Dun 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 dun. Jared, take it easy. It's my straddle. I don't fold.
There you go. There you go.
Raises to 2,400.
I like it.
The games begin.
Teach him a lesson, Cass.
I can't do it.
1 down, 2 down. No.
Folds to Selbst with 10-8 suited.
She's in.
Calls. Sfondiari, ace-5.
Antonio might be thinking about a re-raise because of Vanessa, but he's also got to consider what hands Jared would be raising in the first place.
Antonio folds.
That hurt.
A lot of the hands Jared would be raising would have ace-5 in bad shape.
Heads up to the flop. 3 king-6, 2 hearts. Selbst checks.
Jared c-bets, he can maybe win this right here.
Huggins will bet 4,000.
Jared's built a super tight rep all week, but now we're starting to get to a time where rep doesn't matter anymore, and these pros know he's going to have to be forcing the action with worse and worse hands.
Looks like Vanessa's thinking about it.
A raise here would be super dirty.
Nope, folds.
Nice answer. See how easy it is? You raise, you bet, they fold.
With less than 30 hands to go, not for much longer.
So Jared gets the night started with a nice hand, adding $4,000 to his stack. As we take a look at the rules of the big game, each table lasts exactly 150 hands. The action pre-flop is pot limit, then no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 4 with a $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least 100,000, but can rebuy for up to 500K.
And one change from last year, this season a winning loose cannon does not have the option to return.
It's like a good-looking Mr. Clean, you know?
I'll take that. I like that guy. I don't know.
You're a good-looking kid, Jared. You know?
Thank you very much.
All right, Magician. Apparently a backhanded compliment also counts as legerdemain.
Action on Prahlad with 6-8 off. Lets it go. On the cannon, ace deuce.
This is gut check time. Personally, I hate this hand, but Jared needs to start making things happen.
Raises to 1,200. Cassavetes out. Greenstein out. Over to Vanessa. Ace-6 suited.
Vanessa has him dominated. If she plays from the small blind, I would expect to see a 3-bet.
There it is. 3 bets out of the small blind for 4,000. Sfondiari kicks it in, and it's back on Huggins.
Now's the time.
That's just not even fair. This is a fold or a 4-bet situation. If you think you have the best hand, 4-bet. If you don't fold,
how about a call?
And say you can't win a big pot if you don't play a big pot.
Jared, we're all rooting for you.
Heads up again to the flop. 7 deuce 6 2 diamonds. Selbst with the nut flush draw and middle pair. Huggins with bottom.
Both pair their kickers. Vanessa's flopped huge. See you at the river.
Fires out 6,000.
All I have to say is that this would be a terrible time for Jared to realize that pairing your kicker in a 3-bet pot is usually a pretty good thing.
He lays it down.
Monster flop.
And Vanessa's going to take down the pot.
It was going in that time.
That was definitely suited queens and diamonds.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend. You can tell by the nose stud.
Well, Vanessa Selps has pocketed more than $4.2 million playing tournament poker, but recently took a break to pursue her other passion.
I'm Vanessa Selps, and I'm on the big game. I left poker because it was becoming too consuming, and I just think that there are so many facets of my life that I value and that are important to me. And so I took 2 years off from poker almost completely to go to law school to become a civil rights attorney. I started at Yale Law School in 2008, completed 2 years. First of all, within law, there's a lot of work that needs to be done right now, a lot of important issues. You know, I've definitely done work in LGBT rights. It's a hot issue nowadays. Sorry, that's lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered for those that don't know. You know, the marriage debate, but also just, you know, health benefits, and it's just a whole host of other issues that are really coming to the forefront right now that need fighting for. It's just really important to me to, you know, fight for the things that you think are, you know, the injustices in the world. I'm hoping that, you know, I can spend some time working on those issues in some capacity. It's been really a struggle in the last year to really balance and spend a lot of time working on my game, but also spend a lot of time working on law school and going to classes and doing my reading. But it's a struggle right now, but I think, you know, if you put your mind to it and it's important, then you can do it. You know, I think it just takes commitment, but since I really love both things that I'm doing, it's honestly not that hard.
If Vanessa ends up being half as good a lawyer as she is a poker player, she's going to have to change her name to Matlock.
Matlock? I prefer Ally McBeal, personally.
Whatever.
Action will start on Jared Huggins, our loose cannon, and he is running out of time. Looks down at King 4 offsuit.
He's thinking about it. 25 hands to go. Time to ratchet things up.
By calling. And the action will fold around to Vanessa. With King 3, she pitches it. 4-7 for Antonio. And the small blind completes. 3-8 for Prahlad. And checks it.
I hate to say it, but if you look at the other holdings, Jared could have probably won this with a pre-flop raise, if not played a bigger pot with these guys in bad shape.
Flop 8, Queen, King, 2 hearts. Huggins with top pair, Friedman with bottom. Svandiari checks, as does Friedman.
It's time to start betting for value now. Maybe Jared will get some action since it's getting late. Prahlad flopped a piece.
Jared bets 1,200. Svandiari folds. Back on Prahlad.
I guess maybe the limp bet is a little more credible that he's got something than raise betting. He probably wouldn't bet with nothing, and nothing is pretty much all Prahlad's beating at the moment.
And Friedman folds.
Nice hand, sir.
So Jared will take down a small one, doesn't get any action with his top pair, but still adds another $1,400 to his stack. He's got just 24 hands left to leave with a profit, and the pros are giving him an awful lot of credit. Does Jared have what it takes to score a last-minute win? Find out when we get back. The action's just getting started on the big game. Welcome back to the big game from Las Vegas, Nevada, as we check in on the loose cannon, Jared Huggins. He's got just 24 hands left to get above 100,000 in order to leave with a profit. Right now, he's down 26K.
Time to kick it up a notch.
Some big pots in your future?
Yeah, I'll let you know, yeah.
Gotta start soon. What do we have, like 24 more hands
I'm
left?
playing a
24
lot of
more hands?
About 20-something.
I'm in a lot of these hands, and
No, I know, you gotta get, yeah.
I'm not sure, you know.
Yeah, no, for sure. You're doing fine. I'm just...
I think you should just book a small loss because it'll look good.
Well, give me a chance to get in the pot, and
You got 24 chances.
well, here we go. Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Action on director Nick Cassavetes with Cowboys Spaghetti Western.
Check out Nick Cassavetes this summer as a tattoo artist in The Hangover 2.
Greenstein insta-folds, Selps calls the suited connectors.
Tell me when to go.
Just go when the flop would be good for your cards. Go when the flop would match your cards. That's my advice.
Awesome advice.
Doing okay?
Yeah, that hurt.
It's a little warm.
Folds around to the cannon with pocket queens. Oh no.
Nice knowing you, Jared. Fortunately for Jared, he's going to want to make this pot as big as possible. Nick Cassavetes is going to say, you'll never work in this town again.
Pot?
That's my man. That's my man, Jared.
Jared pots it to 5,600.
An unfortunate cold deck for the loose cannon, because I don't see why the potting would stop now.
I bet the pot.
There it is, repot.
Goodbye, Vanessa.
So winning
Yum,
hand.
yum.
Hold on, how much?
18-8.
Selps folds. This could be the end for the loose cannon, even though Nick's probably the one other guy at the table to whom you can give credit for a monster when he 4-bets. But at this stage, with his stack and only 23 hands to go, Jared could never, ever, 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 ever fold this. It's just a cold deck.
Pot.
58-4.
Jared's re-raised to 58,400, and Nick is quickly all in.
We're all in.
All in.
And here comes Jared.
All in.
Jared has called all in, and he is in terrible shape.
You got 2 aces, sir? I have 2 kings. I don't care. I want to run it with you if you have a hand that's a severe dog.
What do you think? Can I think about this for a couple minutes?
Sure. Look, I'm not gonna. I got 2 kings.
Okay.
Just brutal.
Watch
You should run it
36.
3 times. You get a third of the pot back if you want. Ask them. Think about it. Do whatever you want.
But you're saying if I want to run it more than once, I can?
Yeah, totally. I'll let you do whatever you want to do as long as it's not 2 times. I never run
it's not
twice.
2, right?
I never run twice. I've run it 4 times, 6 times. I don't care.
That's understandable.
Antonio, tell him how many times you should run it. I don't mind.
I think I know the answer. I mean, I'm thinking once, because, I mean,
That's right.
if I win 1 out of 3, there's
You
20
should definitely
hands.
not run it 3 times.
It's either once or twice.
Either once or twice. One time try and get the
Do you
whole
care?
thing.
Twice is an option if you think that if you get
You
half
don't want
the
to do
pot.
twice.
I'll run it twice with you. I don't care. Whatever you want.
Twice, you're gonna have to ship it again in the next 20-something hands. You have enough hands to ship it again. So, personally, I might do it twice.
Run it twice, please.
2 times. Let's go.
2 times is good. All right, let's go. Good luck. Good luck to you, sir. Seriously, good luck.
Everyone's rooting for a queen out there at home.
We're rooting for a queen.
There's millions of people right now saying queen.
As long as it's not queen and queen, I'm okay with it.
That would be pretty silty.
Yeah, sometimes
Queenie?
it happens. Hey, don't you dare call it. Take it back.
I take it back.
Come on, queen, 1 time.
You're a gentleman. Either way it works out. Congratulations.
Nick Cassavetes, you don't expect a guy with finger tats to be such a sweetie.
So they're going to run it twice, with each winner getting half the pot.
It's one of my first good hands I've had all day.
Me too. And I have to pick it up against you.
Jared's been playing super passively all week, waited to get it in with a monster and did it, and now he's just been severely cold decked.
So here comes flop number 1.
What are you gonna do? Queen.
8, King 10, Cassavetes with a set.
No, now put a queen now. Put a queen now.
Forget the sweetheart
Put a queen
thing.
now. Put a queen now.
Jared's gonna need runner if he wants to win this half the pot.
Turn 1, 8 of diamonds, and that'll do it.
Nice hand.
Always good to win the first one. Come on, spike a queen.
At least now you have a shot you wouldn't have had.
Jared's got 1 more shot, and there's only 1 king left in the deck, which is helpful should Jared actually hit his queen.
Spike a queen for this gentleman.
Easier to root for a queen now that he's got half the pot locked up.
Jared's down to his last shot.
Nobody folded a queen?
No.
I did not fold a queen.
Maybe they're gonna fold a queen. Guys are not gonna fold a queen.
2 queens left in the deck. Jared would really like to see one of them.
Flop number 2. 4-3-7, no help to Jared.
Not a very good flop for Jared. No backdoor wins. He'll need a queen or runner chop.
Come on, big boy. You're in there still.
Turn 5 of diamonds.
How about a 6? 6 chops it.
6, give him a little bit back.
You had a 6 too?
I had a 6.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so we got 3 6s.
Put a little 6 up there.
3 6s, 2 queens.
A queen will win it for Jared. A 6 will chop this half the pot.
No matter what happens, obviously nothing you can do with that hand.
Yeah, totally. You're gonna go broke with that hand. I mean, are you kidding? It's the last round.
The hand played itself is pretty unlucky.
Good luck. Spike a queen.
Here comes Jared's last chance.
Can't even look.
Boom. 4 of diamonds, and Jared Huggins is busted.
Oh, good hand.
Good hand. I'm sorry. I really am. I am. You played really well today.
Thank you.
Nice playing with you, sir.
Yeah, you too. Great to meet you guys.
I'm just playing with you.
Pleasure.
You too.
Hey, man. Yeah, pleasure playing with you.
Nick Cassavetes put the GG in Huggins.
I'll be around.
All right.
The loose cannon Jared Huggins waited all week for a hand to put his money in, and unfortunately for him, it couldn't have come at a worse time. Welcome back to the big game. We just saw the loose cannon get knocked out when he ran his pocket queens into the kings of Nick Cassavetes, and now Jared is standing by with Amanda.
Okay, Jared, any regrets?
None. No regrets. I feel like everything happens for a reason, and it's been a huge blessing for me to be on the show. I feel like I played well, I had practiced and gave everything I had to getting ready for the show. At the end of the day, it's a really good experience, and I feel really, very grateful to have the chance to be on the show.
Well, everyone had really good things to say about you. All the players loved you. Thank you for being our loose cannon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So the loose cannon's journey comes to an end on hand 127. Nick Cassavetes adds 76,000 to his stack.
He went to Jared.
He's now just 15,700 below even. And taking Jared's place at the table is big game regular Phil Locke.
Not only is he a regular, but Phil Locke crushes the big game. He has a career big game profit of over $375,000, and he's carved out just under half of that for his buy-in tonight. Nice round number, Phil. Thanks for always swimming with the rest of the salmon.
How do you feel about the button? Do you want to buy it or do you want to wait 2 hands?
If I wait 2 hands, how much do I put in?
Nothing.
Nothing? You starting, the button would be here and I just get him for free?
Yeah.
But I miss 3 hands, I'll miss 3 hands.
2.
2, it's even better, okay.
Why don't you just straddle from them?
I hate putting money in the pot. Nick Cassavetes, welcome to, this is why I don't get invited to your home game.
The guy's up 375 large on the show. He's been sitting in the green room all week. There's 22 hands left, and he's going to sit out for 2 of them so he doesn't have to post.
Hey, are we playing poker?
Yes, we are. Action's on Greenstein. Queen deuce.
Is the fish in? No, he's not in yet, no?
Folds. Selfs with suited connectors. Raises to 1,300 as Fondiari quickly out. On Prahlad.
You know, I'm just not going to dance with you the last round, Vanessa. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get stuck.
Friedman calls.
Is it to me? Hold on. I can't put my cards in with all these chips. Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
All right, I call.
Cassavetes calls with 2 sevens.
Get him, Cass.
Let's do it.
Phil, it's always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
8-6-3 rainbow. Cassavetes checks.
He's never admitted that we're friends. He calls me a trusted...
Close and trusted business
associate. Yeah. But I call him my friend because I love him.
Can see why Phil keeps his distance.
Selfs bets 2,200 with top pair.
Yeah, because you use the term loosely.
Correct. I wasn't going to go there, but now that you open the doors, it feels right.
I mean,
He cares for me. Love, I don't know. I've seen moments of caring. That's true.
Friedman calls. Cassavetes folds.
Pretty tight fold from Nick, but he's right.
I make him money. You know, he has to keep me alive.
That's true. You do make me money.
Turn, Queen of Hearts.
Vanessa still has the best hand.
Checks it. And Friedman checks. We'll see a river. 6 of clubs, trips for Prahlad.
Vanessa's likely to think her hand is good, but it's tough to get value in this spot from a worse hand.
And she checks it.
Prahlad, on the other hand, probably loves his hand like Antonio loves Phil Locke.
Looking for some value. Makes it 7,000.
Vanessa does have showdown value, just the loser in this case.
She calls. And Friedman shows her trips.
Ooh, rivered.
No worries.
Friedman's gonna win a pot worth over 22,000 bucks.
You see how Spirit Rock did that, Phil?
He's the best in the business. I look like an overbid on the river, but I couldn't even track it.
I don't think so. I don't think I overbet the river. He thought I overbet the river. I underbet it.
So Prahlad connects on the river and shows Vanessa the best hand, and that's something he's been doing all week, Joe.
That is right, Huff. When Prahlad has been in a hand that's made it to showdown, he's turned over the winner 83% of the time. That mark has helped him vault to the top of the profit leaderboard, just overtaking Vanessa Selfs, who's led all week despite showing the best hand only 33% of the time. She's been relatively card dead and has definitely made the most of it.
I know I'm supposed to be impartial, Joe, but I think Vanessa Selfs is my new favorite poker player.
She's fantastic.
Action will start on her.
Had a good hand.
Jack 7 of diamonds.
Vanessa maybe steaming a bit after that last hand. Looks like she's getting right back on the horse.
Raises to 1,300 as Fondiari quickly out. Spirit rockets for Prahlad Friedman.
By the way, when I start calling Prahlad parlay in front of you guys, it's because I've been doing it for 5 years. He parlayed 50 bucks into 50,000 one weekend.
And then that 50,000 is now what?
I don't know, 40 million or something.
7.2 million or something?
But I was like,
what's it like to have 7.2 million?
I would not know.
Gotta be more than 7.2.
Right, it's more than 7.2.
Prahlad's very likely to be adding to that 7.2 now. Vanessa's starting to look a little defiant.
2 of the greatest poker minds.
I know, I like watching this stuff and not being in the
Spirit and Vanessa battles.
Antonio may be driving the action a bit with his mouth. Vanessa knows her own reputation, so she knows Prahlad could be 3-betting her light, thinking she's raising light, which she is. And if that's the case, she could get into some real trouble here.
4-bet to 13,200 with the jack high.
So typically a Vanessa Selbst 4-bet is going to start to get some credibility, which means if Prahlad thinks she's got some kind of hand, he'll easily put in a 5th bet. Another thing to consider, if Prahlad wants to continue to have Vanessa think he's bluffing, he's more likely to raise again than he is to just call.
It is 5 bets to 35,000.
35.
All right, well, this looks like a pretty easy fold for Vanessa.
But she hasn't dumped her cards yet. Joe, what in the world could she be thinking about here?
Well, she might be a little steamy from that last hand still, and is probably leveling herself with thoughts that Prahlad is just messing with her.
Now it looks like she wants to see how many chips Prahlad has left.
If she levels herself into thinking Prahlad is messing with her, this is going to be a disaster. She should be folding any second now.
What?
She puts in 6 bets with jack high.
Oh boy.
1062.
$106,200 is now the bet.
This is an absolute punt. Let's count the hang time.
I'm all in.
Prahlad is all in.
It is a mistake. I call.
Vanessa calls.
Okay.
Aces for
No,
Prahlad.
no, no.
He's got aces.
Yeah, I know, I know.
I'll bet you
How
he's
many do you
got
want to
aces.
run it?
He has aces.
It's like 100%.
Of course. She has ace, king, or kings.
Nope, I have nothing. Twice?
Whatever you want.
Let's do 3 times.
Sure.
Nice hand.
She has live cards.
Oh boy.
How much do you have?
He's got you covered, I think.
60, 170.
So they're going to run it 3 times.
Almost booked a win. Couldn't do it.
How many times do you guys say you're running?
3.
3 times.
Nice hand. I'm gonna leave if I don't.
I think I speak for Vanessa when I say, Even worse, some of Vanessa's outs have been folded, so she's a bigger dog than she thinks.
First of 3 runs coming up. Winner will get a third of the pot. King 4-5.
That's not good.
She'll need runner, runner.
6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds.
Don't waste it.
6 of diamonds would that be the best card?
6 of diamonds would give her straight and flush draws.
God.
To the turn. 9 of hearts.
All right. Put a deuce of clubs. Oh, ace of clubs is good.
I think Prahlad knows the time for speeches is over.
River 10 of hearts, and Prahlad has locked up a third of the pot worth over 113K.
I'm such a... Why do I do this to myself? Every time. Not every time. I usually don't do this to myself anymore. What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing. I'm just,
Pretty sure he was laughing.
Here comes the second of 3 runs. 8 king 5 2 diamonds flush draw for Vanessa.
There's already a diamond over there.
There it is. That's the spirit. Show the other diamonds.
Yeah, 6 of diamonds would definitely be more useful here than it was in the last one.
Vanessa only needs 1 more diamond.
Turn 5 of hearts.
Wow. Prahlad is strong. How did he dodge it there?
Missing the flush draw would be devastating. She's not likely to flop this good again.
To the river. No diamond, 3 of clubs.
What a brick.
Break ball.
Super brick.
Bricktastic.
So Prahlad is 2/3 of the way to scooping the biggest pot ever won on the big game.
What an absolute gift from Vanessa.
No jacks and 7s.
Run number 3. 4 6 king 3 more bricks. This is getting hard to watch.
Not even a sweat.
Vanessa's dead to 2 pair trips or a straight, all of them runner, runner, or else Prahlad's gonna need a wheelbarrow to bring all his money home.
To the turn. Deuce of spades.
Nice hand.
And Prahlad's gonna win a pot worth over $340,000.
Wow, Prahlad did it. That's sick.
All right, I'm out of here.
Nice playing with you, Vanessa.
Nice playing with you.
Good playing with you, Vanessa.
Why not win one of them?
Vanessa's gonna hit the rail, and with that, Prahlad Freeman has the biggest scoop in the history of the big game.
Enjoy.
Good playing with you, Vanessa.
Why I do this? You understand? You have any idea why I did this?
Honestly, I don't know why you did that. I mean,
I mean, you can guess why I did.
I understand, but there's like he's up, he's playing solid. Like I just didn't think he's ever doing that right
Really
there.
to 35. 35 isn't easy because then I have to put in my entire stack. It's an easy 5-bet form with air.
I just didn't think that was a spot he's getting out of line.
Really? I thought he was.
I mean, I'm capable of that play.
I understand. In that
I
spot,
thought
I
it was more
didn't
than
think
just
you
capable,
were.
but I probably overestimated. I just thought like it's just the perfect spot because I literally have to put in my whole stack.
No, yeah, it looks strong. 35 is like the perfect amount if I'm bluffing.
Good luck, guys.
Vanessa.
Later, Vanessa.
I really love the way you
That's
play.
fine.
Anything you
Thanks.
ever need in life, don't hesitate to get in touch with me.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, take it
Thank
easy.
you.
I mean, that's a good point of view.
Yep.
No words to describe.
Oh.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, where we've just witnessed one of the most amazing hands in big game history. Prahlad Friedman just scooped a pot of over $340,000 after Vanessa Selbst ran a bluff with Jack-7 into his pocket aces. Miscue cost Vanessa her stack, and now she's standing by with Amanda.
Vanessa, dramatic ending to your day. I was feeling your pain over here.
That's all right.
What are you feeling?
It's all right. I mean, you know, honestly, I used to do that a lot more, sort of punt off stacks, but I really just felt like it was the perfect size for, like, he hadn't been 3-betting me, so I thought, you know, he was decently likely it was the button, so it's very likely that he's going to 3-bet me light. And then when he makes it 35K, it's just the perfect size because I have to put my entire stack in. So, you know, I've had these reads and had my instinct, and this one was like, my instinct was totally off, obviously, but
it's poker, right?
It's poker, it happens. Can't believe I didn't win one. How did I not win one of the runs? That's
What, 3 times, right?
Just give me one or something.
Gosh, the loose cannons sometimes win that. Why can't you, right?
I know, I am loose cannon, basically. I know, if I I'd still have like 120K if I win one of the runs.
Well, thanks for coming on. You're a great sport.
Yeah,
Thanks.
sure. Thanks for having me.
Well, Vanessa Selbst has been on top of the profit leaderboard all week, a spot now solidly occupied by Prahlad Friedman. He adds Vanessa's $170K to his table, leading $250,000 in profit.
And taking Vanessa's seat is 25-year-old Randy Liu. The Mountain View native goes by the handle Nanonoko online and has a distinction of being the fastest player in the world, playing up to 24 tables at a time. Randy starts with 100K, and even though he doesn't look like it, Randy is a baller.
Randy, I think this session I'm gonna have a graph like yours.
Yeah, you doing good?
It's a good session.
That's good. It's good always good to hear.
That's what all poker players aspire, is to be like you. Seriously, man. You're awesome, bro.
That's good to hear. Well, you're pretty awesome in different ways.
Looks like their graphs are identical on the Who's More Awesome chart.
Action will start on Nick Cassavetes. King 10.
It's actually now
Folds.
7.2 and a couple hundred more.
Yeah, 7.5 million, yeah.
Barry's out over to Randy. Ace deuce.
It's enough to pay the mortgage and...
Mortgage? You don't have a mortgage, kid. You have an extra bedroom where you ship money into from the like tunnels you built from the bank.
Oh, how I want to live in Phil Locke's world.
Esfandiari calls the raise from Lou, and it's on Friedman.
Right away, just the graph machine. The graph is going up already. If you win this pot, his graph will be like this. It'll already be going up. That's right.
And Locke defends with 7-6 offsuit.
I play these pots with the geniuses only to see if I can flop the nuts. Otherwise, I just see what the geniuses do. You know?
Flop 6-6 ace.
I check.
Locke checks his trips.
Keep up the crazy routine, Phil. Don't let him read your face.
22.
He knows. He knows what to bet at all times, what flops.
Lou bets 2,200. Esfandiari calls.
Antonio with a very loose float. He must really like Phil Locke.
I'm playing, boys.
Phil calls.
All the email alerts are sent out. They're like, headquarters, what does he have? He's in the hand. You know?
Turns an 8.
Check.
Checks to Antonio.
Antonio's open-ended now, but remember, Phil Locke was the guy who sat out 2 hands so he wouldn't have to post. Now he's overcalling the flop out of position.
We'll see a river. 8 of hearts, full boat for Locke.
I'm gonna bet.
Okay. And
12,000.
Bets 12,000 bucks.
Phil Locke overbet alert. Jettison all hands.
Lou folds.
Even though Antonio is playing the board, there's a chance Phil Locke could do this with nothing and try to bluff him off a chop. Antonio folds.
Correct. When the squeezer bets 12 dimes, you gotta
Show
let
a
it
bluff.
go. You gotta let it go.
If that wasn't a bluff, that was the worst bet ever.
I don't know, he can't show one. Both sixes.
I have quad
If you're not
sixes.
bluffing there, that was the worst bet I've ever
For
seen.
sure he's got a 6 in his hand.
Right, Barry? Doesn't that look like the worst bet in the world?
I thought Antonio could have king 8 of diamonds.
You have to be bluffing there.
Yeah, and then guess what? Get paid right away.
And you played millions of hands. How many hands?
Parlay. Check this out.
Played at least like 4 million. 12.
Lou raises to 1,200 with Jack 7 as Fondiari out.
Where is this?
Pocket 5s, presto for Prahlad.
It was like sick. They were talking about what they could be doing
Calls.
and all, like just random stream of consciousness. I was like, oh my god.
Lock folds.
Barreling the whole way.
Cassavetes folds over to Greenstein, who calls with king 8 suited.
Well, he already knows what to do.
So
And it's like,
3 players to the flop. 4, 4, 3, 2 spades. Barry checks.
25.
And Lou chucks in 2,500.
he doesn't even think. It's just boom.
I did think. You just go very
No.
fast. Very fast.
But you got 19 other games blinking at you. You gotta.
One thing you should know about Randy Lou, he never stops betting. Pralad's hit a pretty good flop for 2 5s and calls. Barry's out. So we'll go heads up to the turn. Lou's doing that weird fake yawn tell again. 4 of clubs on the turn. Prahlad now with a boat, more like a dinghy.
12.
Told you, never stops betting. Lou bets 12,000.
You're a beast.
Prahlad folds the winner face up.
Nuts.
And Lou shows the bluff.
You just bet. Wow. What am I
And
doing?
then show.
He's the best. He's the best. Cause what does he put me on? This guy's too good for me, man. I gotta get out of this
You want to
game.
draw, and he's gonna bet the turn because he's a sicko.
I was stuck.
You
So I
got
had to
position, you have him covered. That was just not parlay.
That was a big laydown. That's what it was.
I wouldn't show you. I wouldn't show you goes online because you can't see my cards, but you're gonna see it later.
Randy does that. He talks, he shows, he does
He
all
just
the
bets
pro
like
stuff.
12.
Yeah.
He didn't even think. 12. It's too good, man. That's why his graph goes up. People fold when they have them. They call when they don't.
Yep. That's what. Yep. It's like this.
What am I doing?
Winning a lot. More big game coming up right after this. Welcome back to the big game. And don't forget to log on to the website and check out exclusive behind-the-scenes footage, bonus hands, and stats, as well as clips we've deemed too hot for TV. Action will start on Prahlad Friedman. Spirit Rock folds. You can't spell lock without AK. Raises to 800.
There's an A and an L in there too, Scott.
Cassavetes calls. Greenstein's out. Randy, get rid of that Jack 7 from the 4-hole.
C's not even called from Vanessa yet.
2 of the greatest, huh? The 2 greatest.
Now the BS comes from the other end, you know?
The greatest director and the greatest fish.
To the flop, Jack, King, King, 2 diamonds. Uh-oh, trips for both Locke and Cassavetes.
Super cold deck for Cassavetes. Things could get ugly.
Locke bets 1,500. Cassavetes quickly calls.
Get him, Cass. Punish the Unabomber.
Both think they're trapping.
Turn, 3 of clubs.
Things continue to look ugly for Nick.
But it goes check, check.
Both still slow playing.
River deuce.
7,400.
Huckle.
And Cassavetes just calls.
Actually pretty well played on the river by Nick. He saved himself some money. Raising there will likely only get action if you're beat.
Good answer.
Well, that pot could have been a whole lot bigger, but Locke still adds $11,000 to his stack.
And the big game has been good to the Unabomber. Coming into this week, he trailed only Justin Bonomo and Barry Greenstein for king of the big game mountain. But with his quick profit tonight and Barry's tough week, Locke moves into the number 2 spot. He's still got a ways to go to catch Bonomo, but the way this guy's running, anything is possible.
How good does Phil Locke run, huh? How bad does Phil Locke play?
I think he plays pretty well.
You really mean that? I almost want to bet you 10K you can't pass a lie detector test. Saying that you believe he plays really well.
Antonio's my PR guy for me getting paid off in these games and stuff, you know? I slip him a little.
I haven't had a 3 of a kind in 130 hands. You just come right in and...
Hockey sticks for Locke.
No problem.
Min raises.
I mean, that's your image. You don't even, like the guy crying calls with 3 kings, you know? Whee!
Cassavetes
Call
calls.
with 3 kings, yeah. There's no raise there, sir.
Yeah, just check, call.
What's Barry up to over there? Looks like he smells some dead money.
Oh, this is so tilting. I don't want this game to quit.
Let's bring it up to my room, guys. I'll get pay-per-view.
Greenstein re-raises to 3,500 with 9-6 suited. Ace-9 suited for Lou. Folds. Sfondiari's out. Friedman with 5 deuce. Lets it go. Back on lock.
Call.
Makes the call. Nick's getting decent immediate and implied odds to call.
35, is that what you have?
And he does call. Barry's going to play this hand in position, and he's got a decent chance of running down these guys. Three-way action to the flop. 5, 6, 7, 2 diamonds locked with top set. Huff, look at your boy Johnny Rungood over here.
He checks it. Cassavetes checks his straight draw.
Both check to the razor.
And Barry bets 5,000 with his parent gut shot.
Barry, it looks like a phenomenon. That's all you have?
Sorry.
Short stack Barry doing it to the people. You know, it's what, every time I see you on TV,
You gonna let him call you short stack Barry Barry?
He's got like 28,000. He's hurt doing the short stack torture on everyone. And you have like a little fortune, 100, 200?
A little over 100.
With this wet board, Locke's trying to figure out how to get as much money in right now as possible. There are plenty of worse hands that will call and plenty of turn cards that he'll hate.
Locke raises to 17-2.
Nick does not want to hit his 8.
I fold.
And he folds. Back on Greenstein. Moves all in for 34,000.
Come on, Barry, one time.
And Locke insta-calls.
Whee!
Handshake.
Kind of a crazy move against a tightish player like Phil Locke.
Well, I sure would have liked
Hey, how about this, Barry? We do it 3 times, but only the first and last time
One
count.
time. Punish the Unabomber.
Okay, how about this, Barry? We run it 2 times, but only the second time counts. Because the first one I don't feel good about. Come on.
Oh, I
2
like
times.
that. The second
2
one
times, the second one counts. Come on, you know as a math guy, it's the same thing. 1 time, just the first one, that's the one that has to
What'd you
count.
fold?
8 of hearts.
The first one's gonna be a loss. I can feel the
How do you just come in and make hands like this? Is why he wins. I'm sitting here for 10 hours.
This guy's not good. And then I get involved with a guy who
Top set. I mean, it's unreal. It's just unreal.
Except now I'm against an opponent who runs it once.
And then he raises 75,000. There you go.
Let's put an 8 of hearts out there.
8 of hearts.
For now, Barry's only outs are 8s. He can also go runner, runner.
4 spades.
Oh, boy.
Cassavetes would have made a set.
Set over set. That's so sick.
Lucky Nick folded.
Yeah, but that freezes up the action for both of us anyways.
Look at the 3 ball.
Just put an 8 of clubs out there.
3 ball?
Barry picks up no additional outs for a win, but a 3 will chop it now.
To the river. 5 of spades, and Barry has gone broke.
Wow.
Wow.
Now you and I would have had action. With the
Oh,
5 on the river.
we would have gotten them. We would have gotten
You
it
would've
all.
got all of
Yeah, we would have the whole thing. All you have to do is not raise like a monkey.
Calls. Bet call.
Well, I said,
For a lot.
what am I supposed to do?
LOL Cashmans.
I enjoyed playing with you, sir.
Good luck, you guys.
I could have won more, huh, if I flat. Barry, sorry about that.
Nice play with you, Barry. Good playing with you, Barry.
So Barry's short stack struggle finally comes to an end as Phil Locke continues his big game domination.
It's really just something unbelievable. For 10 years, it hasn't changed. Every time he sits down, I think, maybe today won't be the day. And then he just makes it.
I told you he's good.
He's godsend.
0.4 mil ball. I'm there. If I can just hold on to it.
Just today or?
No, lifetime on this show. I just crossed over.
More big game coming up right after this. Welcome back to the big game from Las Vegas.
How much you up, Phil, today? 100?
I'll count it in a second. After this hand, I'll count it.
It's okay, Phil. I don't care that much. I know you're dying to count it anyway.
There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
Ace 10 for Locke. Calls.
Look, his style's a bit of a mystery to me, too. It works, though.
Queens for Cassavetes. Raises to 2,000. Nanonoko out. Sfondiari folds. Prahlad Friedman, King 8. Bucks.
I assume Locke limps so he could play a smaller pot if he had to call a raise.
And he calls.
Locke cold decked the pants off Nick Cassavetes earlier tonight.
Heads up to the flop. Jack 5 King Rainbow. Cassavetes still good. Locke checks. Cassavetes checks.
Not a great flop for 2 queens.
Turns 6 of clubs. Locke still with just a gut shot. Bets 3,300. Cassavetes quickly calls.
Cassavetes seems to have a decent grasp of Locke's style.
River. Queen of Diamonds. That's an action card. Locke has hit the nuts straight, and Cassavetes has a set.
Oh yeah, by the way, Locke's style is to have the joint every single hand.
24,200.
Bets out 24-2.
Locks up to his overbetting ways again.
I call.
Cassavetes calls.
And Nick Cassavetes runs worse than the car in the driveway of every horror movie.
I mean, how good can one fish run? Huh? Is that sick or what?
So Phil Locke does it again to Nick Cassavetes, stifling the director's comeback efforts on our last hand of the week.
And after playing just 21 hands, the Unabomber shows a profit of $96,200 for an incredible win rate of 12 big blinds per hand. But the big winner for the week is the vegan rapper Spirit Rock Prahlad Friedman. He closes out the session up $262,500. Nick Cassavetes hung in all week but ended down over $73K. And tonight was a revolving door as Barry, Vanessa, and the loose cannon Jared Huggins all lost $100K apiece.
Wow, crazy end to the week, guys, huh? Chips flying everywhere, Prahlad. Up $260,000.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Phil, you luck box. You came in for 20
Even the
hands.
commentator calls you a luck box.
Right?
Even the hostess calls you a luck box.
All right, guys.
They just know you're a luck box.
That's it for this week. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now. And remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. Good night, everybody.
This week, there were some firsts on the big game. We saw the biggest pot ever scooped, and then more of the same. Phil Locke crushing. For Joe Stapleton, this is Scott Huff saying so long. The following program is sponsored by PokerStars.com. Last season on the big game, Phil Hellmuth found himself a new foe.
It's the business, man. Let's do some business.
And Bill Perkins put the poker brat on tilt early.
I guess you're an amateur, so.
You're a professional. I know you're very proud of that.
And off.
This mother. You may be able to push other people around, but not me.
This week, these two old friends renew acquaintances.
Unreal. My time's coming, though.
Don't taunt me.
As they collide once again on the big game.
I feel like the game's going to get a little out of control.
This is HoteStars.com big game.
Welcome to Las Vegas and what's sure to be another exciting week of the big game. With Joe Stapleton, I'm Scott Huff, where tonight in our state-of-the-art poker room, one internet qualifier will have the chance to go toe-to-toe with this table full of elite pros.
Bill Perkins, the businessman. He's an amateur whose mouth writes checks that his body can cash. He's loaded. He's starting with $105K.
Phil Locke up $471,000 lifetime on the big game. This week he has the chance to pass Justin Bonomo for the all-time lead. He starts with $100K.
They call him Elky because he runs like the wind and never gets cold. I just totally made that up. He's starting with 100 dimes.
Italian pro Dario Minieri has been brushing up on his poker for his visit to the big game stage. And that's all he's been brushing. He starts with $100,000.
Phil's nickname should be Nigel Tufnell because this one goes to 11 bracelets, that is. Perhaps the greatest of all time, Phil Hellmuth Jr.
Tonight's loose cannon, Massimiliano Martinez, comes all the way from Rome, Italy. The 24-year-old student is now focused on economics after studying medicine for 4 years. Max is being staked $100,000, and he's with Amanda.
Max, this is your first time in Las Vegas. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good. This is my first time in Vegas. I'm so excited for this opportunity, and this city is amazing, full of light, everything shines.
Look at that table. Ton of heavyweights out there. A little bit nervous?
No, I'm not nervous. I just want to play poker. I'm confident in my game.
So what do you think would make this a successful week for you?
About 100K.
100K?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck out there.
Thank you.
Each candidate is staked $100,000. He keeps all profits above the initial $100K. And at season's end, the loose cannon who's won the most money earns a North American Poker Tour passport worth $50,000.
Gonzalez Cannon is the leading loose cannon for the passport at over $155,000 in profit, so Max will be shooting for that lofty number as well.
Hey, Dario, is your friend Max a crazy nutball gambler, or is he going to play tight, careful ABC poker?
He's a crazy guy.
We've all heard that one before. I'll believe it when I see it. In the meantime, I'd like to welcome Dario and Massimiliano to the show with the only Italian phrase I know. When you're here, you're family.
Isn't that the slogan for the Olive Garden?
That's right. Unlimited salad and breadsticks for everyone.
Action on the bespectacled Phil Hellmuth.
Wait, where did the greatest poker player of all time go? Now all I see is Clark Kent.
Ditches the 7-4. Dario Minieri out. Elky 5-9 folds.
folds. Interesting jacket on Elke. I wonder what Peter's stance is on clothing made from the skin of a predator.
You have to raise the button because it's a button raise percentage, so...
Yeah, I'm worried about my stats. I'm trying to get my stats going.
Phil raised it up. Action over to the cannon with ace-4 offsuit. Makes the call.
There it is. Yes. Out of the gate. We're playing cards.
It was only a min-raise, but so far, Max is a playa.
To the flop, 10 ace-3 rainbow. Martinez with top pair, Phil with middle pair. Martinez checks.
That's a Phil lock.
Like I'm going to bet that. Like I'm going to fall into that trap.
A little pot control from the cannon.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
Max's ace is still best. Now he's got outs to a wheel.
He bets 1100.
How much, 11? That's a trap I can be in.
Lock does put in 1100 more while he's behind. Ace of spades on the river.
That second ace hitting isn't so great for Phil.
And Max checks his trips.
Now I got to get out of the trap. Give me that special club. What's it called? A sand wedge? 2200, I guess. That's a trap getting out. Perfect shot.
Lock fires 2200.
Maybe not. Maybe I need another sand wedge.
I would also like a club sandwich.
Martinez.
Max is actually pretty lucky Phil bet here.
And raises to 5600.
Pretty thin spot for a raise. Max actually has the worst ace possible.
All right. My thinking here is this is not a call in the long run.
Correct.
But why do I not believe him? The problem is if I call and I'm wrong and you win the money, then I'm going to believe you for the rest of the night. 149 hands where I believe you, and that's going to hurt.
We all love you for getting us the information, though. Because I want to see the hand, too.
I'm paying him off. I don't know, how much is it? 4 or 5? Ace 4.
Easily the most steamed I've ever seen, Phil.
The cannon's going to take our first pot of the night worth 15,800.
You know what? I'm steamed. I'm reloading. 50 more. I'm buying it for 50 more right now. I want to have you covered in case something happens.
Good job. You put it on tilt in one hand.
You got me steamed up, kid.
First hand of the night, Max is already making friends.
So as Phil Locke reaches into his bag to add to his stack, let's take a look at the rules of the big game. Each table lasts exactly 150 hands. The action pre-flop is pot limit, then no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 400 with a $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least 100,000, but can rebuy for up to 500K.
I think he's gonna be the best loose cannon there's ever been in the show.
I've just turned into the loose something.
Still early, but that was a heck of a start.
I'm probably not supposed to be so tilted, but I really am. Because I knew it was a bad call, and I'm just like... Probably should have set all in for 100,000, because he's going to fold 4-5 then. And
action on Dario Minieri. 6-4 offsuit. Folds. Elke out.
45K, that was the number.
What if he has ace 10?
Then I lose 45K.
Lock calls 400 on Bill Perkins, the businessman. 9-5 offsuit.
Lock's limping.
What's a pot bet?
24.
Businessman raises it up from 9 to 5.
That's why we asked the dealer.
And Bill Perkins makes it 2,400.
In case you don't remember, the businessman hates money.
Phil Hellmuth with a king. King, queen suited. Calls 2,000. And lock calls.
So I both wanted to re-raise you, though.
I know you did. So it's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly to the flop.
Deuce, king, 10, 2 clubs. Hellmuth with a hammer lock on this hand, top pair and a flush draw. And he checks it.
I check to the power.
Lock checks.
Hellmuth's praying by the power of Barry Greenstein. Please see bet here.
Perkins bets 7,000 with his complete air ball.
Oh, geez, a bet. What will I do? That's going to get old real fast.
Hellmuth calls 7,000.
Good luck, boys.
Lock is out.
That was actually a perfect spot for a call. Perkins is very likely to keep barreling, and for Phil, there are very few cards he doesn't want to see.
Turn, ace of diamonds.
And that's one of them.
And Hellmuth checks.
Even though that's one of the worst cards Phil could see, I don't think there's any shot Perkins can get him to fold here.
Looks like he's going to try, Joe. He bets 15,000. Hellmuth pretty much insta-calls.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that bet wasn't getting him out of there. Lock putting on his ski cap. I hope you remembered to rent the getaway car. See you at Cape Manzolini.
8 of hearts on the river. Hellmuth checks.
Eight's not such a scary card to fill. Let's see how much Bill Perkins really hates money.
I give up. Not that much, he checks.
Just a king.
I didn't think you were going
Just
anywhere.
king, queen of clubs.
I give up. You got me.
That's how sick I am. I was hoping Phil Lock was going to raise it on the flop. I was going to ship my 100 on the second hand.
Yeah, get it in like a sicko with your 97% equity.
Hellmuth wins a healthy pot there worth 52,000 bucks.
Still don't get Lock's hat. All I can say is they better put some extra security on the Picasso tonight.
Action on Elke with 10-9 offsuit. Folds as he should. Jack-9 of diamonds for Phil Lock. Raises to 800.
Min raise.
Businessman with Queen-4 makes the call.
I would say that maybe Perkins is steaming, but he plays almost every hand, winning or losing.
Clubs again for Hellmuth, ace-4 this time. Makes the call, and Dario's in.
Phil's out of position, but it was a min-raised pot, and it's pretty common to see three guys all want to be in the pot with a rich fish. Perkins.
Flop, deuce, queen, 9 rainbow.
Check.
Phil checks. Gary checks. As does Lock.
Gives up the lead. Well, we know what Perkins does when he's got nothing. Let's see what he does when he's got top pair.
Bets 4,000.
You've never seen me play with glasses?
Why'd you look at me? I don't have a hand. I don't have a hand. I don't even bet.
Look at you. You've never seen me with glasses before, have you?
Yeah, we played at the beginning. No glasses last time.
Very strange for me to wear glasses. Is it on me? Sorry.
Guess the hearing aid's next.
And Lock makes the call with middle pair. Heads up to the turn. Ace of diamonds. Both players pick up flush draws.
That diamond's bad news bears for Lock.
Checks.
That diamond draw is probably going to keep Lock in this pot, but it would be super unlucky to hit one.
Perkins bets 15,000.
Perkins has overbet the pot, which is why Phil may look a little confused. This is such a great spot for Perkins.
And Lock's going to make the call.
Pretty rare to see a pair and a flush draw versus a pair and a flush draw. Sick.
Decent sized pot as we go to the river. Jack of hearts. Phil makes 2 pair.
Oh man alive, did he just get lucky.
Checks it.
Perkins has overbet the pot twice, so it looks like Phil's just playing bluff catcher now. Board doesn't look so hot for Perkins' hand now either.
I got a queen.
That's a check. And Lock quickly shows him the suck out.
I know. If I picked up a diamond, whatever.
I'm gonna lose. I have a queen.
Well, I'm gonna win if I miss. If I get a 3 of clubs in the river, guess who's barreling? Oh, wow, look at that, guys. Oh, my Lord. Oh, I'm begging for the diamond. I'm like, bring me the diamond so I can stack him. Oh, my God.
Donkey. Now I'm Steve. Now you got me. I'm buying in another 50.
By the way, I only won that pot because he got me steamed. I would fold the turn sometimes, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna win the. I can't fold the turn, but he bet a lot and whatever, and I was
Donkey.
Thinking, I can't help myself.
With that win, Lock takes the lead from Justin Bonomo as the most profitable player ever on the big game. We'll see if he keeps it.
Oh man, I got lucky there. Wow, I really am lucky.
Now some people say it's better to be lucky than good. Phil Lock is the deadly combination of both. Don't go anywhere. The big game is just getting started. Welcome back to Las Vegas, where Massimiliano Martinez hit trips to open the night and is off to a nice start. While Sin City's halfway around the world from his home in Italy, Max's goal this week is to bring down the house.
Sono Massimiliano Martinez e vincerò un sacco di soldi al big game. In Italy, I'm well known from the Italian poker community because I win a lot. In 2009, I was the second player for profit on game. And in 2010, I won the biggest Italian tournament, and I won about 41K. I'm a little bit confused. I don't know what I have to do in my life. I studied in the high school, and after that I studied medicine, but now I stopped it because I don't want to be a doctor, and I want to do something else. I'm 24 years old, I have time. My dream is to become a poker player, so maybe if the game will go good and I win a lot, I have more possibility to choose my future.
Medicine and poker do have some similarities. Sometimes both involve a whole camp.
We gotta defend the Italy honor.
Yeah.
Best place to live in Italy is Rome.
Probably.
Rome?
Yeah, we bought from Rome.
When I was there, I went to the Roman. They had these Roman, the steam rooms.
Oh man, that's like such a layup. I can't even do it.
Max Martinez, the cannon with 10-9 suited. Raises to 1300.
All right, loose cannon.
Ace-9 for Helmuth. Calls.
This is one of the best thing we have. Did you like it?
Minieri calls 1300 with pocket sixes. Elke out. Lock gone. Gil Perkins, 6-3 offsuit. Why not?
We'll be saying that a lot this week.
Italy was the first place I went where I bought pizza by the kilogram. They waited and they said, "Oh, you have like 180, whatever."
Flop 8-4-7, couple of diamonds. Perkins checks his gut shot.
Lock check. This is the Phil lock check. No, notice
He's two-handed check.
sometimes he likes this. I like that one.
Looks like everyone's learning to play chopsticks.
Martinez checking his up and down straight draw.
Helmuth with nothing but ace high.
42.
Oh, Joe, he's got every backdoor draw imaginable.
That's true, he does have some backdoor draws.
Bets 4,200, Minieri quickly out.
Perkins still with a gut shot.
Businessman's done.
Max has 2 overs and he's open-ended, even though we know his 9's no good.
And Martinez makes the call.
Standard call.
Heads up to the turn. 10 of hearts, Max makes a pair. Phil is also up and down now.
Top pair for the loose cannon.
Martinez checks.
Phil's gearing up for a bet.
12,800.
You heard the man. 12,800 is the bet now.
So we're 3/4 of the pot.
I'll take this one now. You fold. I win.
I know.
He can probably understand complete sentences.
Well, this definitely isn't a fold.
And Cannon, showing some stones, makes the call.
At this point, Phil should know he no longer has the best hand.
To the river, 7 of spades. Phil misses. Max's pair is still good.
Looks like he's thinking about betting it.
And he does. Fires 15,500.
This is a pretty small bet into this pot, sort of a blocker slash merge. He's trying to bet a little less than what he thinks Phil would have bet. Problem with a blocker bet, though, is that it can sometimes look weak.
Raise it. 45,000.
Phil raises 45,000 more.
Now, Phil's the kind of guy that makes a lot of tight just calls, so this raise is pretty polarizing, which means either full house or nothing. It's a very tough spot for Max, since he's the one guy at the table who absolutely cannot reload. If he called here and he was wrong, he'd be left with less than 25K. I know what almost every other loose cannon would do in this spot.
Please don't have forceful.
What you got?
Huh?
What you got?
To recap, Phil has nothing.
And over half his chips in this pot.
You got fourths?
I might have forceful. I might not.
Sick level.
Okay, call.
Wow.
Good call. You win.
That pot worth over 160,000 bucks.
Absolutely amazing call.
Helmuth looks stunned.
Oh my God, what is going on? What is going on?
Tilt
oh my
juice!
God.
Get the tilt juice out for everyone. Have Thank a you. little sip.
Break it up.
Wow. I can't make that call.
So sick.
No, I can't make that call. No, I can't make that call.
No, he bet 15,000 with the 10.
I block bet, so you can raise and bluff.
I can't do any of that.
I don't value, I block.
He's a machine. He's a beast. The beast from Italy.
Woo! Handing out some tilt juice to the table.
Now you know why Italy's so famous for its marbles.
And just 6 hands in, our loose cannon is already up over 85,000 bucks.
I'm steaming now.
Oh, we got some.
I know. I mean, it's so brutal because now I know he's going to lose all his money to one of you guys, and I might go broke in the meantime. He put in 70,000 with top pair. I haven't seen that in a cash game in 2 years.
That was good though.
He was right, but I haven't seen that in 2 years.
Now Phil says he's visited a Roman steam room. Looks like he's in one tonight, courtesy of our loose cannon. Big game's coming back right after this. Welcome back to the big game where Massimiliano Martinez just saw through a Phil Helmuth bluff and now has an $85,000 profit.
He's gonna take all our money.
No, he can't win because he's going to call one of you guys with top pair.
I said
never be good.
you're the best loose cannon as ever participated.
Best
in
loose
this.
cannon, we'll see.
I said before this spot.
Yeah.
Helmuth folds.
Maybe the craziest.
You know, it's actually crazier for the loose cannons to think they could fold their way to profit.
Well, I can't do those things. I don't have that in my arsenal, you know?
Elke with 10-7 suited, raises to 1300.
Look out, everyone. Elke just got here.
Lock folds.
No, he bet out with a 10, no kicker. That's staggering.
But think of the percentage of his stack it would have been. I mean, yeah. Amazing.
Perkins calls. Max with queen jack suited.
More clubs out there than the Vegas Strip.
I don't think that he can survive because he's going to make. He's going to. You agree?
I agree that that's too risky in the long run.
Nothing
to be doing.
Of course, of course.
To the flop. Deuce, queen, 9, couple of hearts.
No, he can't help it. He's going to give it all to one of you guys.
The Europeans, the Northern Europeans, can never help it, right?
I'm speaking the truth.
No, you're speaking your opinion, man.
Perkins is flop bottom pair, but he was not the pre-flop aggressor.
Bets 3,500. Martinez calls.
Max has got top pair.
I don't know. I think that if there's a chance Max is being quiet, and that Max might have a vampire truth that he tasted and just said, I'm going to go with that truth. Because I've met fellow Highlanders, vampires, whatever, once in a while, and they have a taste. They know it can happen.
Ah, the Highlander vampire truth taste.
Perkins checks the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Martinez bets 6,000. Bill folds.
I'm giving him credit for the possibility that he's a mutant genius.
Max wins again, kill pot.
I'm giving Max, I'm saying, even though I think that's bad long run poker, I'm opening the door to the possibility you're a vampire genius.
Quick, someone get a mirror and a Sudoku puzzle.
So with that hand, Massimiliano adds to his impressive stack, which totals over 92,000 after just 7 hands. Phil Locke is the only other player showing a profit, while Perkins and Helmuth are in the hole early.
I thought Gonzalez Cannon's benchmark would be difficult to catch, but at this early stage, Max is clearly a viable threat.
He's a really great player, trust me.
He's a great player.
And I think you undervalued him, and this was your mistake, in my opinion.
That's it. By the way, that's a countryman supporting another countryman, if I ever heard it.
He's a good player, and he knows...
Now you change it to good player.
And
now what are you going to change it to? If he calls off 100,000 drawing dead 3 times, is he still a great player?
I don't know. I'm not the one to judge. I think he's a good player, but...
No, you went from he's a great player to he's a good player to you think he's a good player.
We still don't know if you're a genius or a donkey, bro. We don't know. We don't know.
Well, since I don't see Shrek hanging around the green room, I'm going to go ahead and say this guy is not a donkey.
Action is going to start here on Bertrand Elke Gros-Pellier, a guy who seems unbeatable in tournaments. Pocket 8s for Elke.
Oh my God, that's really happened too.
That is, yeah.
That's exactly
Raises to 1,300. Lock calls. Pocket 5s for Perkins, makes the call. Cannon out. Helmuth calls with a pocket pair.
4-person party to this flop.
I am going to check, Elke. Check. Dark check.
I'm not so sure if I want a dog bet. I need to.
Flop, deuce, 7, queen, couple of clubs. Helmuth is dark checked. Elke checks.
What is it called? Dog betting? There's a dog.
Lock bets his middle pair.
Dog betting is dark betting.
Oh, dark.
Dog.
They said dog betting.
Yes, Phil, dog betting. They were saying dog betting. Dog betting must be a Highlander vampire term.
Perkins folds. Helmuth calls the 3,200.
I have to believe one of you guys.
Elke's going to fold the best hand.
A little tight for Elke.
It's me and Phil.
To the turn. 6 of spades. Phil turns a set.
There could be only one.
Lock does pick up a flush draw. Helmuth checks.
Yeah, if he had 5-8 of spades, he'd be going crazy.
And Lock checks. River, 9 of hearts, no luck for Lock.
Looks like Helmuth doesn't want Lock to be able to check behind again.
10,000.
Helmuth bets 10K.
Lock's usually pretty nitty when he's bet into, and what is going on in his head right now?
Mr. Helmuth, you are the winner of this hand. You get all the money in the middle.
Lock folds.
Now maybe Phil can get an ironic t-shirt to go with those hipster glasses.
I have a real hand. No, I did.
So Phil gets a little back after that epic bluff fail.
I was 27.3% to call. There's a little computer chip, and I...
Must fold, vampire genius, brain malfunctioning.
We'll step aside while Lock resets his circuit board. Big game's coming back right after this.
Phil Hellmuth is a great player, but 10 years in 2000 probably is one of the best. Nowadays, I don't think so. I don't think so. 150k pot, third hand. Okay, that's what. If I misread this hand, I'm the biggest fish on this game.
Sounds like the loose cannon's feeling pretty good about himself right now. Pretty good.
How do you say heart in Italian?
Cuore.
Cuore.
Grande cuore, big heart.
Grande cuore.
Grande cuore.
That's Italian poker pro Luca Pagano joining Amanda this week in the lounge to help out with our coverage. As for the loose cannon, Joe, we're 15 hands in and Max is already up more than $90,000 in profit.
Took Gonzo 150 hands to set the loose cannon lead, and quite honestly, it's pretty amazeballs that he's more than halfway there already. Pretty sure amazeballs translates into Italian.
King Jack offsuit for lock, raises it up. The businessman makes the call with ace tray. Pocket fours for the cannon. He'll make the call, Hellmuth out. Dario Minieri, 6-5 suited.
Dario getting some nice immediate odds.
And makes the call. Elke, king queen.
Don't imagine he's folding.
And he does not.
Almost a family pot with Phil Hellmuth being the dad who just walked out on them just because he didn't like the hand he was dealt.
Deuce, ace, ace on the flop. The businessman with trips.
Nice poker face.
Minieri checks.
Checks 6 high.
Elke checking.
I'm going to bet 36.
Philok likes his king high. He'll bet 3,600.
Love Perkins' fake perplexed look. Lock was the pre-flop aggressor, but the C-bet's not going to work this time.
Fake perplexed look and the flat call.
I was just going to call it trips.
Like, we didn't know you were just flatted. All the drama. You can save the Hollywood stuff for your scripts you make. There's a movie maker over here.
Perkins is also a movie financier. Now's when I make a joke about them all going direct to video, but I'd probably still kill to be in one.
Although I want to apologize to you and everyone at the table. After all that Hollywood, I should not have made that comment. It's a 5-handed hand.
Turn, deuce of hearts. Full boat for the businessman.
And it's out of etiquette order for me to make that comment during the hand, and I apologize.
It doesn't give any information on these handles.
I'm not, it was wrong. Now it's heads up, I can talk smack if I want. I check, kid.
Lock checks.
But I shouldn't have said that while the hand was in progress. Don't burn up the little wood furnace too much.
I was trying to see, can you spread that out, please? It's far away from
13-8 in the pot.
So far away.
It's like a solid, not like, it's not a Beamer.
It could be a brand new, nice car,
yeah,
like a Kia, Sonata,
that's what it is.
Whatever.
You don't want to just leave good enough alone. You gotta go jamming, making it into a bigger car, you know?
Yeah.
Perkins bets 11K.
Kicked it up to a Civic.
Wow, if I thought I could make it 40 and win, I would, but I don't think I can do that here.
You don't want none of this tilt juice.
You win.
Tilt juice.
Don't show me.
I have tilt juice.
Is it just me or does tilt juice sound gross?
So Bill Perkins gets some back, but he's still down over 36K.
I thought you were going to do it. I would not. I only.
Too easy for you to have just a simple 1-ace. Just too easy for you.
I thought you were going to check raise bluff me. You know you're still on my sights.
Perkins is a 42-year-old father of 3 from Houston, Texas, and earned his money in finance as a commodities trader. On his previous big game appearance, he won over 45K and was anointed the businessman after several run-ins with Phil H. He's also been known to sing, whistle, gobble, make weird noises, do the hustle, and impersonate a choo-choo train.
Well, he's yet to clash with Phil Hellmuth tonight, but he could be starting another rivalry with the other Phil. Speaking of Hellmuth, pocket fives. And he'll just call with presto.
Limpy, limpy.
Yeri out. Elke with 9-8 off, makes the call. Lock folds, and Perkins is out.
Perkins actually saw a hand he couldn't play. Did we get it on tape?
Martinez with big slick.
Wonder how you say big slick in Italian. All Italians are pretty slick.
And he raises to 2,400.
Including this one.
Hellmuth quickly calls. Elke's done.
Well, round 1 of the greatest of all time versus online qualifier went to the qualifier. Here we go again. See, and there's Perkins with that whistling again.
8 trade 10 rainbow.
The cannon has missed, but he's first to act.
Well, we know what he thinks of Hellmuth's play. He's reaching for chips. Maybe he's going to try to bully him here. That's 2,600.
Phil may not hate this board.
Raise 3.
He
doesn't, raises it to 5,600.
I couldn't bluff him the first time.
You could do anything you want. You are the man with more bracelets in the world.
I tried. You called me last time.
Phil's raising here to try to protect himself from being outdrawn or getting bluffed on a later street, since there aren't a lot of turn cards he's going to like.
Martinez makes the call.
This can sometimes look pretty obvious, though, and our loose cannon showed pretty good instinct so far.
Turn tray of diamonds. Martinez checks.
It's actually a pretty good card for Phil.
He bets 5,000.
Max doesn't really respect Phil all that much. He may try to outplay him.
I'm milking a little bit this hand.
I'm not comfortable talking about milking. Phil's table talk is a little polarizing. People are usually telling the truth or they're lying. I'm not sure what it is in this case.
And Martinez just calls again.
Looks like Max thinks Phil's just barreling.
To the river. 5 of spades, Phil with a boat, and he's loving this.
Helmuth catches another late game set. Max with nothing but ace king high.
And checks it.
Phil's best chance of getting paid here is to try to make it look like a bluff.
Yes, Phil, you did river a full house.
22,000.
Fires 22K.
This is for 3/4 of the pot and could be a good way to level Max into thinking he's just trying to run another big bluff.
Thinking of calling me with ace king high?
Yep.
Probably king high is good.
The loose cannon is now actually up a bunch, and if he wasn't afraid to make a hero call before, he might be less afraid to do it now.
If you lose, listen, you reload. You reload. If you lose.
Holy schmoly.
Yeah.
How much?
That's got to be music to Phil's ears.
How much should we do?
50 is minimum, max.
Yeah, I know.
For the record, this is Phil's 6th appearance on the show. He's down over 340,000, and he's only reloaded once. Looks like Max is seriously considering making this hero call.
He does.
You got a full house.
Pretty sure that beats ace high. And I know I don't say this often on this show, but well played, Phil Helmuth.
And round 2 goes to Phil Helmuth, winning over a $70,000 pot.
You never bluff, almost never. Never see you bluffing after the first bluff.
What are you talking about?
After the first bluff, I never see you bluffing.
Max has also never seen Phil bluff after the first bluff, and it just cost him. He just chunked off 35K. See if the loose cannon can recover when the big game returns right after this. Welcome back to the big game, where Phil Helmuth just got some revenge against the loose cannon. After Massimiliano picked off his earlier bluff, Phil explained how he got the information to get paid off as we go behind the poker face.
So yeah, when I limped in with 2 5s, I determined at that point that I'm taking a flop. And you know, one of the other reasons why I limp with pairs is because I want to flop a set and have everybody in there. The loose cannon made like a max re-raise, which was, I guess, 2,000 more roughly. I called it, and the flop came 10-8-3. Now he bet 2,600. It just looked like he had ace queen or ace king to me right there. So if he had a real big pair, I think he would have bet more. So I raised him. I raised it to 3,000 more. I couldn't bluff him the first time.
You could do anything you want. You are the man with more bracelets in the world.
I tried. You called me last time. And he called. Now the 3 pair, and he checked, and I thought, I don't want to give him a free shot at an ace, a king, a queen, or a jack. So if I have the best hand, I'll bet 5,000 here, and I may or may not bet the river, depending on what comes off. I'm milking a little bit this hand. And he called. And now I'm thinking, just don't turn an overcard. And now the river was a 5. Bam, gin. He checked. Now this is the guy that called $45,000 with a 10 no kicker. He's certainly going to pay me off with ace high or any pair. 22,000. And so I bet 22,000. I'm just praying he'd call. Thinking of calling me with ace king high?
Probably king high is good.
And finally he called. That was a nice, really nice hand to win. If he called me with ace high, he played the hand really, really horribly.
Max did call with ace king high. I don't know if I would say he played it really, really horribly. Maybe just one really in front of horribly. Getting over a bad call like that psychologically is a trait reserved only for the best players and machines. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Max eat anything today.
Max, bad call. Not because it was a good call, but because now he's off tilt.
The entire audience is upset about that. Action on Dario Minieri. 7-6, lets it go. Elke, ace-9 offsuit. Raises to 1300, lock, jack 10. And Perkins folds out a turn, and Lock will make the call. King 5 for the cannon. Mux.
Ace jack Mux.
King 5 suited for Helmuth.
Ace high, ace high.
113? 13?
Doesn't make any difference.
Guys, the hand is over. Let's go. Three-way action to the flop. King, jack, deuce. Helmuth with top pair, checks it. Elke missed and checks.
Lock has middle pair and what will often be the best hand.
And bets 2200. Phil almost insta-calls. And Elke will get out of the way. Turn. 7 of hearts. Phil still best. Checks it.
The loser of this hand needs to put on a piece of clothing that's not black.
And other Phil checks. We'll see a river. 4 of diamonds.
This is a slam dunk value bet for Phil. Helmuth.
5,000.
And he bets 5K.
See what Nitty Lock does in his Nitty cap.
I keep making all these tight folds. It's probably value betting King 8.
Heck of a read.
Lock folds.
No, if you had a king, you had me.
Phil drags another pot.
Well, I might have been bluffing that time.
The nap pot of 14,000 gets Helmuth a little closer to even.
The Phils have been part of what's shaping up to be an extremely active table, both playing 10 of the 20 hands dealt so far. No player is below 30, and they all trailed the businessman, Bill Perkins, who at 65% lives by one of my personal mottos, any two will do.
And this shouldn't surprise anyone since Perkins finished his last big game session with a loose VPIP of 58%, and he's putting out a sleeper straddle.
Can you start?
But they were both red.
Can you start with your spot?
Yeah, it's a sleeper. It's a sleeper, it's a straddle, and if I call, it gets pulled back.
Thank you, Phil.
If you fold, it's a live straddle, otherwise
It's
it's...
up to me to see if this is going to happen or not. Let's see.
If you make
King Trey.
Suited.
For Phil Lock. Calls.
Now you can do whatever you want.
You made it easy for him to call because he already had 800 in the pot. Well done, Phil.
And because he was calling anyway. Action folds around to Dario, who's out. Elke, Queen 10.
I did raise. I have a legitimate hand and I raised. I think this is a nice way to play the hand.
Calls.
Elke is going to play. Be careful. He's the best player we got. You know? We got to be careful.
Tightest. I'm the tightest.
Tightest.
I'm the tightest probably now.
All right.
Three-way action to the flop. 7-10-6 rainbow.
Elke flops top pair.
Checks it. Lock checks.
Perkins with bottom pair and a gut shot.
And he bets it 1,700.
Perkins has been continuing more uselessly than the Pirates of the Caribbean sequels.
And Elke makes the call.
There's no way I'm playing a hand with Elke. I'm nervous.
He wouldn't be saying that if he had a set.
Turn 5 of clubs. Elke checks.
Well, now Perkins has got third pair to go with his gut shot.
Bets 2,500.
Board's getting worse for Elke, but this bet was for only about a third of the pot.
I'll make the call and we'll see a river.
Weird bet.
It was a weird bet.
4 of spades on the end.
4 cards straight out there.
Elke checks again. The businessman, $8,000 worth of business.
Perkins bets almost 3/4 pot this time. I think he's bluffing. Elke's got top pair, but he's doing pretty bad against most suited connectors.
And he lays down the best hand.
What was that? I thought you were going to reship that at me.
Do you have it?
I had a pair.
I had a pair too.
Yeah, but you surrendered faster than Napoleon did at Waterloo. Back with more of the big game after this. Welcome back to the PokerStars.com big game.
Guys, a round of straddles? Max is good. Phil, are you good? A round of straddles?
This game's good enough, Phil.
All right, no straddles.
Whatever.
I'm only doing it if everyone does it, you know?
You can do it if...
No.
Because I've never seen you give away any money before.
I try to not give away money. It hurts when I give it away.
Right.
Perkins calls with a 3-2 suited.
Let's make it 3,000.
Phil raises.
Why?
Why not?
Because we're pot limit here in the Matrix Neo. That's why not.
So Phil's raise is actually to 2,400.
Big slick for Dario, and I'm not just talking about his hair. I smell 3-bet.
73.
And he does 3-bet to 7,300. Super Dario, firepower.
That's the Dario I know right there.
The animal is back.
That's the one I saw on TV.
9-8 for Elke. Let's it go.
Maybe I just have a very beautiful hand.
Back on the businessman.
Wanted to play this hand so bad.
Business is closed.
No, I'm not really, I'm not really bluffing. Now you could have the
I
king
am
5.
bluffing.
Yes, good bluff.
Guys, you wanna always see my cards. Whatever. I'm the fish. I can't show my cards.
I'm the fish. I can't show my cards. I love Dario Manieri. He's the nuts, man. He's great.
Everyone's waiting for me to bluff. Why do I have to show when I bluff? Then everyone knows when I'm bluffing. But I had a hand anyway. I had a hand. This time I had a hand.
I know you did.
Joe, we know that's not always the case with Dario.
Dario doesn't always need to have hands to put in a 3-bet pre-flop. So far, Dario's re-raising pots a third of the time when he's getting involved, which is more than the rest of the table combined. Super Dario is known for being super aggressive. Oddly, he only ranks 3rd in coin collecting and tied for dead last in kicking turtle shells with 0.
Stick around to the end of the week when he'll save Princess Toadstool.
Actually, she's in another castle. Those are Nintendo references, by the way. Anyone out there under 40.
Cannon folds.
But I'm still in.
That's your worst.
14.
Hellmuth raises to 1,400 with King Queen. Super Dario.
You're gonna wait for me, so
Let's it go.
you capture rest. I'm not gonna bluff you.
Elke calls 1,400 with pocket 5s. Ace-7 for Phil Lock.
I don't know about this hand. I'm gonna fold.
Folds. Bill Perkins with the computer hand. Perkins calls 1,000.
Can we just record Huff on a loop saying Perkins calls? That'd save us all a lot of time.
All I need is a miracle.
8 Queen 5, all spades on the flop. Perkins and Hellmuth both with top pair.
Elke flops a set. This could get interesting.
All I need is a miracle.
All I need is some earplugs.
4,000.
Hellmuth bets 4K.
Phil's hand would be best a lot of the time. What's Elke gonna do with this set?
Just calls.
He's playing it doucement, playing it slowly. With a bet and a call, Perkins should be a little worried with top pair no kicker. But he's not.
No, he makes it 18,000.
Not worried at all. Phil's not gonna like this.
This is more like what I'm used to in this game. Me flopping a big hand and them raising.
I think he meant getting raised, but we all knew what he meant.
Hellmuth folds, and maybe Perkins saved him some money there.
Perkins made what looks like a protection / bluff bet, but it's in a bad spot. I doubt he'll get Elke to fold a set.
And Elke makes the call.
And all Perkins needs now is actually a miracle.
Turn Jack of Hearts.
And Perkins is drawing dead. Whoa. Staring contest. Scary.
He may be drawing dead, but he's still a live one. Bets 25,000.
The board really only got worse for Elke if Perkins has jacks for 9-10, so if he was good before, he's still good now. And this isn't a huge bet compared to the size of the pot.
Elke makes the call.
Perkins may be realizing at this point Elke probably has a legit hand.
River, 7 of diamonds.
Perkins picks up a second pair, but he's unlikely to be beating anything he wasn't before.
Check.
And now he checks.
Kind of a thin spot for value.
Elke checks.
2 pair.
Too bad.
And Elke takes down a healthy pot worth almost 100,000 bucks.
Which 2 pair did you have?
The donkey 2 pair. Queen and the
5-7.
What did you shove?
I didn't know. I know you didn't have a flush, but I can't put them on a set.
So after that pot, Elke's now in the positive at over $40,000, and the businessman, Bill Perkins, falls deeper into debt, down almost 90. The loose cannon currently leads them all with a profit of 58K after just 30 hands.
Max won most of those chips after picking off Hellmuth's bluff. It was a gutsy call, but if that's any indication of the cannon strategy, we could be in for a wild ride the rest of the week.
All right, guys, end of the night. Phil, looks like you made a new friend out here, huh?
Max seems all right to me. I don't have any issues. I bluffed my money off to him, and he made a very good call. You know, I mean, unfortunately, I'm so into the meta game. I'm like, boom, boom, boom.
Max, you having fun so far?
Yeah.
That's it, yeah? You're moving right along.
Yeah, it's too long.
All right, guys, that's it for tonight. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now. And remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. Good night, everybody.
See if Helmuth targets the loose cannon tomorrow, or will he go after someone else? For Joe Stapleton, this is Scott Huff saying so long from Vegas.
What's up, buddy?
Life is good, girl.
A little bit of a comeback, huh? A little bit. Woo.
Nice comeback.
What's up, Elkie? We're going to see you in lots of pots soon?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the tightest player here, but what can I do?
He waits for sets and then makes big pots.
Do you have any plans for Phil Helmuth out here?
I gotta get this donkey for calling me first before I get to Phil, but yeah.
Actually, I'm higher on his list right now than Phil.
Yeah, okay, he's moved up the list.
The preceding program was sponsored by PokerStars.com. Sponsored by PokerStars.com. Last night on the big game, the loose cannon from Rome showed the pros he meant business.
I think he's gonna be the best loose cannon there's ever been in the show.
Maybe the craziest.
And when Phil Helmuth tried a big bluff,
I'll take this one now. You fold. I win.
Max made a big call.
Okay, call. Good call. You win.
I can't make that call. No, I can't make that call.
It's so sick.
Tonight, see if the cannon keeps living on the edge.
Do you look? If you lose? Holy schmoly.
The beast from Italy.
He's gonna take all our money.
Or will the pros eventually run this table?
Two pair.
Too bad.
Find out as the big game continues. Now.
Woo! Handed out some tilt juice.
Welcome to the big game from Las Vegas with Joe Stapleton. I'm Scott Huff. Tonight, our internet qualifier continues to test himself against the best in the world. Right now, there's almost $750,000 up for grabs in our state-of-the-art poker room.
The businessman Bill Perkins has twice had to go back for more capital, $50K after hand 3 and 25 more to begin tonight.
Bill Locke is all about setting records. Once the man who played the longest cash game session ever is now the all-time money leader on the big game. He's up $15K.
Like a snakeskin leisure suit, Elkie's been lying in the weeds, but he bit the businessman in the final hand last night. He's up over 40 dimes.
Dario Minieri is here from Rome. At the moment, he's bringing the average profit for Italians at the table down. He's stuck a little over 3K.
This week's loose cannon is 24-year-old Massimiliano Martinez from Rome, Italy. Max is currently studying economics at La Sapienza University. Sounds delicious. The Italian has shown some poker chops and is up $57,200.
The final player is Phil Helmuth. His failed bluff versus Max has left him with a deficit of almost $20,000. Right now, the poker brat is with the princess, Amanda Leatherman.
Phil, what a crazy first night here at the big game. It looks like you and the loose cannon are butting heads a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to bluff him. He made a great call, and you have to give him credit for that. I think that that hand would not have happened in a professional game like that. So it was very kind of, it was very interesting dynamic. When he made the bet on the river, I put him on a 10, and I knew he could call 45,000 more, but whoops! Uh-oh.
What do you think of the rest of the table?
I mean, I think that Elkie and Dario are playing really good right now. They're solid, they're patient, and they normally jam it up a bit.
Yep.
Phil Locke's doing about what he does, and I think that Mr. Perkins he's tried to bluff 6 pots already, so he's definitely he's firing.
Are you going to go after the loose cannon, trying to get that money back?
Not really. I mean, I just know that next time he has top pair, I'm going to have a really big hand, and I'm going to win a lot of money. So.
Well, I'm pulling for you, Phil. Good luck.
Thanks, Hero.
loose cannon is staked $100,000 to play. He keeps all money above the initial $100,000. And the loose cannon, who's won the most money at season's end, earns a North American Poker Tour passport worth $50,000. Gonzalez Cannon set the benchmark for the NAPT passport at over $155,000. But like Don Giovanni, Max had a strong Italian opening act and is already more than a third of the way toward catching him. Although at one point he was as close as halfway to catching him. Action will start with the pro in our Italian contingent, Dario Minieri, with 10-6 offsuit, folds. Queen 9 off for Elke. Lets it go. Phil Lock with the hammer, suited.
I don't think I was calling. In my head, I was folding.
He raises to 800, little min raise. I think he's bluffing. Trade deuce for Perkins, makes the call. Makes the call dominated. Martinez with 8-5 offsuit. Lets it go.
This way, there's a better chance that we get Phil Hellmuth in the pot. Anything could happen with Phil Hellmuth. You can get
Jack 7 for Hellmuth. He does call 400.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
I hope I win this spot.
Insightful. 4 queen ace rainbow. Check. Hellmuth checks. Lock with no choice but to continue his ruse, and he does. Bets 800. Perkins has a draw.
Is that a bet and a call? Okay, then I better get out.
Perkins is called and Hellmuth is out.
I'm limited in what I can do now.
Well, with that attitude, you are. 10 of hearts on the turn. Lock 7 high is still best. Picks up no outs, slows down, gives up the lead. Checks over to Perkins. Bets 2,500.
Really, Billy boy? Nuclear tilt buster?
Nuclear tilt.
Perkins with the nut low.
Might have me beat. I don't know.
Might. It might be might, but you could talk.
You did call 800 pretty confidently.
And Lock folds.
You might have the 9 high, Phil's 9 high beat.
I do not have 9 high.
I can't beat 9 high.
Perkins pulls off a little bluff.
Did you have the 5-3? Did you just hurt me with the 5-3?
No, the 2-3, you know.
And shows it.
Oh man.
Not low.
Not low. Oh man. My soul was on there.
Yeah, Phil, you laid down a real monster. So after Perkins steals some of Lock's soul, we'll review the rules of the big game. Each table lasts exactly 150 hands. The action is pot limit pre-flop, then no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 400 of the $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least 100,000 but can rebuy for up to 500K. And also new rule this season, we're starting to allow check raises. Action will start on Phil Lock with a queen and a 5. Folds. Sloppily. Perkins out. Martinez with the Jack 8. And folds. Hellmuth dumps it. Dario Minieri, 6-4 offsuit. A lot of players would raise any 2 small to big. Calls a couple hundred. But that's just what Elke's expecting he would do. And Elke checks the Jack 9. 4-10-7 rainbow.
7.
And Minieri quickly bets out with his bottom pair. Bottom pair is going to be good here most of the time. Now being one of those times. Elke calls with the gut shot. He's also got 1 overcard. To the turn. 9 of hearts. Elke now with a pair. The board now looks as wet as Dario's hair. And Minieri checks. And Elke checks. We're going to see a river. 8 of hearts, and both players make straights. Elke's got the best hand. Dario's got the dum-dum end.
21.
But Minieri's betting it, makes it 2,100. He's taking a shot that Elke missed everything. Elke doesn't have the nuts, but his hand is certainly good enough for a raise. And there's the raise to 6,600. We've got some Euro on Euro violence here. All we need is some techno music. Dario's not beating any value raises by a long shot, so he must think there's a chance Elke would do this on a stone bluff. It's pretty tough blind versus blinds. Ranges are so wide. He makes the call. Elke shows him the winner. Sad face emoticon.
Yeah, they're going to use that in a value bet video, how to value bet when, you know, when you have like those 17 nuts.
Pro Pellier takes the pop and show. Elke's been very un-Elke so far. Yeah, that raise in the river only upped his aggro factor to 0.5, dead last at the table. But since Elke's won every handed showdown, the usually aggressive Frenchman still has a nice profit sitting in front of him. Someone get this man a cafe au lait, wake him up a little bit. Well, his snug play has him up a little more than $47,000 right now. All right, well, moving on, the straddle's on at the hands of Bill Perkins. So the action will start on our Italian loose cannon, Massimiliano Martinez, Queen 4 of clubs.
Folds. Helmy's out.
Phil, you got the money to do a round now.
Listen, Bill, no means no.
21.
Dario makes it 2100.
I can't. I'm not going to stand on the way if even the loose cannon wants to do. I couldn't feel right about that.
Elke folds.
That's a very good point. Even the loose cannon wants it. It makes me,
What's the Italian word for baller?
I call Dario.
Lock calls 1700 with 5-4 suited. 7-3, not good enough for the businessman.
You leave me to myself with him, huh?
I'm going to probably regret faulting that.
Jack 4-10 rainbow. Minieri with middle pair, lock with bottom.
I check to the power.
Lock checks. Dario's in position and has the betting lead.
24.
Bets 2400. Phil knows Dario has to continue here pretty much all the time.
I call the power.
And lock calls 2400. His 4 will be good on occasion, just not this time. To the turn, Jack of clubs.
I check to the power.
Lock checks. And Minieri checks. Little pot control. River, deuce of clubs, no help to anyone.
6,100.
Lock's gonna take a stab, bet 6,100. And is insta-called. Dario beats him into the pot.
Here's your money. 3, 7, enough. 6.
And Dario snags one from the Unibluffer.
I can't get the magic going, Elke. I need some magic. By the way, the funny thing is, even in spite of no magic, I'm up $2,000, kids. That's big.
Huge.
If you think he's kidding, wait till you see how he goes around collecting all the cruise bottles and cans. And that stack's worth double in Michigan. Stick around, more big game coming up right after this. Welcome back to Las Vegas, where Phil Locke always seems to find the magic on the big game eventually. It's a certain feeling that, well, only the Unabomber can actually describe.
The reason why I've been hitting it hard on this program is a really twisted blend of having the best hand, getting it in sometimes as a big favorite, but also I think I'm getting a lot of my reads right when I can steal and when I should just fold and not being in as many pickles.
You know I'm gonna fold if you stick it all in. Hi-ya!
But also, I think these TV shows bring the kind of like bluff creatures out of the... If a guy's bluff ratio is 10% lifetime, it's probably 25% on a show like this. And I've been connecting, you know, people trying to bluff me when I have a real hand.
You gotta have one of these rushes. It feels electric.
From a gambler's point of view, I feel like I'm running hot.
Phil Locke has been running hot. He's neck and neck for the biggest overall winner in the history of the big game, which still doesn't explain why he's dressed like one of the Joker's henchmen from the 1960s. Action will start on the other Phil. That's what I call him, the other Phil, with a 6 and another 6. Even Phil Helmy's peaks are good for TV. Calls 400, Minieri out. Elke with 7-8. Calls 400.
It's happened. I've done it.
Suited Jack deuce for Locke, calls. Perkins completes for the small blinds. 10-8 from Martinez. Option, checks.
What is going on here? This is like a limp.
I limped in the first position again.
How much is in that? 1, 2, 3.
Dario. 5-way action of the flop. King 8 tray, couple of diamonds. Perkins whiffed. Checks his jack high. Max flop middle pair and the best hand. Checks it. Phil's got the third best hand. Also wants no part of it. No set, no bet. Elke's also got middle pair, but Max has got him out kicked. And Elke bets 1,400. Phil Locke has no pair, but with his flush draw, he's got the most equity in this pot. And he calls 1,400 with the jack high flush draw. Perkins out. Starts yawning from boredom not even 1 second later. And Martinez is out. Folds the best hand. And Helmuth will get out of the way. We'll go heads up to the turn.
Me and the best.
Jack of spades and Locke with a pair now as well. Phil Locke continues to run hot. Elke checks.
All right.
And Locke checks. They don't want the pot to get too huge. 5 of clubs on the river. Elke checks again. This is sometimes a spot for a value bet.
Check.
Locke will check it down.
Check.
Locke wins.
I win that stupid hand.
Really?
Yeah, Jack 10.
No way. Thank you for betting. Got out the best hand.
That's the best hand.
I know. The hand that would have won.
Locke is now up 3,200 for the week and has retaken the lead as the big game's most profitable player ever.
Bill's accumulated his profit over 6 appearances while it's taken Justin Bonomo just 2 visits to build his nest egg. Barry Greenstein sits in third at over 310,000, while Prahlad Friedman and Donnie Stern round out the top 5.
Well, this situation will certainly be fluctuating throughout the week, so we'll keep an eye on Phil.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the Bonomo family, who we know are watching very closely.
2 10s for Elke. Raises to 1,300. Locke calls with his suited ace.
How many different versions of this hand am I going to get? It's got to work once.
Not true.
It's got to work once.
Perkins with trade deuce again.
Don't try this ever.
Calls 1,300. Over to our cannon Martinez with pocket 7s.
Massimiliano looks like he's up to something.
3 bets it to 6,100. Helmuth quickly out of the way, as is Dario.
You guys are chatting it up over there. Massimiliano is trying to play some cards. Finally, Elke paying attention with the best hand.
Elkalicious. Oh, he doesn't care.
Squeeze alert.
Let's see what's going on.
Elke makes the call.
Squeeze alert.
No, I think I'm not coming.
Locke folds.
I think I'm not coming on that one.
Perkins is out as well.
You guys leave me alone.
Yeah, bro.
It's not very nice.
Max scares me. I haven't figured out if he's a genius or a donkey yet, so I'm just not playing hands with him.
2 players to the flop.
I'm leaning towards genius, like the Tower of Pisa.
King, ace, ace.
Aw, poor Phil would have flopped trips. Elke's trying to get a read on Max.
Checks it over to him.
Max pretty much has no choice but to bet after 3-betting pre-flop.
And bets 5,200.
Elke also knows that Max would have pretty much had no choice but to bet.
But he folds.
Even when you know they're bluffing, it's hard to call because they're in such a good math spot. They just get the money anyways, you know?
Little c-bet action from Max takes it down, and he continues to roll here on the big game. Leave it to the economics major to know the math.
We're trying to figure out if he's a genius or a dumb, and it's leaning towards genius right now, you know?
Class is back in session right after this.
Dario, thanks for coming on the big game. Nice
Come
to meet you.
commentatore fai veramente schifo, te lo dico, veramente proprio non ti si può ascoltare.
Joe, saying that you are an horrible commentator. I mean,
This is Luca Pagano. He's the color commentator in Italy. He was saying what?
that is really an horrible commentator. I mean, you are so bad that you have no idea. That's what he's saying.
Oh, no, I understood him. That's why I was smiling and nodding. I agree. Yeah, I am a horrible commentator. Thank you, Dario. Fantastic. Good luck today. Thanks, Luca.
Dario's just mad because I used to call him Harry Potter back in the day when he used to wear a scarf and look 11.
Italian poker pro Luca Pagano is joining Amanda in the lounge all week long for our Italian coverage. Meanwhile, the loose cannon is up 65,000 and change.
Not only is Luca super smooth, Italian, and handsome, but somehow he pulls off a mustache. Bravo!
Action will start here on the Unabomber, Phil Locke. Joe, does he pull off the ski cap?
He needs to pull it off his head.
Presto for Locke, mid raises.
Hello, Bill.
How you doing? It's nice to see you.
Awfully flirty for a married man.
Perkins makes the call, Martinez out. Helmuth calls with 10-8. King 9 of hearts for Dario.
41.
Re-raises to 4,100.
This is the first legit pre-flop bluff we've seen from Dario, even though he does have the most equity in this hand at the moment.
Locke will make the call.
Call.
Perkins calls.
Holy cow.
And fills it.
You guys, I could have called a lot faster if I known you guys were just going to hop, skip in and make it all simplified for me, you know?
When Dario has his dancing shoes on, that's where you got to bust him.
Right, you got to get him when Dario's dancing, you know? Maybe he falls off the ledge.
Dario's Italian, not stupid. He knows you're talking about him, and look how sad it's making him.
Flop tray 6 deuce 2 diamonds. Minieri whiffs.
See if he wants to continue.
65.
He does, bet 6,500.
Locke's got second pair and a gut shot.
But he folds the only made hand.
Perkins also has a gut shot and a flush draw and an over.
Call.
He calls.
So Locke did just fold 2 of his outs.
Helmuth will fold.
I think they're gonna run us over. So sick.
Who's us? 11 bracelets and 1 ring to rule them all?
7 of spades on the turn.
No help to either player. Let's see if Super Dario wants to keep shooting out fire pellets.
21,000.
That's 21K.
Do. Perkins is getting 2.5 to 1. If he knew the hands, he should probably raise, but since he can only guess at his equity, it's most likely a call here, though this would be for over 1/4 of his stack. Dario is bluffing, but it is with the best hand.
Perkins not really one to fold too often. And he does it, makes the call. So we'll see a river. 7 of hearts, total 0, but it does pair the board.
Dario's nothing is still the best hand.
21.
Fires 21,000 with air. Perkins insta folds.
Come left, Dario. Come
I
on.
can show my cards to you guys. Anyway, it was on a draw.
He was on a draw, as evidenced by
No,
the
it's
fold.
pair on the draw.
That's why we call him Super Dario.
For Dario.
Super Dario. I prefer Scary Minieri.
Like the loose cannon, Dario's also from Rome and is known for being a high-stakes heads-up specialist. He earned a World Series of Poker bracelet in 2008 and has won more than $1.8 million in live tournament earnings.
Dario's also famous for buying a Porsche with online player points. Yes, a real one.
Dario, I'll put you on like queens.
He could have had anything. It's Dario.
I'll put you on a pair of queens.
I didn't think he had much. Maybe he got lucky. It flopped a set of deuces or something. Crazy.
Thanks for your estimation on Italy and on me. Thank you, Phil. I really appreciate that.
What do you mean? You admitted you're a fast player.
During the hand, you said that you showed his jack, so you know you were gonna be re-raised every time, but you were on the original raise.
Helmuth raises to 2,400 with Queen 9. Dario would trade deuce.
You think I always have nothing? I always bluff, and I can stop myself.
Dario folds.
Don't underestimate Italians.
Pretty much,
He
yes.
showed you. Right, Max?
All right, but it's better if he underestimates.
And those two just summed up every Rocky movie. Don't underestimate Italians.
So Elke folded, Locke made the call, and now it's on Perkins. Calls with 9-8.
If I moved all in on the flop, you call?
I can't say because if I answer, I say you if I have queens or not. I don't want to say a lie, so I don't want to answer.
That's fair enough. That's what I would answer. The same thing.
That's not true. He would have lied a third way.
Queen A7.
That's why we think the same, because I have a chip as well.
Yeah, same manufacturing plant.
Helmuth's flop pretty big. Middle pair and a flush draw.
It's check to him, and he bets 2,000.
Locke's got top pair.
Calls, and Perkins calls.
Pretty odd call from Perkins, who's now decided to float off his money rather than fire it off.
8 of diamonds on the turn.
Perkins improves, but Locke doesn't. He's still got the best hand, though.
Checks. Perkins checks.
8,000.
Helmuth is going to fire 8K. Locke quickly out, and Perkins folds. Helmuth's going to win the pot with a little semi-bluff. And that pot allows Phil Helmuth to quietly climb closer to even as he gets Phil Locke to lay down the best hand.
Ha! The guy in the burglar hat just got robbed.
We're back with more of the big game right after this. We've reached hand 42 of the big game, and it's time for the Couch Cannon Hand of the Night. It's where we only reveal the loose cannon's cards, and you at home try to play the hand from their perspective.
Let's light this candle.
Massimiliano Martinez with pocket eights.
Should be a pretty easy raise with a pair.
Gonna raise it to 1,300. Phil folds.
My read is that Phil had a bad hand. Boom. When's lunch?
Dario Minieri makes the call. Elke's out. And Locke is out. Perkins folds. So only one hand to figure here, Joe.
Dario's in position, so his range doesn't have to be super strong. Plus, he's got a little uppity lately.
Ace-6 queen rainbow.
Not a very good flop for 2-8s, but I think Max has got to take a stab with a C-bet in position anyway.
And he does, bet 1,700. Minieri calls.
Pretty quick call, and it's a dry board, so he's probably not on a draw.
Turn, deuce of diamonds.
Firing another barrel is one way to go, but I'm actually fine with just giving up at this point. This loose cannon does not give up.
Looks like he's going to try to keep the betting lead here. Bets 4,600. I put Dario on pocket aces, Joe, because I always put everyone on pocket aces.
Well, when you're beat, you're beat.
Dario calls.
Guessing he will put in a raise at some point if he has pocket aces, Scott.
10 of clubs on the river.
My argument here is the same as the turn, only now the board is even worse for 2-8s.
And Max looks like he's shutting down. He checks. Minieri checks behind.
Did he win?
Look at 8. Max shows him the 8s.
I don't like his chances.
We'll see what Dario has. A jack and an ace. He's going to have the winner.
I'm a solid player. Ace, jack, call, check behind.
Yep.
Why do you always gotta think of bluff all the times?
Last night, Max was up as much as 92K and hot on Gonzo's tail for the NAPT passport, but right now he's only up 57.5, and it looks like he needs to regroup.
You can't win every pot, kid.
Are you friends with Dario?
Yes, very much.
How old is he?
He looks 16.
I bet he's 27.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd say 25.
Okay.
Dario, we have a bet between me and Amanda. How old are you?
26.
Oh, you're 26.
Yeah.
So who wins? Who wins?
It's a split pot.
It's a split
I look younger. Oh, split pot?
Yes, she said 27, I said 25.
I think Luca wins because he gets to sit on the couch with Amanda.
Elke with a couple of 9s raises to 1,300. Businessman with the computer hand again makes the call. Max, Queen Jack. In the small blind, makes the call. Pocket 6s for Phil.
God, this is such a mistake to just call here, I think. All right. That's so weak. God. Yeah, but he wanted to raise too, it looked like.
Phil does just call. 4 players to the flop.
A little posturing going on.
Posturing. True. Very true.
4, 7, ace, rainbow. Max checks. Phil checks. Elke wraps.
Elke checks the best hand.
And Perkins checks.
Perkins maybe thinks middle pair is the best hand.
Well, he's certainly got the best hand now. 3 7s for the businessman. Martinez checks.
Still with just queen high.
Phil bets 2,300.
Phil's deciding to fire out now with the 3rd best hand.
If you posture, then you have to pretend you have it, you know?
No, you have.
Now the double reverse psychology. Call.
Elke and the businessman both call. And Max will let it go.
Wow. What in the heck is going on here?
Elke's got 9s and Perkins has trips.
8 of clubs on the river.
Check.
Phil checks.
One more overcard for Phil's hand.
Elke wants none of it now.
The businessman's about to do a PowerPoint presentation on value betting.
It makes it 10,000.
I mean, I just hate the way I played this hand. God dang it. She just re-raised before the flop, Phil.
Elke folds. And Elke will let it go.
That's how it's done, sir.
Nice bluff.
Bluff.
He's got a face match.
Perkins shows the 7.
What's your kicker? That's the question.
Queen.
So business is finally starting to pick up for Bill Perkins, but despite that win, he's still down more than $122,000. Italian Massimiliano Martinez remains the leading profiteer with 55 and change, while Elke and Dario are not far behind.
The loose cannon has been unable to build on his hot start. Max wants to win the passport and end up the #1 Italian on the North American Poker Tour. He's going to have to take a lesson from fellow paisan Emerald Lagasse and kick it up a notch. Bam!
Businessman has opted to straddle, so Max will start the action with King-Queen.
2 big paint cards. How about a little essence to that pot? Bam!
Makes it 2,600. Now mute this out. Minieri folds. Elke. Jack Trey. Real trash, and he puts it in the muck. So does Phil Locke. Over to the straddler with ace-6.
Perkins has actually got an ace in his hand, which is rare for him.
And he makes the call.
That ace likely has nothing to do with why he's putting money in the pot.
Flop 9, King, 10, a couple of clubs.
Perkins missed.
And checks.
Pretty good flop for Max. Top pair and a gut shot.
But he checks into the turn.
Checking for deception, maybe a little pot control.
Jack of clubs. Martinez hits his straight.
But it's not the nut straight, and there's a potential flush out there as well.
4,500. 4,500. 4,500.
Perkins still has outs. That's 4,500.
It's a little weird that Perkins is leading out all of a sudden, but Max's hand is too strong to lay down.
Martinez makes the call. We'll see a river.
7 of clubs, a bit of a scare card there. Action Killer puts 4-card flush and straights out there. And Perkins checks it. This kid has made some thin value bets, but this one would be pretty nuts.
So close. Check.
He checks it down.
That wins it.
Perkins is disappointed. Ace high's the best hand he's showdown yet. And Martinez will take a pot worth 15K. If I could sum up this hand in one word, it'd be BAM!
He's calling.
He's calling. He's calling.
Say this.
Non ho visto neanche l'azione, comunque boh, che croce non penso. Non mi sembra uno che farglielo gol. Com'è stata l'azione comunque?
Check, flop, check, check.
Raise call, preflop. Ah, tu lì sul suo strada, sì.
I had ace high. I fold.
Nice fold. Phil doesn't even speak Italian, somehow assumes they're talking about him.
More big game on the way. Welcome back to Las Vegas, where our Italian loose cannon has played solid poker against these pros.
So I think he might be a magic is with Donk strain. We can't unbeatable strain of virus. You know, he might just be. Like, did you see Resident Evil? You could be like one of those infected guys.
Like a zombie.
That's like so strong.
How's a genius infected?
No, they crawl through the floor and they come up and they almost make it. You know, almost.
The board.
10-9 suited for our cannon.
It's a sick power.
Wow, this is the most aggressive loose cannon I've ever seen.
Raises to 1300. Phil H is out.
I love it. I love it. I mean, I just if I can beat top pair, I can win like 100.
I'm trickling chips off to him.
Yeah, it's trickle.
Trickle down poker. You know, this is what I do.
Lock and Perkins both in.
Trickle. I keep getting hands that allow me to trickle down though. It's tough.
Jack 8-6, a couple of diamonds on the flop.
Zombie cannon flops the up and down straight flush draw.
Check.
Lock checks top pair.
Bill Perkins has got top air.
Check.
Checks it.
I think we're pretty likely to see Massimiliano continue his aggression. This is a perfect spot to start building a pot.
You'd be right, Joe. He bets 2,600.
Well, I don't think Phil will be folding top pair. And from the looks of all those chips he's grabbing, he may just be getting tired of this kid.
He puts out a raise, 14-6, and Perkins folds.
This is a pretty up spot for a 3-bet IMO. Max is a favorite against top pair, and this actually doesn't have great implied odds, meaning Phil can probably get away from it if a bad card hits. Max might want to get in as much now as he can.
Martinez re-raises to 37,700.
Can you pull him 12?
Now, Phil said on the first hand of the week when he paid off Max that it was going to mess with his head for the rest of the session. He was likely to believe Max would always have it, and this could very well be where Phil concludes that Max is indeed a zombie Highlander vampire leprechaun.
Where did they make this piece? What part of Italy did he come from? Rome? Is that where he trained? Or did he go to the Ukraine? One of those Italian training camps they have on.
Those camps are no joke. Miscalculate pot odds, they shave your head.
I don't know how many folds I can do. I feel like I have to fold. It's pretty sick.
Technically, Phil's got the best hand, even though he's a little worse than a coin flip to stay that way.
Just kidding. I want to see it.
By the way, Max, I'm folding, and I will show you my hand if you show me your hand.
Lock folds.
I don't need that.
All right.
Max says no thanks.
You'd rather the money than the cards.
Buddy, he's just ready to stick 40 in with any one pair.
I don't know what to do in that spot.
Well, guess what, guys? You didn't even have a pair in that spot, so there.
Massimiliano scoops another pot as the guessing game continues for the Phils.
The loose cannon's been keeping this table on its heels by raising pre-flop 17% of the time. He's also won 19% of total pots, ranking third so far. More importantly, Max has won more than 74K without having a showdown. Good for second best of the table. You know, on the first hand of the week, Max showed down a strong hand for some thin value, and the pros haven't looked him up much since. Kind of like getting in a fight on your first day of prison. Clearly, I know what I'm talking about.
I can't, once I fold, I can't bust.
Action folding over to Phil Locke with pocket aces. You can't spell Locke without a couple of A's.
Locke's been min-raising most of the day. Now he's making a full pot.
Trade deuce for Perkins. We've seen this before. This time he gives it up.
The deuce trade's been following Perkins around all week like a bad penny.
Ace 8 of spades for the cannon.
Don't see this aggressive cannon folding a suited ace.
And Max has bumped it up to 6,300.
Wants to play with the lead out of position. Unfortunately, he's running into pocket aces. Not a bad idea in general, but oops.
Lock stacking chips.
All right, Sir Maximilian. Raise.
He knows he can't raise max $1 million, right? We're pot limit, Phil. Come on.
Raises to 19,900.
Max is probably realizing that Phil's range just got a lot more narrow, and ace-8 is doing pretty badly against most of that range.
And Max wisely gets out of the way.
Now I know how to beat Max. Nope, do not look good. That one I can't tell you.
Well, that's a great strategy, Phil. Get aces. You can now officially beat Max in 1 out of every 221 hands.
Well, Max has finally proven that he's not a vampire zombie, but he's not helping his case much with that stare down.
Max would have called if he had the button, trust me. Max was out of position, which was a rare little treat.
Welcome back to the big game where Italy's Massimiliano Martinez has so far earned a profit of over $76,000.
He's almost halfway to catching Gonzo for the passport, and remember, whether he catches him or not, he keeps anything over the 100 grand he was staked, and either way, he gets to keep the hotel stationary. What? They want you to take it.
Elke will start the action, or lack thereof, he ditches it. They'll lock 10 tray, folds. Businessman Jack 9 will make the call. Martinez with 9 deuce says no thank you. And Helmuth makes the call.
Wow.
Minieri checks his option.
I did not expect that.
I'm a little surprised Dario checked an ace as well.
Flop, ace 9, 10. Pair for Perkins.
Thought Max was going to pound it again.
Helmuth checks. Minieri checks.
Perkins fires a lot of flops, especially when he has a piece.
Checks this one. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Helmuth checks.
2,000.
Minieri bets 2K.
Finally betting with top pair.
Perkins makes the call with his pair and a straight draw, and Helmuth folds.
Dario's played this a little passively, and it's paying off now.
River, queen of clubs.
Pretty easy value bet.
45.
And Minieri bets 4,500.
It might be tough for Perkins to put Dario on an ace since he didn't raise pre-flop or bet the flop, but an ace isn't the only thing beating a 9. Perkins has really only got a bluff catcher.
Makes the call. Dario shows him the truth.
The Italians are just raking in the dough and then also tossing it into the air to make pizza.
Minieri wins a pot worth almost 15,000.
You got me that because you never tell anything, so I was just like, I have to see what he has.
So far, Bill Perkins is having the opposite experience this time around on the big game.
In his first visit, the businessman had a VPIP of 58% and finished with a profit of more than $45,000. This week, Bill's played 71% of the hands and mostly come up empty, down over 142K already.
Now, when you play like a fish, Joe,
you get fried like a fish. If I could give him any advice, it would probably be play more hands. You're not going to win it back by folding.
9-8 for Perkins. Doesn't look like he's slowing down.
800.
Raises to 800.
UTG min raise with 9-8. I smell a comeback.
Queen deuce for Martinez. He folds. And Helmuth is out. Dario Minieri with Big Slick.
21.
3 bets to 2,100.
Dario. Elke.
You think Phil just realized they were here?
King Jack of spades for Elke. He makes the call.
Not quite what I wanted.
Phil just named 2 reasons why he's unlikely to be playing this hand.
Look. And he folds. And Perkins, of course, makes the call. 3 players to the flop. 6 trade deuce. 2 spades. Elke flops a flush draw.
And he eyes the flop sexily like only a Frenchman can. Looks like he's gearing up for a donk bet.
He does bets 4,400. Perkins can't check. He folds.
Elke wants to try to just win it now or at least make sure some money gets in there. And even though Elke has the most equity, Dario has the best hand.
Dario calls. Heads up to the turn.
Elke hoping to seduce a spade out of that board.
9 of hearts.
It's a fairly inconsequential card, though Perkins would be ahead if he had stayed in. Let's see if Elke wants to take another stab at this pot.
He does, fires 11,100.
Dario's probably wishing Elke had just shut down after that flop bet. Dario says, arrivederci.
Folds.
Easy game.
Elke wins a pot worth 27,200. He's now up over 42K.
You know, Elke also holds a Guinness World Record, Scott?
What's that?
He's either world's fattest man or for playing the most sit and goes in an hour.
Well, I'm going to have to go with the most sit and goes.
Turns out he's the world's fattest man.
Thanks, Joe. On to Massimiliano Martinez with ace deuce. Folds.
29. Stuck 2,900.
Such a squeeze.
And Perkins' regular game is squeezes a nit.
10-8 for Helmuth, raises to 1,100. Dario, ace jack.
I'm going to start squeezing if it's successful. You have to squeeze a little bit.
I think they got their squeeze wires crossed.
Dario re-raises.
You have to be thinking about squeezing at least, even if you're playing fast.
Elke folds. Lock with 7 deuce.
I can see the devil on his shoulder now.
If I wanted to go the max, what could I do?
99. Read the max.
99?
Oh, that number's right up Phil's alley.
I don't know, when you're stuck 29, 99 seems like a good number.
How did I know?
Solid poker strategy. All day, raises to 9,900 with the 7 deuce.
My day's coming. It's not going to be far off either, baby. I'll tell you right now.
Phil folds.
You want to gamble with me?
So does Dario.
My day's coming. He was bluffing.
Show a deuce. The chance this hand has a deuce in it.
Come on. Jack 3.
Do it, $200.
Could have had the Jack 3 there.
I love how you guys put me on a bluff there. I'm out of position. I know I'm getting called in one spot.
I'd put you on a bluff. Yeah. Really? Dude, you're playing every hand. I love it. I mean, it's...
I don't. In my range, the times that's a bluff, it can be, but it's pretty thin, boys. You can keep calling 9,900 when I pop it.
Watching the TV series Lie to Me changed my life. I think you're lying now.
Yeah, he's a liar.
I might have had a bluff.
You love how everyone puts you on a bluff, but this time you were bluffing.
Yeah.
He might be right. He's good.
Lie to Me is the series for the poker
You watch,
game.
you see how he correlated the...
That's true. Because you know that everybody puts him on a bluff, so they wouldn't think he's bluffing. So they're gonna
And everyone was right there.
Dario raised, lock with 4 tray.
For that, I'm going to call with the weekend.
To be fair, I don't think Phil ever actually lied.
Lock and Perkins both call. Pocket kings for the cannon.
Heyo, we've seen the kid play with not much of a hand. Let's see how he fares with cowboys.
I believe you. I believe you were bluffing.
This kid's a genius. This kid is a genius, I think. I'm pretty sure. The rest of us are not. He's still a genius. Us 3 clowns. The 2 Phils and Bill were just giving it away, getting lucky.
Martinez 3 bets to 5,700. Back on Dario.
Dario's smart. You can't talk, because he'll just wiggle it out of you. No.
Wiggles out my hand and tell him.
It's like a vampire movie where, like, the master warlord guy, you come in and you say, no, I didn't kill the villager. And he just knows. And you're like...
It's better for me when you play this fast, Phil, 10 times. Like, when you sit there and play super tight, you won all the money.
Dario folds, and so do the rest. Maximiliano Martinez is going to take it down, and he's on the right track after some early bumps.
Nice fold, nice fold. Nice fold.
So the loose cannon ends the night on a high note as he finds himself up almost $80,000. Joining Max and Profit Bill are Dario, Elke, and Phil Locke. And guess, well, Bill Perkins continues to be in a charitable mood this week.
Massimiliano is still keeping the table guessing and did a nice job building his stack tonight. As a result, he's in position to go after Gonzalez Cannon and the NAPT passport with a few nights to go.
All right, guys, end of the night. Phil, Team America is not in the lead right now.
It's all good. I mean, we love the Italians. We love their food. We love their cars. We even love their beer.
You like sitting in between 2 of them?
It's kind of fun. I mean, you know, and you know what? If you look at the VOIP or whatever the heck.
VPIP?
Yeah, that thing. This is the guy. He's been more aggressive than anybody at the table so far, and I think he's going to lose about 70 in one hand. Is my prediction.
Don't jinx him.
No, I'm not jinxing him. I'm just saying he's going to lose about 70,000
All right,
in one
guys,
hand.
that's it for tonight. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now, and remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. Good night, everybody. I'm gonna jinx the loose cannon.
Will Phil's prediction come true? Join us tomorrow night to find out. For Joe Stapleton, this is Scott Huff saying, ship it!
You can't play that fast with me on your left and with him on your left. Eventually, he might beat us 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, but then...
I want it all.
I could be stuck 30 right now, easy.
Are you gonna, you're gonna wear this the whole time, aren't you?
Yeah, it's really, yeah.
The preceding program was sponsored by PokerStars.com. The following program is sponsored by PokerStars.com. This week on the big game, our loose cannon came all the way from Rome.
We gotta defend the Italy honor.
Yeah.
And made a huge call against Phil Hellmuth.
9-10.
Don't underestimate Italians.
It's better if he underestimate.
That caught the attention of the rest of the table.
It's too strong.
Wow, this is the most aggressive loose cannon I've ever seen.
And left them with more questions.
We're trying to figure out if he's a genius or dumb.
Than answers.
And it's leaning towards genius right now, you know?
Find out if Max continues his mind games.
Nice fold, nice fold.
I'm trickling chips off to him.
Or can these all-stars figure out this Italian's secrets?
Is that where you Italians train in the catacombs?
It all happens tonight on the big game.
Here we go, boys. Here we go.
This is openstars.com big game.
Welcome to the biggest game in Las Vegas with Joe Stapleton. I'm Scott Huff, and tonight, some of the most recognizable names in poker continue to battle it out for the more than $750,000 on the table in our one-of-a-kind poker room.
Bill Perkins has been playing loose as a goose, which explains why he's so down into the game for 180 and stuck almost 140.
Bill Locke is usually a dominant force on the big game. Right now, he's struggling to gain any traction. He's down almost 2K.
Bienvenue, Elke, the most profitable pro so far this week. The Frenchman schooling both Italians and Americans alike. He's up 39.5.
Phil Hellmuth tried a big bluff against our cannon earlier this week, and he's still trying to recover. He's stuck almost 18K.
Massimiliano Martinez is this week's loose cannon. The 24-year-old economics student came all the way from Rome, Italy, and will use some of his winnings to renovate his home. Max can start looking for a contractor because he's up 82.7.
Our final player is also Italian, Dario Minieri. It's his big game debut, and so far he's happy to be invited. He's up almost 35,000. Right now, he's with Amanda Leatherman.
Dario, how's your experience on the big game so far?
I think it's, of course, a tough game. I think there's need of luck as well.
Right.
I'm not worried because this is a game, but that would be nice to win.
What do you think of the loose cannon's play so far?
I think he's very good. I said to start, I think he's a very good player, and everyone could make the mistake to undervalue him, and that would be wrong because he's a very good player.
Because he's Italian.
Because he's Italian, yeah, that's why everyone undervalues us, yeah.
All right, Dario, good luck.
Thank you very much.
The loose cannon is staked $100,000 to play. He keeps all money above the initial 100K, and the loose cannon, who's won the most money at season's end, earns a North American Poker Tour passport worth $50,000.
Gonzalez Cannon is currently the leader for that NAPT passport at over $155,000 in profit.
Gonzalez Cannon.
Maybe this will be the 30 hands where I actually get some cards.
Is the fact that the Vatican is nestled in there, in the middle of Rome, in the middle of Italy, is there a correlation between that and your training? Is there, like, is it something that goes back to the guild or something in the very beginning?
What? All week long, Phil has hypothesized that our loose cannon is too good to be a normal human. He's accused him of being a vampire, a Highlander, a zombie, a virus, and now possibly an Illuminati.
12.
Poker Brat raises it up with King Queen.
Speaking of people not of this earth,
Dario folded, and it's over to Elke, who's also out.
Oh, sorry.
Max just did that with mind control.
Locke is out too. Ace Queen for the businessman.
Perkins' VPIP has been through the roof all week, and this is the first time I remember him with a legit hand.
And he's just gonna call.
He's got Phil dominated.
Queen 5 for the cannon. Folds.
Perkins and Helmuth had a bit of a rivalry in Season 1. So far this week, they haven't tangled.
10-5 jack, couple of spades. Phil with an up and down straight draw. Phil with a gut shot, and he checks it.
Perkins does have the best hand with ace queen high.
But Phil fires 1400 on the come.
That's not a dirty phrase, it means semi-bluff.
Perkins calls.
Snap called me? At least pretend you have nothing.
8 of hearts on the turn.
Check.
Perkins has picked up a double gutter now.
Well, let me see if I can get a bluff through here. Let me think.
The old double reverse honesty move. Old Faithful.
All right, I check.
And Helmuth checks.
Who knows who's zooming who here?
River, 8 of diamonds, pairs the board.
I'll check.
Bill checks.
Check.
Phil checks.
Ace Queen.
These two are just slap fighting each other on that one. Where's the rest of the money, guys?
Oh,
Wow.
cute flop.
Very cute flop. The king comes, I don't know what happens.
You probably bet too much, but
Yeah, you're right.
you've done that to me before where you just get excited and make a big bet.
Yeah.
But if you bet the right amount, you get called.
The more you know.
So the best hand holds up for Perkins as we take a look at the rules of the big game. Each table lasts exactly 150 hands. The action pre-flop is pot limit, then no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 400 with a $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least $100,000 but can rebuy for up to $500K.
No one's ever rebought for $500K, but I'm really pulling for Bill Perkins.
Perkins is straddled. 6 deuce for the cannon, folds. Helmuth with king 7, raises to 3,000.
Phil just lost the pot, so he's coming in and raising.
Dario's out. Elke folds.
Sorry.
Exposes a card. Phil Locke with 7 tray, lets it go. Perkins calls.
Of course you call.
Of course. I'm
But
stuck.
I know you won't defend with 3-5, so.
You got one hand out, you can eliminate one hand out.
I can eliminate any 5 high from the equation.
Heads up again between these two to the flop. 8, 10, 7 rainbow. Phil with bottom pair.
Big whiff for Perkins.
And he checks.
All right.
Helmuth checks his pair. 5 of clubs on the turn.
No help to anyone.
Check.
Perkins checks.
I bet 4,500.
And Helmuth's going to bet 4,500.
You win.
Perkins lets it go.
You know,
Queen of clubs exposed.
I should have bet the flop. I don't know what I was thinking there.
Me neither.
I hit something, but I don't know why I checked there.
Joe, looks like Phil's taking advantage of Perkins' loose play right now.
Perkins is called pre-flop raises an absurd 67% of the time. Seems Helmuth is trying to play pots with the businessman, knowing that as long as Bill doesn't connect, there's probably a good chance of winning the pot.
Well, Perkins is staring at a $134,000 deficit, but you know what would be a more interesting stat, Joe? Bill Perkins has brought 3 female assistants to the big game. How many of them have you struck out with?
My percentage would be right around 100.
Speaking of ladies, pocket queens for Phil Helmuth. Min raises. Minieri's out. Elke with 6-5.
I have the button. I shouldn't even look. I should just decide I'm gonna win. Oh, I don't have to decide I'm gonna win. I'm just gonna win.
Lock calls.
I'm just gonna win this one.
Phil does tend to run pretty good on the big game.
Pocket kings for the businessman.
I bet the pot.
Bill Perkins comes in with the pot.
Little pottage.
Pottage in the cottage.
Pottage.
In the cottage.
Perkins has raised it up to 4,200. Cannon out of the way.
Phil Helmuth could be in some real trouble here.
How much do you have there anyway?
What is it?
Nothing.
You keep saying not much, and this is a 25K chip, kid.
Nothing. I don't know. They're coming to take me away.
40.
These two are on a collision course.
All right, I raised the pot too.
Hi-ya.
I think Phil min raised, hoping for this opportunity. Whoops.
I actually believe now. I believe.
Locke folds to Hellmuth's raise to 14,400, and the action's back on Perkins.
What are my choices?
Ship it, call, or fold.
I re-raised the pot.
All right, I'm all in. I'm all in.
It's all in. Okay. Aces or?
I got queens.
I have kings.
Holy cow.
Poor Phil Hellmuth.
Your choice.
I mean, let's just run it once, I guess.
Go.
They're gonna run it once.
I decided in advance I'm only gonna run it once today.
You know what? Poker should get back to this one-time thing. It's so manly. It's like the West. We're gonna go find gold and go into the West and run it one time.
That one almost actually kind of made sense. His meds must be kicking in.
So Bill Perkins all in and in a great position to double up. Flop. 6-5-8, all hearts.
Oh, and Phil Locke would have flopped a straight with a straight flush redraw. Hi-ya!
Perkins way in the lead.
No more outs on the flop and only backdoor chop possibilities. Things are looking bad for Phil.
Turn. Ace of diamonds.
Phil now looking for a queen and only a queen, else he's gonna double up Bill Perkins and be left with a teensy-weensy stack himself.
To the river. 10 of clubs, and Perkins is gonna double up.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Perkins seems kind of reserved, being that he just doubled up, no?
Ta-da! I finally won a hand. I got like a couple more of those before I'm back in the game.
You're unstuck, I think.
No, I'm super stuck. I'm still
You're
on tilt.
stuck less than 15?
I have less tilt juice in my system.
The tilt juice has been wrung out, huh?
I had maximum tilt juice. It was like overdrive.
I mean, the businessman, you know, he shows up with kings when he has 43,000. Come on. So ridiculous what happens to me in this game.
Can't deny that. Also can't deny that it makes great TV.
Or great TV coming up right after this.
It'd be nice to just hit some cards. It'd be nice to just, you know, maybe when I had the queens and he had the kings, if I would have hit a queen, that would have made up for some of the bad luck I've had. When I get unlucky in a lot of hands, it gets old.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. When Phil said it gets old, was he talking about running bad or listening to him afterwards? Because let me tell you, it never gets old.
So what other countries have you visited, Mac?
What?
What other countries have you visited?
China.
You've been to China? China twice? Why?
China.
What are you doing there?
Because my uncle is the ambassador.
Ah.
Was.
Do you speak Chinese at all?
No.
Chinese mountain.
Where's that?
In China, you know.
Shanghai?
It's like the shouting monks.
Where's the embassy? In Shanghai? Beijing?
In Beijing, yeah.
Beijing?
Yeah.
Dario.
And I did like this
He
NBC
found the
package
secret
thing.
location where he was training. He was training with the Shaolin monks in Beijing. I didn't know. Now we got him. Elke figured it out. Elke figured it out where he's been training.
Joining Amanda on the couch this week is Italian poker pro Luca Pagano.
Not the catacombs. It was with the Shaolin monks in Beijing.
Abacus.
That's where it was. He just let it out. China, twice, this, that. Elke figured it out. Elke solved it. Yep.
In the monasteries, they ask, what is the sound of one hand folding?
Perkins raised to 900 in the cannon, folds.
Chinese influence. That's why he's so hard to beat.
2,300.
Stop.
Hellmuth re-raises to 2,300 with king queen.
I don't even mind.
You can give me some money back.
Fine. Because you wanted the money back here. Fine.
Perkins makes the call. Battle!
You didn't lose yet.
Remember what I said earlier about these two not tangling? I take it back.
Flop 8-8 jack.
Hellmuth has the pre-flop lead.
5,000.
Keeps it, bets 5K.
Can't get in trouble with that flop.
Perkins folds.
You got the money back, see? Let's show one card.
Well, 2,300 I got.
So Phil gets a little revenge against Perkins, but he's probably looking for a lot more, especially considering last season's confrontation with the businessman.
Phil's a great player. I like him. I like ribbing him. The only edge is to get him thinking emotionally and not mathematically, and I used that to my advantage last time.
What's going on here?
You beaten this, Phil? Maybe?
Businessman's running lucky, huh?
Business. Donkeys get lucky. I'm telling you, gotta be careful.
Okay, Phil, tell me what you remember about Bill Perkins.
Don't really remember much about him.
He hate me.
This motherfucker, she's running so good.
Bullets were flying.
We played once, I think. I think you're going to lose 100, but I think you're going to spread it around to these guys. I hope I can get some of it.
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence, Mr. Cocky.
I honestly don't remember. Did he try to get to me last time? I'm just speaking the truth, man.
No, you're speaking your opinion, man. Just because you're married to a woman for 20 years doesn't mean that I'm going to tolerate you.
Let's keep it friendly, boys. I don't want to have to break up a fight.
I guess I remember it vaguely. Classy guy, buddy. You are.
Why? What did I do?
Why would you say that? You want to just step on me?
He's a school teacher. For God's sakes, man.
Screaming will do you a lot of good. Don't know what to say?
To many people, I was the hero. When you have a big personality like mine on the set with him, sparks are bound to fly.
Relax, buddy. You may be able to push other people around, but not me.
I mean, I feel like if I'm stupid enough to give it back to him, then I've made a mistake. Because you don't fight with a fly. You shoo a fly away.
It's good-natured ribbon. I don't like it to get too far across the line. We're all here to play cards, not go to war. In his mind, in my mind, and probably in a lot of the fans' mind, it's round 2.
You might think Phil's pretending to not remember Bill Perkins. Trust me, he's not. He still calls me buddy every time he sees me.
Who's this guy at the table straddling?
That's Bill Perkins, Scott.
Oh, right, the businessman. Suited one gapper for the cannon. Chucks it. King Queen for Helmuth.
26.
Raises to 2,600. Vigneri out. Elke with Queen 6. Folds.
Phil Helmuth typically opens a lot of pots in this show, and he's been opening a lot this week, only he's been clowning around far less.
9 tray of spades for Phil Locke.
This would be a very odd call out of position for Phil Locke.
But he does call.
Thank you.
Perkins obviously likes his pot odds.
Hey, DDG.
Calls 1,800 with the 7 tray.
Not as odd a call for Perkins.
Well, it's a scoreboard situation. I have 2K profit right now, should I fold. So sometimes you play the stack.
Fold or play the huge side, that's true.
To the flop, 10 ace jack rainbow. Phil has flopped the stone cold nuts.
And everyone else has stone cold nothing. Even when Phil runs good, he runs bad.
Lock checks. Some guy checks.
Phil probably isn't going to get much action.
How much should bet 2,100? Haha, he's got it. He did it. He's ruined the whole thing. He is a genius.
Does bet 2,100.
That's why you can hang with the Shaolin monks that, you know, disguise themselves as Italians. You know, you can do it.
Kung Fu Panda down there. Kung Fu Max.
God damn, what the f***?
Shall bluff, you're my idol.
Don't worry about it, Phil. On that hand, if I'm putting money in the flop, holy cow.
Check it.
Helmut, if I put money in it with you, trust me, right in that moment, I was going to have some.
Yeah, I believe you. Like ace jack. That'll be all right.
Wow, how did he flop the nuts? Wow, I'm so glad I didn't make a move on Helmut right then.
Lock, Phil H. That's Phil Lock. Remember him from poker?
More big game coming up right after this. Welcome back to the big game, where we've reached hand 73 of the 150 to be played this week. Action will start on Phil Helmuth.
Here's what you do, cold call? No?
I don't trust you. What I do is I trust my instincts.
Folds.
I call with anything.
The hand.
Dario. King 10 offsuit.
Haven't heard from Dario in a little while.
Pumps it up to 1,100. Suited ace for Elke.
I want a thumb ring like Dario.
Elke calls.
What? A thumb ring like Dario.
Lock folds, action on Perkins. And he calls. Ace deuce for the cannon.
Probably an easy defend with those pot odds.
And it is.
Not Elke, not yet, but I'm waiting for him to go off loose. Dario's been popped me like 4 or 5 times, so.
4-way action to the flop. 3, 5, 9, all clubs.
All right, everybody, club check.
Perkins checks.
Bottom pair, no club. Max has ace high, worst club.
And checks.
Dario's got the second nut flush draw and the pre-flop betting lead.
And checks it as well.
Elke's got ace high with a wheel draw, but also no club.
And it's going to check around. We'll see a turn. Jack of diamonds.
Perkins perks up. Now with top and bottom. No one with the betting lead at the moment.
He fires out 2,600 with 2 pair. Action over to our loose cannon.
Italians are famous for their cooking, and it looks like Max is cooking up something here.
Looks like he's cooking up a raise, possibly. That's a lot of chips. Makes it 11,600.
With nothing but ace high and a gut shot, that's some machismo.
Dario out.
Tough to call there with a bet and a raise in front of you.
How much do I have to put in?
And Elke gives up his gut shot. Perkins makes the call easily.
Quick call from Perkins. Frustration call or soul read. You be the judge.
Queen of diamonds on the river. Straight now possible as well. Perkins checks.
Perkins still with the best hand. Dario's king 10 would have gotten there. Max knows he can't win this pot by checking. And Perkins is still checking.
All right, he's done. Max, your action. And a lot of action. Bets 23,100.
On a stone bluff, and this cannon is cannoning. Now for Bill Perkins with 2 pair, it's not the hardest call in the world, but it's not the easiest either.
I give him Phil's money.
That sounds like a call.
Here's Phil's money.
Flush?
And it is.
Nice round.
Oops.
Where's that? Ace high.
Perkins was so sure he lost.
And Perkins is going to drag a pot worth almost 75K.
Bill Perkins. Nuclear Bill.
I just got some 2 gonads and some tilt juice in.
Are you telling me we were supposed to be calling him all these other times? Are you the first one that had the courage to look him up?
I got tilt juice in me. You
now
makes
I'm wondering
makes
about
you
some of
strong.
my bolts.
You think?
Tilt juice make you strong.
I prefer sugar-free tilt juice. I'm trying to watch the carbs.
So Bill Perkins rakes a healthy pot there and goes from negative to slightly less negative. Meanwhile, our loose cannon, Massimiliano Martinez, was up 92K after just 7 hands. Now after 73 hands, up only 43,000.
Let's see if that picked-off bluff slows Max down at all.
Elke folds. Bill locks, suited 8-7. Min raise. Bill Perkins, slightly less tilt juice with the 8-5. Makes the call.
Hello, Phil.
Pierce Perkins has brought an entire styrofoam cooler of tilt juice, has been tailgating with it on the breaks.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Action folded around and Minieri made the call. 3-way action to the flop. 8, ace 5, 2 spades. Perkins with 2 pair again.
No tells on this guy whatsoever.
Minieri checks his pair.
Locke's got middle pair, but he's reverse dominated to Perkins.
He checks it. Perkins fires out 2,000. Dario's out.
It's like he's making it rain, you know? Like raining chips.
Make it rain.
Make it rain.
Back on lock.
I think the guy who makes it
You
rain.
want me to play this hand with you?
I don't know. You're such a donkey. I'm a little afraid.
Be quiet, Bill.
I'm always afraid of you.
Don't want to chase off the fishy.
It's like I want to if you miss.
Oh my God. Shh.
I don't know. I'm just playing too technical. All those spades.
Lock folds?
I don't have spades.
No, but I don't like the spades. And
I don't have a single spade. You want your cards back?
You do have spades.
I have 2 pair. I have 8-5.
He shows.
8-5?
Yeah, I have 8-5. No, unsuited. Come on. I told you, he's in hand.
2 in a row for Perkins.
I don't remember what I had.
Bill with the senior moment.
Something like, it was maybe something like 7-8 of diamonds. I don't know what it was.
Welcome back to the big game where despite bleeding some chips, Massimiliano Martinez tops the chart at over 44K. And look at Phil Locke, he's even Steven for the week.
Although Max is down for the night, he still has a profit. And remember, if the cannon finishes positive after 150 hands, he keeps anything over that initial $100,000.
All right, Joe, the loose cannon's traveled all the way from Rome, yet doesn't seem to be phased at all by the time difference so far.
I know. Who brought the ringer? Massimiliano's been playing molto aggressivo. Mwah! Pre-flop, his 12% 3-bet percentage is not only second at this table, but it's also one of the highest ever by a loose cannon. And despite ranking 5th, Max's VPIP of 31 is a fairly active number as well. Post-flop, he's continued that aggressive approach with a 1.9 aggro factor and done most of his damage at showdown, banking 195K already, which is well over 10 billion lira.
So Max is really putting destiny into his own hands by taking the action to the pros.
Did you say action, Scott? Because you can't say action without referring to the businessman, Bill Perkins. You literally can't. It's in your contract. While this has been a very loose table with both the Phils playing half the pots, they're all being dwarfed by Perkins at a towering 73% VPIP. The last time this guy folded pre-flop was on a misdeal.
And good luck getting this action junkie to fold to a raise pre-flop. He's stationing a staggering 69% of the time. Also, Bill's seen 64% of flops to this point, a third more than the next closest player as his statistical skyline continues to grow. In this case, aggression not a good thing for Perkins as he's donated over 60K. What a generous guy.
And what do you think about our other Italian at the table, Dario Minieri?
Super Dario is absolutely mashing this table pre-flop like a giant mushroom. His 3-bet percentage of 22 is really putting his opponents to the test early. And Minieri has maintained that aggression factor after the flop as well, leading the table with a 3.0, all adding up to a nice 28K profit so far.
Well, let's see if one of these Roman gladiators eventually gets the thumbs up or the thumbs down.
Are you not entertained?
Sure thing, Maximus.
Oh my God, wait a minute. 1, 20, 30, 40. I'm even. I'm exactly even. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, I double checked. Even.
Has anybody seen anybody celebrate mediocrity more than him?
I'm pretty okay with it.
Are you so proud of being mediocre?
How is even being mediocre? Mediocre.
I'm even.
How is that being mediocre? That is amazing. I'm here with a Shaolin monk, 11-time bracelet winner, a telepath, a guy who's won 10 million in poker, and you have position on me. You play every hand.
Well, I guess when you put it that way. All right, now quit waiting for the awards ceremony and get back in there.
Our dealer, Marcus, will get us started here, and Perkins is straddled. So the action will be on the cannon with 9 deuce suited. Let's it go. Helmuth, king 4 suited.
Wow. Can I really just limp?
Probably shouldn't.
But he does. Minieri folds. Action on Elke with queen 6 of diamonds.
Well, he's priced in.
And he completes. Action on Phil Locke with 7-5.
These limp pots are going to get a lot of hands in there that might not otherwise call.
All right, they dragged me in.
And Locke calls.
I'm trying to get unstuck, yeah.
Check it up.
1 check's fine, sir.
4-way action of the flop. Ace 9-10 rainbow, whole lot of whiffing going on.
Everyone missed this flop harder than when Greedo fired the first shot.
Elke checks.
Elke has queen high and some backdoor draws.
Checks around to Helmuth.
Phil, stay with us. Come on.
Check.
Helmuth checks.
Although he does have the best hand.
5 of hearts on the turn. Locke makes a pair. Phil Helmuth with a flush draw. Elke checks. And Locke bets 400.
400 big ones. Aggression.
Perkins raises to 2,200 with his gut shot.
Helmuth's picked up the second nut flush draw, and we know his king is still alive.
You have me covered again, right?
Possibly. I'll let you, the dealer.
That's good, that's good.
Well, I would guess Phil's not folding.
8,000.
He re-raises to 8,000. And Elke will let it go.
Locke still has the best hand, though not a strong one, and he was just raised twice.
Phil Helmuth, 8,000, he says. I hate giving anybody money like this.
The 400 you just put out there?
And Locke folds.
I fold. Can I see the last card?
Helmuth takes it down.
I want to see the last card, too.
I say don't show it.
Rabbit hunt denied.
Helmuth doesn't, Helmuth?
Show the last card.
What if like Ace Hearts comes out?
I'd be so steamed because
everyone gets their money back.
No, for another reason.
Already.
I would have made quads and you guys would have, and someone would have made a flush and now I'm steamed up,
Oh, right. Sure, Phil. You would have made quads. Okay.
Yeah, he was just 2 aces in his hand and then an ace on the river away from making quads. That's close.
So close.
Action will start here on the poker fibber. Jack 9 of hearts. Another min raise from this table. Minieri's out. 9-7 for Elke. Lets it go.
Helmuth wants a lot of action, I guess.
7-4 suited for Locke. He's in, and Perkins quickly in with the 6-5. Queen 8 of clubs for Massimiliano Martinez, our cannon. Makes the call.
Back in the old days, he just potted it there, and,
He just pops it, right?
Cannon.
You might fold, I might call, he might call or fold, and then he just bets 75% pot and wins it,
Yeah. I love stories about the old days. It was a different time then. If you 5-bet with anything other than aces, it was considered an angle shoot.
Deuce 4-5 on the flop.
You'd be like, boom.
Perkins checks his top pair and gut shot.
Max with just queen high.
Checks it.
Helmuth with just jack high.
And he checks.
Locke's got middle pair and some backdoor draws.
Checks it.
Phil checked, really?
turn. Ace of diamonds.
Despite the potential scare card, Perkins still has the best hand.
I didn't expect that out of you.
Bets 3K. Martinez is out, as is Phil.
I wish I had a pair. I wish I had a 3. And I really wish I had a 3-6. Because if you had a 3 and I had a 3-6, it would be Shipola.
Shipola.
Oh.
How do you know I don't have 3-6?
And Perkins shows his 6 with Phil still to act.
Perkins doesn't know it, but he wants a call.
Oh, gave you a card, you even call.
It's possible.
Almost got him to
That's
call.
a nice roll.
Perkins wins.
It's possible to show one card, right?
Yeah, you can show whatever you want.
Calling wings off flights. And this is the guy I want to do business with. That's why I love him. Because he's hungry. You know, I gotta love the hunger. I love your hunger, sir.
I love it, I love it, I love it. He showed the 6 of diamonds. Now we have to call him.
This is a move you won't find in many poker books. It's called Keep the Rich Fish Having a Good Time.
You were calling?
Yeah. What can you have?
The Perkins Revival Tour continues. Back after this.
And I've crossed over the even watermark so many times that it's almost like, I feel like a boat just in a bay, just trying to just stabilize. And I'm not going out to sea, I'm not going into drinking the tavern, I'm just in the bay, you know? That's what it feels like.
I think the boat metaphor finally explains that knit hat he was wearing. Phil must be on leave from his day job on Deadliest Catch.
And he's stuck almost 4,000 bucks. Remember, there's more behind-the-scenes action as well as bonus hands and stats on the website.
It feels a little calm right now. Like people lurking, waiting for big hands. They're squeezing.
8 deuce for Perkins.
Oh my God! Thank goodness.
Folds.
Bill Perkins just folded pre-flop. Sound the alarm.
Martinez with king 8 lets it go. Jack 10 of diamonds for Phil Hellmuth. And he'll limp.
Jack 10 suited's a great multi-way hand, but he could still probably raise and not chase away much action and play a bigger pot if it hits.
Big slick for Dario.
14.
Raises to 1,400. Elke out. And locked with Presto makes the call.
Well, now that Hellmuth's nutted for diamonds, maybe it's better to play a smaller pot.
And he calls.
So I feel like I'm directing traffic.
Well, it does involve several streets.
To the flop, 10 ace jack 2 clubs. Phil with 2 pair, Dario with top pair and a gut shot.
Too bad we couldn't get a 5 in there.
I am first act, right? Yep, I check.
Lock checks. And Hellmuth checks.
Checks to the razor. No reason for Dario to play top pair slow here. This could get juicy.
And Minieri bets 3,100.
I think I'm folding, boys. Let's double check it, and yes, I'm folding.
And Lock lets it go. Hellmuth double checks, still 2 pair.
I can't fold yet.
Makes the call.
Phil maybe wanting to control this pot with all those draws out there.
I check.
And he dark checks. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Doesn't change anything.
And Phil has already checked, so the action's on Dario.
Dario's still likely to think he has the best hand. It's a super wet board, and Phil could easily still be drawing.
64.
That's 6,400.
Oh, let me think for a minute here.
Hollywood.
The Bill Perkins School of Tells.
All right, I call.
Makes the call.
The mini speech might have been a giveaway.
To the river. 6 of hearts.
About as big a brick as you could expect. Hellmuth's got it locked up unless Dario finds some way to blow him off his hand.
You know what? Let me take a little crack at this pot.
Yeah, just take a little bet here.
9,000.
My hand's probably no good, but whatevs.
That's 9K.
Speech aside, that's a pretty good bet. Can maybe look like a missed draw. Dario can't really like it.
He calls.
10s and jacks.
Good.
And Hellmuth takes it down.
Can't believe that didn't get bleeped. In Italy, clearing your throat's an insult.
Oh my God, I need to go back to school. Did they teach you what's going on in that hand in China? Because I didn't know that was what was happening.
So Phil takes down the pot and he continues to crawl his way out of a deep hole he dug with a bluff earlier in the session. He's down almost 16K.
It was confusing, right?
You guys play some kung fu that I've not seen before.
You might have had like ace-9 suited. That's about as weak as it could have been.
Personally, I think Dario folds ace-9 in that spot. It's just me.
Ace-9, I'm going with ace-9.
Apparently, they also have the "if you don't have anything nice to say" phrase in Italy as well.
Action on Helmuth with Jack-9. Limps.
Besides, Dario would never play a hand as bad as ace-9. All right, never mind.
Ace-8 of spades for Dario. Raises to 1,500.
Elke's been pretty quiet this session.
Big slick.
He's about to get louder.
Makes it 4,400.
Well, I was trying to direct traffic again.
Yeah, you're true. That's what you were talking about earlier.
Jack suited limp. You know you can call one raise with it, Phil, but you don't want to call a double. Not saying I have this time.
Locking Perkins out, Cannon out, and Phil lets it go.
Dario's out of position with a weak ace, and Elke hasn't really been getting out of line today.
Minieri makes the call.
Very loose call. Also, Locke folded an ace. Elke always looks like he's trying to solve a mystery.
So their heads up to the flop. 5 deuce deuce 2 spades. Minieri comes from way behind here to almost a coin flip with his flush draw.
Despite the loose call pre-flop, that's a great flop for Dario, one he probably won't be afraid to get some money in with.
Checks it to Elke.
Elke does have the best hand, and a c-bet would typically win him this pot.
And he does fire the c-bet, 6,600.
Obviously, Dario can't fold, but he might not want to get a ton of money in just yet.
And he does just call.
Elke's been playing pretty solid, so Dario maybe wants to control the pot a bit with just a draw and a weak ace high.
Turn, Queen of Hearts.
Affects neither player's hand and doesn't affect the board texture either.
Minieri checks.
I'm sure Dario would be happy to take a free card here.
And Poirot hasn't quite figured it out. Checks around. Tray of diamonds on the end.
Big miss for everybody.
Elke's still best.
Looks like Super Dario is going to try to rep a hand anyways.
Super Dario fires a big shell on the end, 16-6.
Not many draws came in, so there's a ton of missed draws in Dario's range, but the problem is Dario could easily value bet any pair knowing Elke might look him up with ace high.
And Elke lets it go.
The play was seek, so seek.
Dario drags a pot worth a little over 40,000.
Nice hand, Dario.
Thank you.
Had it?
What about you?
Me? Nice hand too.
Nice hand?
But not a nice board.
When Elke played StarCraft, he never complained about a bad board, ever. Step up. Welcome back to the big game, where Italy's Massimiliano Martinez has seen his profit cut nearly in half to 46 and change.
Max was up 92K earlier in the session, posed a real threat to Gonzo for the passport. Now, not so much.
You have ace queen, ace 9, ace 8, any ace suited that didn't two pair.
But I can't check raise you on the river. How much are you going to bet on the river?
I'm agree. You can check call.
Dario folds.
So you might only bet 7,000.
My bet is bigger than what you think.
Elke raises.
Because I bet what I would bet on a bluff. I shouldn't give you this information.
That's true.
Okay, guys, now just let it go.
Lock calls 1,300 with the 10-8. Perkins, King-Jack calls. Cannon with the 9-7.
He's thinking about it. He's got some decent immediate odds if he wants to get in there, splash around.
Splash he will. Phil Hellmuth, King-10, suited, makes the call.
Alrighty then.
Oh, poor little Dario's the run to the family pot. Bambino.
Just 5-way action this time. Tray 9-4, a couple of hearts, Cannon with top pair. And checks it. Hellmuth checks.
Elke's got middle pair and was the original raiser.
Keeps the lead, bets 3,300.
Locke hoping for some better cards.
And ditches these. Perkins out of the way. Back on Martinez.
The Cannon hasn't made a ton of mistakes. Let's see how he handles top pair, weak kicker versus Elke's aggression.
Just calls.
That is a very disappointing flop, Wheeler. For me, I had a nice little hand there. Oh.
Translation for Elke's face. Okay.
Turn ace of hearts, Elke with 2 pair.
Top pair, no longer top pair for the Cannon.
And he checks it.
Elke's got aces up now and probably really loves his hand, though I'm sure he wouldn't love to see another heart come off.
Elke bets 8,200.
Max likely knows that this would be a good card for Elke to bluff at, and unlike most loose cannons, Max does not back down easily. Reaching for chips.
And Max calls from well behind here. We're going to see a river.
Elke's got Max in bad shape.
River, 9 of clubs, not anymore. Max makes trips.
I wonder if they have the word Yahtzee in Italian.
He checks it.
Max is taking a shot that Elke will bet at this. These two pair are counterfeited.
Elke won't be trapped. He checks. Martinez shows him the winner.
Elke's not running like Elke today. Still, he manages to lose the minimum. Well played, monsieur.
Max Martinez taking down a pot worth over 30,000 bucks. He's running like Elke today. The cannon runs good.
Yep. And that's how a bill becomes law, ladies and gentlemen.
That's how a bill becomes law. Oh.
Non sequitur Schoolhouse Rock reference for the win.
Well, Max won't apologize for putting the bad beat on Elke, whose profit has now dropped to just over 12K.
Elke ranks dead last for the week in both aggression factor and pots won. I would recommend picking up his play and, of course, avoid getting bad beat on the river.
You have to go and make it official. We had him doubting, you know, the ace-high bluff thing, whatever. We had him doubting. Now you have to go re-cement. He's aligned with the Shaolin monks again, kid. He's aligned.
That's not my fault. That's the river.
You know, in France, they call a royal flush a royale with cheese.
Elke folds.
All right.
The lock, 8 tray of diamonds. Very double down hand. He raises to 1,200. 10-8 for Perkins. Calls. Max the cannon. Pocket aces.
What a superb spot for a 3-bet. In position, a bet and a call in front of you.
Wow. And he does. Raises to 5,100. Filled quickly out. 4 tray of clubs from Minieri.
Dario's got a hand that's good for snapping aces, but he's out of position.
2 Shaolin monks are on the mat right now, you know?
Looks like we're about to see a slow motion wire fight up above some trees. I would expect a lot of dusty punches. This is a big re-raise. Dario's out of position, not getting the right price, and he's not closing the action.
Crouching Tiger, massive 4-bet. Makes it 18,100.
Back in my younger days.
You would have been folded even faster.
Lock lets it go, as does Perkins.
Now, the great thing about the cannon spot here is there's only one thing he can do that's minus EV, and that's fold. Of course, he could try to get more money in now, but since he's in position, calling would be fine too. All depends on how strong he thinks Dario is.
And this just became a 5-alarm dumpster fire for Dario. Martinez is raised to 37-2.
Much you have left?
Dario had a pretty good idea, just picked a bad spot.
We'll let you count in Italian.
125 and 700.
Dario has to know the cannon means business at this point, but I'm sure he's considering the likelihood of Max folding to a 6th bet. Not bloody likely.
Max would love to see a 6th bet here.
Fold.
Dario folds, and Max is going to take down a nice pot pre-flop.
Wow, this is unbelievable.
That was something, huh, Phil? That was
Scary.
something.
He has come over the top. He's got the last raisin in like every pot he's played. So he's either had aces and kings like 17 times, or
the
he's
tape
just,
will show if he's a
out
genius
there.
on the edge, dancing with danger or surfing the edge of perfection. Something in there. There is a
Shaolin monks in a battle.
The Shaolin and the Wu-Tang could be dangerous. Cannon is now close to where he began the evening, and Dario's friskiness drops him to basically even for the week. Elke joins those two above the line, while Perkins still tries to resuscitate his stack.
The loose cannon made a late recovery, and with 2 nights to go, Max still has a shot at the NAPT passport, but he's going to need to keep playing well and running well.
All right, guys, end of the night. Max, it's been a roller coaster week, huh?
Yeah.
You're up a lot.
About 80K.
How are you feeling?
I feel good.
Are you excited?
Not so much. I just want to win.
If you bust everybody in one hand,
Then that's the only way he's going to be excited. How you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great. I have 0 complaints, girl.
Yeah?
What's up?
He's gonna give you a lesson, I think. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. That's it for tonight, guys. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now. And remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. Good night, everybody.
Join us next time to see if Max's stack echoes throughout eternity on the big game, or will he be fed to the lions? For Stapes, this is Huff saying so long from Vegas.
We just saw the two senseis go to the mat, and Elke believes, and he stated in the middle of that hand that he thinks maybe you're not a Shaolin monk, but maybe he is. Maybe, you know, he's one in China. We never heard you say any time in China, so it's possible, you know?
You skipped Kung Fu school.
It's true.
That's true, that's true.
The preceding program was sponsored by PokerStars.com. Sponsored by PokerStars.com. This week on the big game, the Italian loose cannon showed he wasn't your average amateur.
The cannon would be.
You might hold my mic call.
Boom.
And had some questioning if he was even from Rome.
He was training with the Shaolin monks in Beijing.
But when Max's mystery was finally revealed,
Hey, Sai.
Good pair.
Nice one.
these pros began to change their tune.
Now I'm wondering about some of my folds.
You think?
Tonight, see if the cannon recaptures their belief.
No one can beat that.
Or has he lost his loyal followers forever?
Who knows who's zooming who here?
It all happens now.
My day's coming. It's not going to be far off either, baby.
Welcome to the big game from Las Vegas. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Scott Huff as some of the best players in the world continue to go at it in our state-of-the-art poker room. And right now, there's more than $750,000 in cold hard cash on the table.
Bill Perkins, the businessman, has strict starting hand requirements. Each card must have a letter and or number written on it. He's stuck over 70 dimes.
Elke is a tournament crusher who's used to winning millions at a time. So far this week, he's turned a modest profit. He's up a little over 12K.
Amadario, I'm gonna win. The Italian's given back a sizable early profit, but the good news is that 200 bucks is several thousand lira.
Phil Hellmuth Jr. might be the best Hold'em tournament player of all time, but this is a cash game, so I hope you like the sound of bleeps.
The loose cannon is Massimiliano Martinez from Rome, Italy. The 24-year-old student enjoys trying new foods, but says there's no substitute for Italian cuisine. He's preaching to the choir. I've got Domino's on speed dial. He's up over $84,000.
The final player is the Unabomber, Phil Locke, who's been going back and forth along the break-even line all week long. Phil's currently down 8,300, and right now, he's with Amanda.
Phil, pretty fun table out there this week, right? Give me your assessment of the table in 100 words or less. Go.
A lot of poker sessions get morphed into a theme of like what was happening that night, and you can carry away an energy. And tonight's theme, I think, is Max. It's the Max question. Is he brilliant, dancing on the edge of disaster, or is he playing disastrously, dancing on the edge of brilliance? I really hope I see a lot of strong hands when I see this show. If I see a lot of bluffs, I'm gonna just understand how, and I still won't know, by the way, if it was brilliance dancing with disaster or disaster dancing with brilliance.
But we'll think about it, and I'm going to send you back. All right, good luck.
The loose cannon is staked $100,000. He keeps all money above the initial 100K, and the loose cannon with the most money at season's end earns a North American Poker Tour passport worth $50,000.
What do you think, Elke? Is he brilliant, dancing on the edge of disaster, or is he disaster, dancing on the edge of brilliance? What is it? What is it?
One or the other.
Yes, Elke. Good answer. It's one or the other. The leading loose cannon is Gonzalez Cannon. Max will be looking to dance with that number as well.
Maybe brilliance or disaster or blunder, that earlier thing. I don't know.
I think 150 hands done enough to know.
Probably right.
By the other thing, Phil Locke now believes our loose cannon was trained in the Shaolin arts of poker in China.
Locke out, 2 jacks in the hole for Perkins. Limps.
How often do you just sit down with a player that's just great, that's some random guy that's great? Like never, right?
I don't know, though. It's a new world.
By the way, earlier in the week, in a Behind the Poker Face, Phil said that loose cannon played horribly.
Raise is here.
Like never.
Helmuth out. Action on Dario Minieri on the small blind.
Typically, this would be a spot for a 3-bet if he was going to play this hand.
Just calls. Elke in the big blind with 4 deuce suited. Calls 1,700 more.
Perkins with the chance to put the squeeze on.
I raise the pot.
11-1 total.
11-1 total. Bill Perkins is here, folks. There it is. There he goes.
He's got it, Phil.
Yeah.
Perkins raises to 11,100. Back on the cannon. Joe, why is he reaching for chips?
Because he's about to put the loose in loose cannon.
He flat calls 9,000 with Jack 8, and Dario and Elke are quickly out.
Loose as a goose.
And off to the mat they go, boys.
What the heck is going on here?
I have no clue.
Story checks out.
Heads up to the flop. 10-9-8 rainbow.
This could get Max in trouble. He's got bottom pair and he's open-ended. Perkins with an overpair, same straight draw.
But he checks it.
Surprising check. Let's see if Max gets aggressive. Sure, Perkins isn't folding.
No, he checks behind.
2 surprising checks in this 3-bet pot.
Ace of clubs on the turn. Perkins not scared of that ace, makes it 15,000.
Coming out swinging, but I don't think Max can or should fold a pair in a straight draw.
And he calls.
Even though we know he's drawing pretty thin to an outright win.
To the river. 9 of clubs, no help to Max.
Sort of a scare card for both players.
Perkins checks it.
We've seen Max get real aggressive in spots like this before, and we haven't seen him give up much at all.
Waves the white flag.
Aces? Huh? Aces? No. I have jacks. They're good.
Perkins will take down a pot worth 57K.
You told you had an ace and you were...
I thought I missed the bet. I was like, what the hell? I flop open-ended straight, over the top there, open-ended straight. I got too fancy on him. Because I swore you were going to fire. Swore it.
So the loose cannon drops over 26K, but it could have been worse. As we take a look at the rules of the big game, each table lasts exactly 150 hands. The action pre-flop is pot limit, then no limit after the flop. The blinds are 2 and 400 with a $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least $100,000, but can rebuy for up to 500K.
I was so sick. He checked the river and he slammed his hand down like he had aces full.
No,
and
no.
every pro's sitting there and go, aces full, right?
No.
No, I don't think that's what he was doing. I think he was losing. I think he was complaining because he didn't bet the flop and the ace came. I think he lost.
I thought I lost. I thought he checked his ace. I thought he might have like a weak ace.
He was complaining because he didn't bet the flop, catching up with the ace.
Makes sense. All right, I'm sorry.
Holds to Minieri. Speaking of aces,
hey, it's a.
Minieri raises it up to 1,100. Elke out. Action on lock in the small blind with Queen 9 of diamonds. Calls.
The post-mortem made me confused too. I thought, oh, he was going to snap call because he knew it was a bluff. That's what I thought. He was angry, like, if you bet, I would have called. Okay, now I get it. I was like, my reads are off tonight, guys. I mean...
All right, well, now that mystery's solved.
Flop. 8, King 4, couple of spades. Lock checks.
Even though I won, it was like, what the hell?
Perkins with middle pair checks.
Dario should c-bet here since that's exactly what they're all expecting, and this time he's got the goods.
Dario bets 2,300, back on lock. We just picked a bad time to raise, makes it 5,500.
Lock getting a little spewy and a little bluffy at the wrong time.
Perkins is done with it. Back on Dario.
Spoiler alert, he's not folding.
The smooth call.
Dario just calls. Lock's raising range is pretty polarized, so if you raise, you chase away a bluff, or you put more money in a pot where you're in bad shape.
Turn pairs the board, 8 of clubs.
Lock's the first to act, and now the last aggressor.
Still with complete air, bets 10-2.
A pair and a flush draw just turned into trips, but any other semi-bluffs missed.
Minieri calls.
Not too much for Dario to be afraid of, but he may want Phil to keep firing on the river.
Which is 7 of diamonds.
Pretty much only the 5-6 gut shot came in. Let's see if Phil keeps firing or decides to give it up.
I check.
He checks.
Looks like Phil has given up. Dario value bets. I see very little chance of him being called.
21.
He'll try, bets 21K.
Dario is the best. Dario is the best.
Dario's hoping Phil has a hand like ace-king. The only question is how long this speech lasts before Phil folds.
I am officially folding to Dario. Dario wins the money.
Dario.
Show up, Dario.
I can't show my cards, guys.
You have to show.
She said, Amanda said you have to show.
I have to show?
Yes.
Don't do it. That's Italian poker pro Luca Pagano watching on with Amanda.
Dario shows the bullets.
Did he show?
Aces.
What?
It's amazing the things these guys do for a blonde in a figure skating outfit.
And Dario adds 19K in profit.
It's the first time you ever had anything all day, Dario.
Yeah, first time.
There's a first time for everything, including our first commercial break of the night. Don't go away, folks. The big game's just taking off.
Dario, I believe, has a microchip in him, just like me. There's so many times where I realize, oh my God, he's thinking like me. What is going on? Or he'll say something and I'm like, then I'll trap myself and he'll catch me in a fib and I'm like, no one can do that. He's just doing it. Thank God he's on my right, you know?
He's very talented and very fast player, but I mean, I know he's always pushing. So someone like that is dangerous because they're willing to make big bluffs.
I think my reputation is I'm aggressive, but I think I switch a lot my game. I adapt myself to the table, or at least that's what I try to do.
Well, so far, Dario leads the table with both a 3-bet percentage of 18 and a PFR of 28, thus confirming what most people already know. Dario loves pushing the action, and he's up 13-9 in the process.
Dario says he adapts himself to the table. I'll say, before arriving here today, Dario had never spoken one word of English.
Action will start here on Phil Hellmuth with 9-7 offsuit. Limps again.
Phil's been limping around all week. Hasn't really worked out for him so far, but he should probably keep trying.
King tray of diamonds from Minieri. Raises to 1100. Over to Elke. Folds. Locke, who just got caught bluffing.
I played that hand poorly.
Calls.
In
I
so
get
many
unstuck.
ways.
I get off the tilt tee.
Hard to get off that tilt teat.
6-8 for the cannon. And he's going to defend.
Pretty loose, but decent pot odds. Phil's got to call now.
And he does. Four-way action to the flop. 7 king 7 rainbow. Hellmuth hits trips.
I meant to say Phil Hellmuth's a genius.
Martinez checks and Hellmuth checks.
Dario's got top pair and he had the pre-flop betting lead. This could get ugly for him.
That's 2,600. Lock is out. Martinez out.
For Hellmuth, this is probably a spot to just call. It would be easy to chase away action on such a dry board, even though we know Dario wouldn't fold top pair. Even a call would look pretty strong here, though.
There is the strong-looking call from Phil. We'll see a turn. King of spades, boat for Dario.
I don't know a lot of Italian poker terms, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, go!
Oh! Check from Hellmuth.
Really, really bad card for Phil. Especially since this looks like such a great card for Dario to keep barreling on.
Minieri bets 5,300.
Almost impossible for Phil to get away since Dario has such an aggressive rep.
And Phil will not get away. Makes the call.
Well, he's not drawing dead. I mean, he could hit quads.
River 9 of spades. No quads for Phil, and Minieri's got it locked up.
Totally inconsequential card.
Phil checks.
How big will Dario's value bet be?
$17,200 worth.
Nearly a pot-sized value bet. A lot of players would feel forced or frustrated into calling here, but great players, they fold here sometimes.
Oh.
That's only sometimes. Let's see if Phil can get away.
Calls.
King, I only play the nuts like you, buddy.
Dario wins a $55,000 pot.
If I had it.
Oh boy, that's gonna be the one.
It's just unreal what happens to me in this place. I mean, I'm just so sick of it, you know? I mean,
I mean, I had the best on the charm, I had the best on the river.
You guys have 2 outs every pot we
Yeah,
play.
the best on pre-flop.
And I had the best on pre-flop, unless you're
Yeah,
A7.
nice hand, buddy.
Thanks, Chief.
I mean, what the is going on in this place? They do
What the
queens
is going on
versus
the river? How
queens,
do you call it?
flop
Always think I'm
trips.
bluff, I only wait for the nuts.
Oh, please, Dario. You know, I mean, you just cooled me off. You hit a 2-outer, you know, and now you're a genius.
I mean, I
guess.
just betted my hand. I don't feel a genius.
That was pretty dirty, but not Dario's fault.
This has nothing to do with you. I mean, I know, you know, I want to just trap you. I mean, I think you have 2 outs, or you're drawing dead. So I just
yeah,
call.
but I'm not make this in bet if the other king doesn't come. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't lose any more, right? Right. You don't lose any more in the hand, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Chance for Dario to go back-to-back. He'll start the action here.
What are they doing to me? I mean, this is unreal.
Focus that you think I'm stupid. That's the only thing that makes me crazy. I'm not a good player, but I'm not stupid.
Pocket queens for Dario.
I wasn't gonna put more money in that pot.
Right, I know. I know.
I mean,
you
I'm
say
not
you
stupid. I know once you call, you have one of these. I don't think you have 6s.
Elke calls the raise, lock folds.
I didn't think he had 6.
You think you had 6s? No, you don't.
No.
Me neither.
Perkins calls 1100 with the 6 tray. Nice one, Bill. Martinez with king deuce of hearts folds. Helmuth with a 4. Don't know what he's looking for. And an 8. Muck.
It's just unreal. Jesus, every time I come here, run it 4 times and they win 3. Just the weirdest just keeps happening.
He's kind of got a point. I blame you, Huff.
7, 10, 6 rainbow. It's good to be Elke. He has the nuts straight.
Keep bailing the live one out. It's so sick.
Not much chance Dario will be bailed out on this one. He's going to have to go runner, quads, or full house.
Minieri checks.
Somehow he checks, giving up the lead, mixing up his player, playing a little pot control.
And Elke bets 2700. Businessman's out.
Can't believe I keep coming back to play this game.
Please don't stop coming. There's no shot Dario can fold. He might be giving all Phil's money to Elke now.
Minieri makes the call. Turn 10 of spades.
That's a bit of a scare card for 2 queens.
Minieri checks.
I just don't believe it.
Phil's swearing so much it sounds like a heart monitor. Elke still betting for value, looks like. He wouldn't mind if Dario was calling with top pair.
Makes it 7700. Minieri just calls.
Still playing pretty cautiously.
River, ace of clubs.
Yet another stupid card for 2 queens.
And Minieri checks.
Last shot for Elke to get some value. He's really only worried about ace-10.
He bets out 18-8.
Can Dario get away? Elke's fired on every street.
Well, Dario makes the correct laydown.
Nice fold, Dario.
Good fold.
Thank you.
Elke agrees with you, Stapes.
Well, now is when Dario can get some advice from Phil H. on how to handle getting your queens cracked.
I'm not sure, but I think so.
That's a good fold for sure.
Phil, any words of advice?
Mother. It's just gonna keep hitting 2 out or something.
That'd be the one.
Do they find these cards?
Welcome back to the PokerStars.com big game, where Phil Hellmuth is still on major tilt watch, trying to shake off a bad beat at the hands of Dario a few hands ago.
By the way, Phil's also still trying to shake off a bad beat from his 89 main event win, so this could take a while.
Just because I love saying it, the businessman with deuce 6.
Oh boy.
Calls 400.
The old under-the-gun limp with the offsuit 6-high 3-gapper plus EV play.
Speaking of Phil's main event win, 2 9s.
Oh!
Party's over.
Raises to 2,000. Action on Dario with 10-7 suited.
Dario is in position.
3 bets to 5,600.
Dario knows Phil's steam. Now he's going after that wound.
Ace queen for Elke.
Elke knows Dario knows Phil is steamed as well, and he's out of position, so...
Metagame dictates 4 bet.
What? 13-3?
Lock with deuce 4. Folds.
I was just a stranger passing through town. I don't know.
Just a stranger donating.
Is this for real? I mean, What is it, 13-3?
They put the Malachi Crunch on you.
The Crunch Brothers are here.
The Malachi Crunch. If you can name the show that's from.
Columbo.
Happy Days.
Bingo. You guess my references.
I confuse all those detective shows.
It's a little scary. I mean, it really is.
Phil's in a pickle.
You probably just ship with these hands, huh?
By the way, he might be better, you know.
Give him a big pair like that, he just ship it.
Well, technically, you did just fold the best hand. Let's see how loose Dario wants to get.
Just can't take it anymore. This is ridiculous.
And Dario calls. Dario knows Elke knows he probably 3-bet Phil light. Plus, even if Elke does have a hand, Dario can maybe outplay him in position.
Flop 6-4 jack.
Pretty disappointing flop for both players, though. Elke with the best hand and the pre-flop betting lead.
Elke fires 16-6.
Dario's got nothing but some backdoor draws. Not a lot he can do here. Oh yeah, I forgot. He can bluff.
Oh, and he does. Raises to 35K.
This is a really awesome raise. Dario's pretty much accurately put Elke on the exact hand he's got. For this play to be profitable, Elke only has to fold less than 1 out of every 2.5 times. And some of those times when he does call, Dario will catch up.
Elke is not a believer. Makes the call.
Oh my god, this is so sick. So sick.
Turn king of spades. Still nothing for anyone, and Elke checks.
Elke still has the best hand. He's picked up a gut shot draw as well, but he's checking to the new aggressor. There's 100K in this pot already.
Minieri checks. River. Jack of spades.
Changes absolutely nothing. Elke with only ace queen high, but still the best hand.
Elke's done. He checks.
Dario may have a shot at stealing this pot if he can pull the trigger.
But he checks it down.
Ace high.
And Elke wins 100K with the ace high.
Fickle. I didn't need my 6.
What? I could have won with my 6?
I mean, these guys are crazy.
See what just happened right there? Ace
Yeah,
queen.
I folded a big pair.
It's almost like 40,000 each one. I don't even know what it was.
I know, that's so sick. I just can't. And then when I get in there, they hit 2-outers on me.
That pot, Elke takes the profit lead away from Massimiliano for the first time all week at 72,600. The loose cannon from Italy is the only other player above the line, while the rest of the table is showing a deficit.
Max has been very quiet tonight after losing over 26K on tonight's first hand, but it could be we're just not noticing him over the sound of Phil Hellmuth. One more beat for Phil and we may have to bolt down the chairs.
He fires on the river, you're gone.
I'm calling you.
You calling a shove on the turn?
Yeah, I'm calling you shove too. I'm shoving. If you bet less, I'm shoving, and I'm calling you shove on the turn.
No.
Yeah, I am. I'm not gonna call 35
Trivial.
to
This
40
is
all the
Elke.
time.
Don't you understand why he wins millions of dollars a day or whatever
I'm
it is?
calling just to eat.
You're calling a shove on the river?
He was number one.
On the turn, I'm either going all in or calling all in on the river.
That is 100% insane, and I 100% believe him.
Martinez with queen jack, lays it down.
Tight cannon.
Hellmuth, 7-5 of diamonds.
Warcraft, he was number one. Poker, number one. France, hero. All right? Just sort it out. It's the truth, kid.
Sort it out.
It's just so sick. I mean,
He knows what's going on.
Minieri out, Elke in, and it's on lock.
What did you fold, Phil?
Folded a big pair.
Completes.
I mean, so you've got to read on him, so you know when he's weak, and I know it was weak too, but you're behind him.
You're lying. If you know I was weak, you were re-raising.
4 players to the flop. 7, 5, 6, 2 clubs. Phil with 2 pair.
Nice flop for Phil. Hits top and bottom. Locke's got the dummy gut shot.
No.
Bets 800.
Trying to steal it.
Perkins quickly raises.
He's open-ended. It's a semi-bluff.
Hellmuth calls.
You guys are playing so fast. What the?
Everyone knows everything at the end of the hand.
Elke's got top pair and a gut shot as well.
He lays it down over to lock.
Only 3K total? You guys fight it out.
Lock folds.
Probably shouldn't have bet, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, probably a good general rule with the nut low.
Turn, king of diamonds. Hellmuth adds a flush draw. Perkins checks violently.
I better bet 6,000.
Call.
Snap call.
Straight on a flush draw you have or what?
Very possible.
River, king of clubs.
Phil's counterfeited.
Check.
Check.
Miss straight.
It's not a pretty bad card for me, but I still want it.
Damn it, why couldn't I have caught a card?
Because you catch a card and we catch several more FCC violations.
As our dealer Allison pushes the 21K pot toward Phil, who seems to find a bad beat story even when he wins. Let's see if Phil can see his stack as half full when the big game returns.
I think you have to pay attention to what the younger generation's doing. You know, in 2010, I spent some time learning exactly what they think of the game. It's funny, though. All these young guys that came in with all these theories have all started to play more like the traditional way that I play. So they come in thinking they're going to play too fast, and then, you know, when they get away with it, and they win one tournament, and then they don't even cash for a year. And so they realize, wow, I better slow down. And so it's interesting to me to see that all the craziness that the online tournament pros brought to the game has now slowed down, way down. I felt like maybe that was inevitably where it was going to be heading anyway.
Yeah, remember when everyone said no one's ever going to watch TV and movies on a tiny little computer, and then they did for a while, and now no one ever does?
Wow, that just hurt. That's so brutal to watch that hand play out. I mean, I
lost $9,000 to you now.
I raised with the big pair. Dario, he's re-raised me like 15
Look what you're winning with. You're winning with like 5-7.
Yeah, I put $400 in and then flopped the joint, and you gave me a bunch of money.
Hellmuth, King 8.
I flopped trips against Dario. It didn't fare out so well.
Dario folds over to Elke. King 10. Raises to 1,300. Pocket deuces for lock. Calls.
I bet the pot. I bet the pot.
Aaron Sorkin's big game.
He bet the pot.
He bet the pot.
Perkins raises to 6,200 with pocket 10s.
No one's even called down there.
I know, but it doesn't matter.
Over to our Italian loose cannon, Massimiliano Martinez, with 9-5 of spades. What is he thinking about?
Thinking about making a dramatic fold?
No, he's reaching for the 5K chips, Joe. Raises to 16-6.
This cannon is nuts.
This is where we need to see what he has.
It's good shouting.
Elke folds, locks out, over to the businessman with his 2-10s. Makes the call.
Problem with playing a pot with Perkins is that while he's spewy, he may not lay down some of the same hands other pros would.
5 tray 6, 2 spades, pair and a flush draw from Martinez.
Action flop, Perkins with the overpair.
Fires 20K.
See, now we've got an overpair versus a pair and a flush draw in a 3-bet pot. Ay-ya, that's why that bet is so big. For Massimiliano, this is a pretty clear-cut spot for a raise. Perkins will sometimes just be messing around, and if not, you've got a huge piece of this board.
Max raises to 57-2.
Max could have moved all in, but this is a very strong hand.
How much?
And he actually doesn't mind giving Perkins the opportunity to try to bluff all in.
A full?
Perkins lays it down face up.
Good bet.
And Max shows him the 9.
Great bet. Either all in or fold.
You're right about that one. No shame in a fold there.
The Cannon's profit now 96,000, and he is the smallest schoolyard bully I've ever seen.
Max's winnings without showdown have now ballooned to over 200K, the most at the table by almost 50. And since the loose cannon's been able to keep the pros in the dark, they've been hesitant to look him up. Even in that spot, Max was behind but had a quarter of the deck as outs.
This game is unbelievable. I can't believe I'm losing.
Yeah, and I don't know how to beat it.
I can't believe I'm losing. I know how to beat it, but you can't let him hit the 2-outers.
I don't think you know how to beat this game.
Dario just couldn't resist.
If he had 2 9s and he just shoved there, and he just put in like 80,000, you think that's good poker because he won?
No,
is that good poker because he won? Or?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
what
he
are you
made
saying
the move
exactly?
on the right moment and in the right spot. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
Because,
so he's
he
playing
was
really good
getting
poker.
scared.
So he's like a great player now, huh? What are you saying? I want to hear you say
what I'm saying. You don't understand
Tell me. He's a great player, right? This guy.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Minieri raises it up with ace-queen of hearts to 1,100. Ace-king for Elke. Calls and lock folds an ace.
Just a call with ace-king.
It was great poker. I folded. He got me off a pair.
Perkins calls 1,100 with the queen-8, of course. Martinez, 10-5 of clubs. Is he feeling it again? Nope. Hellmuth folding.
Elke, the only one who's not dominated, headed to this flop.
Three-way action, 5 queen jack 2 clubs, Minieri and Perkins with top pair.
And Elke the only one to not flop a pair. Minieri does have the best hand.
Bets it.
He's up like 100 again or something. the young Shaolin monk.
It's awesome. Elke calls 2100 with his gutter. Perkins quickly raises to 10K.
Perkins is trying to protect his hand, but it's hard to get someone to fold a better hand or even a worse one like a draw, since they're likely to have a lot of outs. It's gonna be tough for Dario to fold top on such a draw-heavy board.
And Minieri does call. Elke lets it go.
Perkins has now bloated this pot with a marginal hand that has little chance of improving.
Turn. Tray of diamonds.
Dario's hand still best, but he was not the last aggressor.
Checks it. Perkins fires 15K.
All right, I'll ask you at home, is this a bluff or a value bet? I honestly don't know.
Race.
Dario thinks he knows.
56.1 more.
Minieri moves all in for 70,600.
Now this is a bet with purpose. Dario's hoping Bill will sometimes make a hero call with a worse hand, and sometimes he'll fold hands with equity against him. So now that 10K flop raise from Perkins may end up costing him 95K if he calls here and loses.
You must have me beat. I'm just gonna look at my pocket for a second. This doesn't go on the table. Let's see what I got left.
Even this man's lint is worth thousands.
Tell me what you have and look at my face. Come on, I can't get an edge on that because I'm already made my bet. I did already my bet.
Ooh, this should be fun.
Are you gonna show your hand?
I can't answer this now.
Amanda.
I can't answer this now.
Can she make you show your hand?
I don't want him to show his hand.
Oh, come on,
Amanda, you got that one right. That was a good answer because the hand's not really over.
Just for agony's sake, I think your hand's worth $56,000. I want to see your hand.
He calls.
Ace queen.
You got it.
What do you have?
Queen 8.
How many times you want to run?
3.
Okay.
So they'll see 3 river cards with the winner each time getting a third of the pot.
Perkins has Dario covered, but he's in really bad shape. He's looking for an 8.
River number 1, 5.
5. Chop it up.
Dario wins.
1 for Dario.
Mike's trying with the whole chop it up thing.
Did anybody fold an 8?
Nope.
No.
You didn't have any 8s. I gotta give you good news.
All the 8s still in play.
River number 2, tray of spades, so Dario locks up almost 112,000 so far.
Oh, good talking, Dario.
Shot for an 8. For my friend, 1 time for Texas, an 8 for Texas.
This game's sick.
Texas, you
River number 3 goes to Dario.
Take it.
Ship full cargo to the Italian.
And with that hand, our 2 Italians are atop the leaderboard.
How can I be losing in this game, Lee? They ship 80,000 with 1 pair at this table.
All right, let's rebuy.
Remember, you can rebuy for up to 500,000, Billy boy.
So the businessman solicits some new investors as Dario capitalizes on Bill's fire sale. See if the crash continues when the big game returns. Welcome back to Vegas, where Dario Minieri has just added more than $86,000 to his stack and gone from the negative to the positive, courtesy of the businessman, Bill Perkins, who's now in for almost $300,000 after just reaching into his pocket for another $115K.
The extra 15K is a bad sign.
There is just a difference between me and you.
Yes.
You can dodge bullets. I know.
Very good one, very good one. I like that.
Second.
There is only one difference between me and you. He can dodge bullets, baby.
Dodge
bullets.
What means that?
Dodge bullets, baby.
I proiettili, può
Dodge
schivare,
bullets.
sì, controllare.
Oh, yeah.
In Italy, Phil is known as the poker bambino.
Action will be on Elke. Pocket 8s.
Queen 8 of what?
I had Queen 8 of diamonds. When you had 2 8s, I had Queen 8 of diamonds. Dario.
How is that possible?
Elke raised to 1,300, 10-5 for lock.
Was I have Queen 8 of diamonds? I had not Queen 7 of diamonds. I don't know what it was. I had nothing. I had air. No, I had air. I had Queen
Calls.
9.
Hot.
Spoken like a man who's truly steaming.
What is it?
Perkins raises to 6,400 with ace rag. Martinez out, Helmuth out. Action on Dario with jack 6.
I think you were talking to create a bluff.
Folds.
I was trying to bluff you.
You are talking to create a bluff. You were like, he's gonna call, it's gonna end, and you bluff. But I wasn't folding because you might bottle that a king with me.
Elke calls 5100. Over to lock.
I don't want to say this call would be loose, but yeah, it'd be pretty loose.
Lock folds.
Me and the Italians, a love affair.
No, Italian.
He's French.
Two players with the flop, 4-10-4 rainbow.
Pretty not bad flop for Elke.
Checks it. Never know what the businessman has. He bets 5,000.
That's a Wayne's World bet. As in, I got $5,000.
Swing.
He's got $5,000 too.
Elke calls.
Probably got more dollar than me, but.
Turn, deuce of spades.
Still kind of a check call board for 2-8s.
And Elke does check.
Perkins just doubled his out, so he's going to want to take advantage of that monster 14% equity.
That's 12K with his gut shot.
Yes, Elke, that was the proper response.
Elke calls.
Calling me down, Wayne.
Best hand, hopefully.
I don't think so. Maybe you do. I better slow down.
To the river. 5 of hearts, and Bill Perkins won't be slowing down now. He hits his gut shot.
Luck box.
Elke checks it.
Still playing this one very cautiously.
Spread it out.
Runner, wheel is going to be pretty disguised. Perkins can maybe extract some value here.
That's 25K.
This is far from a standard spot. Perkins plays weird, and there hasn't been a ton of help from the board, so Elke just might pay this off.
Elke. Bolts.
You folded?
Show a bluff.
I can't show a bluff. I showed a river. I can show a river saved my ass.
Show it, come on.
Here's ace-3.
He's right.
Perkins shows it.
Nice river.
I figure I had a lot of outs.
A whole half dozen.
Perkins wins a pot worth almost 75K. Joe, this guy plays like his hair's on fire, if he had any.
Where do you think it went? The businessman's up seeing 73% VPIP is 20% more than the next highest player. Bill's been calling a ton of raises from the get-go, and his 2.3 aggression factor is second at the table.
Well, Perkins' style hasn't worked out so far this week since he's down more than 140,000 and falling fast.
I wonder if when the businessman walks into the office, everyone greets him as the poker man. Hey man, don't splash the pork bellies.
9-8 for Max. Folds it.
Standard fold under the gun.
Jack-9 for Helmuth. Limps. Minieri with King-10.
None of this limp nonsense for Dario.
Pumps it up to 1,500. Ace-6 for Elke. He's out. Phil Lock gone. And Perkins will make the call.
Of course.
Helmuth's in. We got three-way action to the flop, which is tame for this table. Deuce, 8-8 rainbow.
Dude, Max would have flopped trips. Don't rub it. Perkins and his deuce have actually flopped best.
And he checks it. Helmuth passes.
Dario had the pre-flop lead. It's checked to him in position. Seems fairly ob.
That's 2,200.
A call here would be fine. I really hope he's not trying to raise right now.
Oh, but he does to 6,600 with his 8s and deuces.
This is a protection raise in a spot that really doesn't warrant it. It's basically me have best hand, me raise, which isn't always the best approach. Tough to get action from a worse hand.
Helmuth out of the way. Back on Dario Minieri. Repops to 16,000.
And now this pot is huge.
So what is it to me?
And if Perkins calls, he's going to hate just about every turn card.
And he does make the call.
It's the correct call, but he's made this pot huge with just a pair of deuces.
Turn, Queen of Hearts. Perkins checks.
See if Dario wants to keep barreling.
He does not.
Dario may have realized there's no getting Perkins off his hand.
10 of hearts. Dario rivers the best hand with 10s and 8s and a king kicker. Perkins bets 10K.
Perkins rivered a second pair, but his deuce is counterfeit. Since I could never see a worse hand calling, I guess this is meant to be a bluff.
Show me one card and I might call. We both show one card. This is a deal.
We do show one card. Fine.
We both show one card, okay.
You get to pick it.
Okay. I pick her?
I pick the one the closest to you.
Okay, and I pick this.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
I show?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Show him. Go.
Dario turns over his 10 and Perkins deuce.
Wow, I got full house. Can I see again?
Now you're raising, Dario.
You should raise. Now he's raising.
Now he's raising your ass. That would be so sick.
He can do whatever he wants.
Well, Dario's beating the card he can see. Seems like at least a call.
You're looking my money. Okay, you bluffed me. I fold.
You fold?
Wow, he folds.
I have the best hand, actually.
Might chop it. You might chop it.
Nice hand, mate.
Don't say he never did anything for you.
Dario gifting Perkins a pot of over 47K.
Chips were flying this time.
Chips are flying. The price of poker has gone up.
Still no idea what happened there.
When we get back, we'll see if Dario can unlevel himself. Welcome back to the big game where Massimiliano Martinez trails Gonzalez Cannon by over 55,000 for the Loose Cannon Trophy and the NAPT Passport.
If Max doesn't catch Gonzo but is able to survive all 150 hands, he'll still take home any profit above the initial 100 grand he was staked.
Meanwhile, Phil Locke is hoping just to sniff a profit. He's just added another 150K and is in for 300,000 overall.
Locke acts all a fool, but he's no dummy. He wants to have the biggest stacks covered in case he wants to play a big pot.
Okay, I'm stuck 50 times.
I'm only up for like 30, so sick. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Italy happened.
10 deuce for Martinez, folds. Helmuth, a king, and another king.
Phil had queens cold decked by Bill Perkins' kings earlier in the week. I see virtually no way Phil could lose with these kings.
And he min raises over to Minieri. Makes the call with the ace-5 suited. Elke out.
Usually where you raise it up on me, Dario.
Yeah, he wanted Dario to 3-bet. No such luck.
Queen 4 for Locke. Folds.
It cost me $4 to play.
Perkins calls with the 10-7.
I get to play against my new target.
How many targets you have?
Dang it!
OMG, I think Phil's jealous.
To the flop, ace, ace, queen, and Dario has run down Phil again.
Bye-bye, kings.
I check.
Perkins checks. As does Helmuth. Checks around.
Dario trapping the trapper.
Turn, 5 of diamonds, full boat for Dario.
Now even if Phil hits his king, he still loses.
Check.
Perkins checks.
I better bet. I got a.
You better bet something.
1,200.
Helmuth bets 1,200.
Helmuth runs worse than a 78 pacer. Dario could raise here, but he has virtually nothing to protect against, and he doesn't want to chase his action away.
Minieri calls.
I better fold.
And Perkins is done with it.
Phil's soon to be done with this whole game.
Jack of diamonds on the end.
How much will he fire into the abyss?
28.
Phil now guaranteed to lose at least another $2,800.
Dario knows he's raising, and he knows how much. He's just mentally preparing himself for the verbal abuse he's about to incur.
Dario makes it 6,600.
It's just a really kind of unreal night, huh? Wow, how can this happen every time I'm in the game here?
Now, Phil doesn't do himself many favors, but he runs worse than a hot chick in a horror movie. And the carnage is unfortunately just as entertaining.
I guess you got me.
I got you, never bluff.
Dario takes it down.
Ace 5. That's good.
Phil shows the kings.
Good the king didn't come on the river.
Look at that silver lining, huh?
It's unbelievable. This kid was drawn to a 2-outer on me, and a 3-outer, and a 4-outer.
You have pocket kings?
Yeah, pocket kings. I only lost 10,000, so it's pretty, good.
That's astounding.
It's astounding?
Then you only lost.
You think I ever win? You think I ever win in this game with kings or queens? They always hit their frickin' weird cards.
You know that weird card, the ace?
Dario continues to get the best of Phil as he's up more than 55,000 for the week, but they're all chasing Max, who leads the way with exactly 100K in profit.
With one night still to go, the Loose Cannon has a reasonable shot to catch Gonzo for the NAPT passport. So the question is, which does he value more, protecting that profit or going for the passport?
Wow, guys, what a crazy night, huh? Phil, do you have a plan for tomorrow night?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're running out of hands. I have 30 hands left. I can't believe I'm losing. I mean, these guys ship like 100,000 with top pair every time, and I'm losing in the game.
Max, are you thinking about the passport?
No, I don't think about nothing.
He's never thinking about anything. That's it for tonight. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now, and remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. Good night, everybody.
Another night in the books, and one more night of explosive poker is sure to come. For Joe Stapleton, this is Scott Huff saying so long from Vegas. Next time on the big game, will Max bring his 100 grand home to Italy?
I just want to have fun. I don't care about money so much.
Or will he blow it all in search of the ultimate prize?
After this food, everybody call me
And what gets the poker brat so agitated?
Nice, huh?
Okay, is it nice?
It's quite nice.
That makes the Unabomber want to give him a hug.
It's unbelievable how often you have bad etiquette.
I know, whatever.
It all happens tomorrow night on The Big Game.
All right, this is where people start doing stupid things, I think.
The following program is sponsored by PokerStars.com. The following program is sponsored by PokerStars.com. Previously on The Big Game, the Italian loose cannon has been frustrating the pros all week.
Easy game.
He was training with the Shaolin monks in Beijing.
And while some melted down last night,
All right, let's rewind.
I'm reloading.
Phil Hellmuth completely lost it.
What are they doing to me? I mean, these guys are crazy. This game is unbelievable. I can't believe I'm losing. It's just unreal what happens to me at this place.
Tonight, see if Max can bring the title back to Rome.
Guys on it here.
Down him on his back.
As the cannon's journey concludes right now.
You guys want to gamble with me? Let's play poker.
Welcome once again to The Big Game from Las Vegas. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Scott Hubb. And tonight we finish up this week's action as some of the best in the world tangle for nearly $1 million on the table in our state-of-the-art poker room.
The businessman Bill Perkins will literally play any two cards. Yesterday, he tried to raise with Park Place and a happy birthday from Hallmark.
Phil Locke is here chasing Justin Bonomo's mark for the all-time money lead on The Big Game. He held it briefly, but has fallen off the pace. He's stuck over 27K.
Elke has walked softly but carried a big baguette. He's quietly, unmaniacally up $32,000.
That shaggy youngster is Italian poker pro Dario Minieri. He spent the end of last session tormenting Phil Hellmuth. He's up $47,000.
Speaking of Hellmuth, he's been having such a frustrating week. The guy hitting the bleep button has developed carpal tunnel. He's stuck almost $40,000.
Tonight's loose cannon, Massimiliano Martinez, comes to us by way of Rome, Italy. The 24-year-old is currently studying economics after concentrating on medicine the past 4 years. Max is up almost 100K for the week, and he's with Amanda.
Max, at the beginning of the week, you said 100K was your goal. You've got that. Are you satisfied or are you ready to gamble it up?
Yeah, I'm a little bit satisfied, but I think I can do better probably. I don't know. I want to play, but I'm very, very satisfied.
Are you thinking about that NAPT passport at all right now?
Oh, it's very important. An NAPT passport is a very big opportunity to play across the USA, so I'll try to get it.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. The loose cannon staked $100,000. He keeps all money above the initial $100,000, and the loose cannon with the most money at season's end wins this trophy and North American Poker Tour passport worth $50,000.
Well, this is a first.
He can do it. You know, he can do it. We've seen it.
I don't trust you.
Here we go. Spoken like a true poker player. He doesn't trust us.
I don't trust it either, but he can't leave even if he wants to, so they have no real reason to try to make him stay. And at the moment, Max is trailing for the NAPT passport by less than 60K, so we'll see how hard he pushes it.
A re-straddle. I didn't agree to this. Okay. I can see that we're losing our minds here.
Perkins is losing both his mind and his shirt.
Lock straddled, Perkins re-straddles, action on Max with ace-10.
Uh-oh.
And of course, the Shaolin monk comes to the mat, you know? He loves these moments.
Please. Max raises to 5,100, action folds to Elke, who's out.
I don't know, I've given up on the monk. I'm just gonna...
Baiting out. Please. Oh.
Lock with 10-9 of hearts.
Phil's dominated.
Where's the 5?
Calls 4,300.
The re-straddles. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that flash.
Perkins folds.
I love how Max doesn't shy away from these huge pots at all.
4-10 Queen Rainbow. Lock and Martinez both with middle pair.
Jake?
Lock's got kicker problems like the Karate Kid. And Max hasn't given a ton of free cards this week.
He fires 6,100.
A lot of money out there to fold this to one bet, especially when everyone has a pretty good sense of how aggressive Max has been.
Lock makes the call.
String call.
Was stringy dingy.
Turn, deuce of diamonds. Lock checks. Will Max keep barreling? He does not. Checks it to the river. Queen of diamonds, 2 pair for both. Changes absolutely nothing. Lock checks. This is probably a spot for a value bet, especially knowing how aggressive our cannon's been. And Martinez bets 25,000 with his 2 pair better kicker. Very polarizing bet on a hand that's not polarized.
It's called a thin call. I don't normally do these, but I decided a long time ago.
Wait, let me get my notepad.
The only way to beat these shallow and monks is to just,
a thin call.
you just get some little chunk of something, you just hold on, and if they pound you into the ground and they take your satchel and run away into the forest, then you're just sitting there with no satchel. That's okay, I've done without a satchel before.
What in the H?
But if my thin little gangly, crackly 1 pair is good, then I took his satchel.
Does this story have a point?
Just flip a coin, flip a coin. Flip a coin, come on.
Flip a chip.
Maybe. I'm getting a coin.
I like the coin.
Max can now win an extra 25 grand based on the flip of a coin.
I have a coin, I know.
Okay, I got 1 cent.
You gave me the coin.
Shaolin's got his own coin.
Shaolin, you want to flip the Shaolin coin?
Ancient Chinese proverb says, anytime man offers you coin, don't flip, but call instead. Wow, is that parable true? I'm going with the parable.
Lock calls. Max shows the winner.
Ace 10.
You made the Shaolin value bet.
Shalom value bet.
Oh, I love that little.
He knew the Shaolin parable. He knew to offer the coin because he knew if he offered the coin, I would call. If I could have found the quarter, I would have been 50-50.
So Max jumpstarts his night with a $75,000 pot as we take a look at the rules of the big game. Each table lasts exactly 150 hands. Action pre-flop is pot limit, then no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 4 with a $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least $100,000, but can rebuy for up to $500K.
Max has registered fairly normal VPIP and PFR percentages and hasn't let this hyper-aggressive table affect him. His solid play continues to pay off as his showdown winnings now exceed $300,000.
The loose cannon's profit is now almost $138K, roughly $17,000 behind Gonzo with 39 hands left to play.
And all it takes is one of those hands.
Action on Dario Minieri. Tray 4, lets it go. Elke, guess that's not a good hand.
25 or something?
Actually, Phil, 39 hands left to go. We just done told you.
Lock with ace queen. Raise to 1200. The businessman folds the 10 tray. Max out. Helmuth with 10-8 makes the call.
All right. 4 hours ago, you would have folded that. You guys are so good now. You didn't realize there's only 34
I want
hands
to check.
left.
I don't fold this hand that often, but
Story checks out, and in the dark.
Tray 5 Jack Rainbow. The poker brat is checked in the dark. It's over to Phil Lock.
Who has the best hand with ace high?
Lock checks. Turns the ace of hearts. Lock hits top pair.
Lock has even more the best hand now since Phil's drawing dead.
And Helmuth checks. And Lock will check.
Getting a little tricky.
River 7 of hearts. Looks like getting tricky might have worked. And Helmuth bets 1600.
That's right. Lock's turn check gets Helmuth to fire the river.
Lock makes the call.
you got it.
I know.
10 high.
10 high? Hey, I got a pair of aces. How's that? You want to see it? I'll show you.
You want to see? You really want me to expose my hand?
Do you have a flush draw or a 4?
You really want me to expose my hand? Okay, go ahead.
Helmuth shows.
Well, if he has a 4 or 2 with it, it's a little different. 10 high flush draw. You know?
Bad etiquette to make the loser expose his hand, Mr. Locke.
Wow. I can't believe a professional made me expose my hand for 1600.
You rushed to show it because you know I didn't really care.
You know that's bad etiquette. The young guys don't know that, but you do.
I know, whatever.
Whatever, man. You've changed. You've changed.
It's unbelievable how often you have bad etiquette.
Lots of action on the way from inside Phil Hellmuth's glass house. Don't go anywhere, folks. Big game's just getting started.
If I was a loose cannon.
If I was a loose cannon.
If I'm the loose cannon, I want to have a really tight image, and I want to be able to make a few bluffs. But I'm also going to try to put a little pressure on.
I'd try and play straight, crazy, good, solid poker, unless I got, you know, crippled, and then I would probably play the same way, trying to get the money back, I guess.
I would try and play tight for maybe 30 minutes, and then I would just go bananas.
Well, there's a reason most advice is free. Max Martinez doing just fine on his own, up more than 136,000 and trailing Gonzo by about 20,000 for the Season 2 passport.
These guys are second and third behind Season 1 winner Bobby the Bus Ferdinand, who took home over 181K. Max says if he does well, he's going to straighten out the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
All right, this is where people start doing stupid things, I think.
You didn't think that started?
It's been a great game all day. Don't misunderstand me.
Perkins is straddled for 800. Helmuth with King 10. Calls.
Phil doing what he can to make his own prediction come true.
Dario Minieri, Jack 9. Makes the call. Elke with Jack Trey of hearts. Looks like he wants to play, and he'll call out of the small blind.
Helmuth's practically priced in the whole table.
Queen 8 for a lock. And he'll call.
Let me look.
10 deuce for Perkins.
Go, please.
See, this is so sick. I limp with this hand for a specific reason.
I'm sure you're going to tell us.
It's a good trapper hand.
Says the man with only one leg.
Jack 4-9 rainbow, 2 pair for Dario.
Elke's flop top pair, but it's not the best top pair. Dario has top pair with a kicker that's also a pair.
Elke bets 2,200. Lock folds. Over to Perkins.
I'm scared of you. I'm scared of that guy.
Folds.
The guy in the middle. He looks too serious.
Dario looks too serious. He looks like a lost puppy.
Helmuth calls 2,200 with a gut shot and 1 over.
Gut shot to the nuts.
Action back on Dario.
The serious guy.
11,000.
I knew it. Saw that face.
That's a serious raise to 11,000 from Minieri.
Great spot for a raise. He can get called by draws and maybe even someone like Elke with top pair.
But Elke folds.
Phil doesn't have a ton of money left behind. He does have 1 over, but this would be a pretty loose call.
It's for a quarter of his stack.
We know Phil's stuck and steaming, which doesn't always lead to the best decisions.
All right, got a call.
Helmuth will make the call with the gut shot.
Helmuth's really gambling now.
To the turn. Queen of clubs, and this would be a bad time for a snack break. Phil hits his gut shot.
Yahtzee.
Checks.
I like the check by Phil. Dario's pretty likely to keep firing. That queen wasn't a good card for Dario, but he's still pretty likely to think he has the best hand.
He does. Bets 14,700.
Now this would be a pretty good spot for Phil to raise, since Dario's probably got something. And like Michelangelo's David, Phil's got the stone nuts. Phil's been waiting all week to get a piece of Dario. Phil does not have very much left behind.
I raise.
He's going to raise.
We're likely to see it all get in here.
29.9.
And Phil is all in.
Hi, Cole. How many times do you want to run?
Dario makes the call.
Well, you might be drawing dead, so I'm hoping you're drawing dead. I hope you have 10.
I might be drawing that. You have 10 king?
Yeah.
Nice call on the charm. On the flop, sorry. I'm not drawing that anyway.
Well, let's see what you have.
Good call on the flop. As you say to everyone. That's the only reason why I say it.
Was a pretty ridiculous call on the flop.
Tilt juice. You're getting a little bit of this tilt juice here.
Yeah.
Dario's taking it pretty well. Look at that smile. He's adorable. Phil might finally have a hand that holds up. Dario looking for a jack or a 9.
They're only going to run it once. River, 5 of spades, and Phil will double up.
5 of spades, it's over.
Wish I could call river cards like that.
26. 29.9. 29.9.
Phil, you're up after that hand.
For the first time all week, and he's speechless. I think he might be tearing up a bit.
That hand is so tilting.
And Phil Helmuth is tilty as charged. See if Dario can get even when the big game continues after this.
I'm not afraid to pull the trigger and make moves. I'm not afraid to make calls. I feel like pretty powerful right now. You never know. This could be the day I cash in 400,000.
Did he say 400,000 or 400,000? Because he's all over the ladder. Only 82,000 more to go.
Well, Phil's positive for the first time this week after doubling through Dario. They reached similar conclusions about what led them down all-in alley. And both shared those unique perspectives as we take you behind the poker face.
Yeah, I mean, the game was getting a little bit crazy. I'd raised a couple of pots right before that hand came up.
There was a live straddle from Perkins. Loose cannon folds. Helmut call on the cutoff.
I felt like there's a decent chance I had the best hand, and I'm risking 800, but I'm trying to trap. So I decided to limp with king and 10.
I was on the bottom with jack 9, and I didn't want to get that crazy. So I decided to call. Alki called, Phil called.
Go, please. Got a decent flop, jack 9-4.
The action was on Alki, which leaded out for 2200. Everyone falls to Phil Helmut.
And I called, and Dario made it 11,000. He made a great raise because it made me think he was drawing.
And make it look like a squeeze, which was what I wanted, because I talked to a pair, the only hands I was losing against were set.
I started to think he had queen 10 or he had 10-8.
The action is back to Alki, which just folds. And now it's to Phil Helmut.
And normally I would fold that hand 9 times out of 10, but I thought maybe he had a draw and that he was going to check on the turn. So I called.
And I might put him on 10-8 or 10-queen because he called me.
And then, boom, a queen pops off, which was gin for me. So I checked.
There was a little chance he has ace-jack or king-jack, but I didn't think so because he didn't raise on Alki. So I thought the best way was trying to make a bet and figure out something. I betted 14,000.
It was kind of an easy no-brainer to move all in there. I raised 29-9.
The pot was very big, and what I was putting him on was ace-jack or king-jack, small chance. If he has queen 10, I'm pretty big favorite. I decided to call. I call. How many times do you want to run?
Well, you might be drawing dead.
You have 10-king?
Yeah.
And I was wrong because he had king 10.
And now the river was a 5.
5 spades, it's over.
In that hand, I was lucky, obviously. It's Dario, so he could have. I thought he had 10-8.
And that was my money.
That was a nice, really nice hand to win.
At one point, Super Dario was huge, running around, collecting coins, spitting fireballs. Now King Koopa over there shrunk him down to his normal size. Bill got super lucky hitting that gut shot. He's not allowed to complain about running bad for the rest of the show.
Phil, you got the sickness a little bit late in the game for a gut shot. You got the sickness a little.
That feels good to hit the gutter ball and then get full stack value, huh? That feels good, Helmut, right? Pay for the gutter ball, get there. Get the whole stack in on the next card.
He was 10-1.
Get the whole stack in on the next card, Helmut. You just did it, kid.
If there's one thing Phil Hellmuth hates, it's a lot of attention.
Martinez folds.
Pot.
Hellmuth raises to 2,000 with the ace-jack. And Yeri folds.
Oh, my bad. My bad. My hand is...
Last time, Phil.
I messed up.
Elke calls 2,000 with 2 nines. And lock is folded. Perkins calls 1,600 with the 6-4.
Okay.
The businessman in the business of lighting money on fire.
Flop. Deuce 10-9. Elke flops a set.
Seems a little entranced by it, like he's looking at a double rainbow.
Perkins checks.
Checks his 6 high.
7,000.
Bad time for a c-bet.
Hellmuth bets 7K.
There goes all that profit. A raise in this spot would look pretty strong on this fairly dry board. Then again, Elke knows Phil's liable to call with a gut shot. A gut shot.
There's your raise. Elke makes it 19,000. The businessman quickly out.
Phil made a very loose call last hand on the flop. This call would be so loose it needs a pair of suspenders.
Belt and suspenders makes the call.
Wow, Phil's up now. He's not supposed to be making frustration calls anymore.
I check.
And he dark checks, which has worked so well so far. Turn, 3 of clubs.
That card's more inconsequential than the entire NBA regular season.
Hellmuth has already checked, so it's on Elke.
No reason to not try to bet this again for value.
Fires 33-3.
No. Come on.
Phil frustrated. He has to lay down his ace-jack high.
Jack queen, Elke. Good bet, buddy.
Bad bet. You probably would have called for less.
Hellmuth lets it go.
Man, that was a super bluff. Show.
Elke wins a pot worth over 78,000.
All right, Elke, let's play poker, kid. You got me. And the rest of the night. If you hit some hands, you're going to win a lot of money, sir.
Phil is absolutely chowing down on those glasses right now.
Yeah, despite the big win against Dario, Phil is still very tilty.
While Phil's 1.7 aggro factor is the second lowest at the table, he's gotten a lot more aggressive in the last few hands. But given Elke's passive approach this whole week, it was surprising to see him call Gros Pellier's flop raise with ace high and no draw.
Nice job on Gros Pellier. Poker Brat's profit was short-lived. He's now down 3,000 overall.
I just noticed Elke's not wearing a shirt under that thing.
And Hellmuth in the straddle.
Or he wants to mess with me. Of course he wants to mess with me.
If you're wondering who he is, it's everyone.
Hey, was that a voluntary straddle from Helmut?
Yes.
I love this. It's like, you can never tell where Helmut's brain at. It's like in mid-mode or crazy, but actually has more money, so now it makes more sense.
Dario raises.
I'm tilted. I mean, I lost that money to Elke. I'm just so tilted.
Elke folds over to Locke, who lets it go.
I'm gonna get out of this. I'm gonna get out of
I did call you with ace jack high, Elke. You like that?
That was the worst call you made. You could have already made.
Way to sugarcoat it, Elk.
Action on Martinez, the cannon, with ace jack.
Look at this guy. He's disappeared.
Sam's up 140. He's done gambling.
Guys, I think he can hear you. Max has got Dario dominated, but he is out of position.
He'll just call. Helmuth.
Left another set.
Still tilting. 10-4.
I know he's defending his straddle, but is Phil even looking at his cards? He's dominated and he's got the good buddy hand. If a chick calls you a good buddy, it's over, brah.
Deuce, king, 6, 3 spades.
No one's got a spade.
Martinez checks. Helmuth checks.
Dario was the pre-flop aggressor.
And he checks to see if that ace was a spade, and then checks it to the turn. 7 of clubs.
Max's ace-jack, still the best hand.
And he checks.
55.
Helmuth's going to take a stab. Bets 5,500.
Oops, sorry.
Dario quickly out.
The loose cannon does not look convinced. Helmuth continuing that aggression we just mentioned. I wonder if the cannon will tighten up now that he's got a lead and time is running out.
He does, and Helmuth will take it down with a little bluff.
You're playing a dangerous game, Phil Helmuth.
So that $14,000 pot puts the poker brat back in Profitville. See if he stays there or heads back to Tilty Town when the big game continues. Welcome back to the PokerStars.com big game. We're on hand 122 of the 150 to be played. There's some tension starting to build as action begins on Dario Minieri.
Yeah, I'm ready to gamble with you.
Folds the 9 deuce.
You know that.
I'm ready to gamble when you're going dead.
Elke raises the 1300 with king 10. Locke calls quickly with ace 8.
I bet the pot.
Perkins pots it.
How much?
64.
To 6,400 with the 8-6.
Time is running out, so it looks like we're in for some big pots.
Martinez and Helmuth fold. And Elke folds.
Can't flip a set with that hand.
So seek.
Locke makes the call.
We know Locke has Perkins dominated. He knows Perkins could be doing this with any 2 cards.
Queen 3-8, 2 clubs. Locke and Perkins both with middle pair, but Phil with a stranglehold now with the nut flush draw. That's 10K.
What an insanely good flop for Phil.
Perkins calls.
Phil's donk bet to induce action. Perkins snap calls with middle pair, no kicker. Seems pretty proud of himself.
Turn. 8 of diamonds. Both players with trips.
Oh boy, both these guys have monster hands and monster stacks. Things are about to get real in here.
Locke bets 25,000.
Someone get Bill Perkins a blanket because this is a cold deck.
I raise.
He's gonna raise it. There's the 25.
How much will Bill Perkins fire into the abyss?
Raises to 80,000.
Now 140,000 in this pot. Phil Locke with a bit of a knit roll or Hollywooding, but he's never folding.
I think I got you beat. I think you, unless you have like ace-8 of clubs or some sick demon hand.
Well, he's clearly not knit rolling, Joe. I think he's just relishing the moment.
I just...
Boys and girls at home, if I'm wrong and you're starting to try and you're like play good poker and you think this is the night to like, you know, let's follow Phil. You always get some stuck. Maybe this is the time to watch a different program.
Should I give him the penny?
This is dirty.
That penny is cursed. I'm going to make my own decision.
It's cursed. He's gonna fold. There's no way he's gonna call half a stack.
Well, you're right, Bill. He's not calling.
All right, this is what it looks like when I go all in. I am all in.
Locks all in.
I call.
Perkins calls.
Good move.
Evil. It was evil. I'm sorry. You're my friend, so you can take it. You want to run it twice?
Twice.
Hey, how about